KAIST ITTP is an international scholarship and education program run by the KAIST. Without a question, it is Korea's #1 IT research institute. It is a top-notch university, ranking 43rd in the QS World University Rankings, and is the cradle of global ICT education. Sponsored by the Korean government, ITTP envisions itself as the world's top IT education program for future global IT leaders. It has done its best to create an optimum learning environment for ICT-related government officials from emerging countries by providing tuition fees, scholarships, and airfares for participants. As of 2016, 172 ICT-related government officials from 57 countries have taken KAIST master's and doctoral courses in IT engineering and business that emphasize Korea's advanced ICT know-how. ITTP focuses not only on economic support, but also efficient curriculum design. Newcomers can choose either IT business or engineering courses, depending on their area of interest. As a global community of ICT experts, forging win-win growth of ICT businesses worldwide. The curriculum is centered on practical skills, with its main priority being collaboration.
ITP 610 was the course that helped me the most. It was about practical problem solving in real business environments. It mainly helped us develop skills for actual troubleshooting, and since I truly want to serve my country and make a significant difference in Costa Rica, with the experience of ITP 610, I think I feel better prepared to pursue such goals.
Since 2010, when it signed a contract with the African Development Bank, it has run the Next African Leader Program, a capacity-building project for ICT-related officials and experts from governments and agencies under the umbrella of the AFDB. Understanding ITTP's curricular excellence, the project was financially backed by the Ghanaian, Indonesian, and Thai governments and provided a master's course for ICT-related government officials and experts from those 3 countries. In addition, an agreement was signed to create e-government master plans with the governments of Oman and Bangladesh, and short-term, non-degree, consigned education program for relevant personnel in both countries was implemented, expanding the network of cooperation.
It's been a rewarding experience, but most of all, direct interaction with experts in the IT sector has helped me to understand just how Korea was able to rise to enormous heights in IT in such a short period of time.
Based on its 10-year performance, ITTP has another goal that will cement its position as the hub of international cooperation in the ICT sector. In October 2015, the GII Network opened as a network communication platform linked to a redevelopment ITTP homepage. The GII Network is a hub for ICT-related personnel at private, public, industrial, and academic institutions, including students and graduates of ITTP, as well as ICT experts and scholars both home and abroad. Against such backdrop, ITTP supports industry-university cooperation in 2 ways. It includes BOCP and ARCS. BOCP enables ITTP students to study ICT issues at home through internship at Korean companies. If graduates of ITTP want to cooperate with Korean ICT organizations or companies to solve ICT issues in their homeland, they can take advantage of the ARCS study system that utilizes Korean ICT companies or organizations. Recently, ITTP has undertaken a technology commercialization project in cooperation with the KAIST Global Commercialization Center. As distinct from the simple transfer of technology, this technology commercialization project recommends first-class ICT solutions and supports joint programs, depending on the specific needs of developing countries. After carrying out demand surveys, ITTP organizes various events that strengthen international cooperation and industry, university partnerships, and the ICT sector. The KAIST ITTP, ITSA joint workshops, the Global ICT Seoul Forum. Such events provide an ongoing platform for information exchange and cooperation. Global IT Technology Program, ITTP. We will always keep in mind the pledge we've made together in the global garden. The Word, the future, together. KAIST ITTP is an international scholarship and education program run by the KAIST. Without a question, it is Korea's #1 IT research institute. It is a top-notch university, ranking 43rd in the QS World University Rankings, and is the cradle of global ICT education. Sponsored by the Korean government, ITTP envisions itself as the world's top IT education program for future global IT leaders. It has done its best to create an optimum learning environment for ICT-related government officials from emerging countries by providing tuition fees, scholarships, and airfares for participants. As of 2016, 172 ICT-related government officials from 57 countries have taken KAIST master's and doctoral courses in IT engineering and business that emphasize Korea's advanced ICT know-how. ITTP focuses not only on economic support, but also efficient curriculum design. Newcomers can choose either IT business or engineering courses, depending on their area of interest. As a global community of ICT experts, forging win-win growth of ICT businesses worldwide. The curriculum is centered on practical skills, with its main priority being collaboration.
ITP 610 was the course that helped me the most. It was about practical problem solving in real business environments. It mainly helped us develop skills for actual troubleshooting, and since I truly want to serve my country and make a significant difference in Costa Rica, with the experience of ITP 610, I think I feel better prepared to pursue such goals.
Since 2010, when it signed a contract with the African Development Bank, it has run the Next African Leader Program, a capacity-building project for ICT-related officials and experts from governments and agencies under the umbrella of the AFDB. Understanding ITTP's curricular excellence, The project was financially backed by the Ghanaian, Indonesian, and Thai governments and provided a master's course for ICT-related government officials and experts from those three countries. In addition, an agreement was signed to create e-government master plans with the governments of Oman and Bangladesh, and short-term, non-degree, consigned education program for relevant personnel in both countries was implemented, expanding the network of cooperation.
It's been a rewarding experience, but most of all, direct interaction with experts in the IT sector has helped me to understand just how Korea was able to rise to enormous heights in IT in such a short period of time.
Based on its 10-year performance, ITTP has another goal that will cement its position as the hub of international cooperation in the ICT sector. In October 2015, the GII network opened as a network communication platform linked to a redevelopment ITTP homepage. The GII network is a hub for ICT-related personnel at private, public, industrial, and academic institutions, including students and graduates of ITTP, as well as ICT experts and scholars both home and abroad. Against such backdrop, ITTP supports industry-university cooperation in two ways. It includes BOCP and ARCS. BOCP enables ITTP students to study ICT issues at home through internship at Korean companies. If graduates of ITTP want to cooperate with Korean ICT organizations or companies to solve ICT issues in their homeland, they can take advantage of the ARCS study system that utilizes Korean ICT companies or organizations. Recently, ITTP has undertaken a technology commercialization project in cooperation with the KAIST Global Commercialization Center. As distinct from the simple transfer of technology, this technology commercialization project recommends first-class ICT solutions and supports joint programs, depending on the specific needs of developing countries. After carrying out demand surveys, ITTP organizes various events that strengthen international cooperation and industry-university partnerships in the ICT sector. The KAIST ITTP, ITSA joint workshops, the Global ICT Seoul Forum. Such events provide an ongoing platform for information exchange and cooperation. Global IT Technology Program, ITTP. We will always keep in mind the pledge we've made together in the Global Garden. The Word, the Future, together.
dear distinguished guests, esteemed professors, chief executives, honorable speakers, colleagues, friends, good morning. My name is Sharif Salau, and I shall be your compere for today. I must say it's a great pleasure and honor to welcome you to the second day of the Global Commercialization Conference and Workshop. Yesterday, we had discussions on rapid response systems and global cooperation against COVID-19, and we were shown some emerging technologies and innovative solutions to combat this global pandemic. Today, I am personally looking forward to the conversation that will unfold in the next few hours, as I hope that at the end of today, we will have shared COVID-19 response strategies and ICT convergence technologies that will promote global cooperation and collaboration in resolving the impending problems caused by the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you want to listen in English, please tune to channel 2 in your receiver, and in Korean, please tune to the channel 1. And to our friends and participants who are joining us online, we are very excited to have you here because we are aware that you're joining from different time zones from around the world. We are very grateful, and we are happy to have you as part of the conversation. We hope you are healthy and comfortable. Without much further ado, please join me in kicking start the second day of the Global Commercialization Conference and Workshop. In the first session today, together with chief executives and professors from around the world who are pioneering workshop breakthrough researches and designing novel solutions for combating global challenges around the world, we shall be discussing about startups, investments, and industrial environment changes in post-COVID-19 era. Guiding us through this session is going to be Dr. Young-Jung Park. Dr. Park is the former director of Korea IT Cooperation Center at Hanoi, which is an arm of the National IT Industrial Promotion Agency, NIPA, in Korea. Supporting Dr. Park will be Dr. Jong-Hoon Park, who is the vice president of the Electronics and Telecommunication Research Institute, EDRI, here in Korea, and Mr. Ryu Jio, who is the general manager for Korea Science and Technology Holdings. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Park.
Thank you for your kind introduction, and good morning to all, especially those who are joining us GCCW from Korea and Asia region. And we have some challenge for our session today because all of our speakers are joining us from the American region and who have, I understand, very early evening there. So there might be some kind of communication challenges, but we will go through this session with success as we will go through this COVID-19 challenge as well. So as Sheriff introduced our distinguished discussant today, they will make our session more helpful and dynamic and interesting. So we will have a full round of Q&A. And first Q&A is going to be followed by 3 presentations from the United States. And then the second round of Q&A is going to be followed by the presentation from Colombia. And then third one is followed by Mexico, who is going to overview of the investment in Latin America situations. And lastly, we will open for Q&A for the floor. So I think, but when you heard like United States, Colombia, and Mexico, they happen to be all on the top 10 list. Top 10 list of what? The COVID-19. So usually when you say you are on the top 10 list, that's a very exciting and honorable situation. But in this case, we have like different situations, so we will see how those stakeholders from the startup community are responding to this challenge. So welcome to our second session. And so this morning, we are going to start with the presentation from the University of Texas. And I understand Mr. Glenn Robinson, the interim director of the Global Innovation Lab of University of Texas, is going to introduce their teams, and then they are going to have like 3 presentations in a row. So can I call Mr. Glenn? Glenn, are you ready?
Yes. I'm ready.
Yes. Good evening to you all. Thank you for your waiting, and then hopefully we can manage this session with success. So, Glenn, shall we start?
Sure. Thank you very much, Dr. Park. I appreciate it. We are very pleased and privileged to be here and to participate in this conference. I applaud you all for taking this opportunity to pause and to discuss ways to move forward given the unique challenges of this time. And we're looking forward to sharing some of what we've done in our programs, specifically what we've done in those programs to adapt to COVID-19 and opportunities that we have found in the U.S. market and ways to address those opportunities. So from a sort of a background standpoint, my name is Glenn Robinson. I'm the interim director of the Global Innovation Lab. And as all of us on this call, even though we represent an academic institution and one of the top research universities in the world, all of us are from a business background because our divisions and units within the university are focused on helping entrepreneurs around the world, both in the U.S. as well as outside of the U.S. boundaries, to assess markets and validate technologies and find opportunities to enter into those markets and become successful and generate jobs and wealth. That's really our focus. So my background is many years before joining the university in the private sector and some of the household names in the computer and high-tech industry: National Semiconductor, Apple Computer, Sun Microsystems, Dell Computer, and it was Dell that actually brought me to Texas, and I joined the University of Texas 12 years ago, focused on bringing all of that expertise that I had from entrepreneurship and innovation and corporate world into the university to help drive business opportunities for entrepreneurs. I'd like to take an opportunity to introduce the 2 other gentlemen who are joining me, colleagues of mine. Now, Mr. Ian Hughes is Texas Global Program Manager for the KAIST Daejeon City Global Up Technology Commercialization Program. Ian also manages 2 commercialization programs in Japan and has a wealth of experience in managing and helping entrepreneurs in other countries get into the global and specifically the U.S. market. Ian joined UT after having successfully run an aviation startup based in Austin, Texas. He has an extensive consulting background with international technology companies in Europe, North America, and Asia. Mr. Richard Amato is the Director of Strategic and Global Initiatives at the Austin Technology Incubator at the University of Texas at Austin, which is the first and longest running university incubator in the world. And he serves also as faculty for the University of Texas Austin McComb School of Business, leading a class called Global Connections, focused on entrepreneurship and sustainability. This unique course draws from his prior efforts with the Global Innovation Lab and the World Bank, connecting UT Austin students with entrepreneurs at InfoDev's climate innovation centers in Africa and around the world. Richard has entrepreneurial experience as well, having founded his own startup, Venti Energy, a renewable development company dedicated to increasing the supply of clean, reliable, and affordable energy. He is also the founding director of the Clean Energy Incubator at UT Austin, the first incubator of its kind dedicated to supporting sustainable ventures. And so it's our pleasure to be here this evening. I'd like to pass to Mr. Ian Hughes, who's going to lead us off with a presentation talking a bit about the programs in Korea and opportunities for Korean entrepreneurs in other countries around the world. So Ian, I'll pass the microphone to you.
Thank you very much, Glenn. Thank you everyone for giving me the opportunity to speak today, along with my colleagues from UT. Like Glenn said, my name is Ian Hughes. I currently run the Daejeon City Global Up Technology Commercialization Program in partnership with KAIST. We hope to give you an overview of the startup activity that the University of Texas at Austin is currently involved with. amid the COVID-19 pandemic. We're going to give you a little bit of a background on Global Innovation Lab and Austin Technology Incubator and some of the things that have changed over the last 6 months. So the background is our group, Global Innovation Lab, was founded as the Global Commercialization Group, or GCG, as a part of the IC² Institute approximately 15 years ago, before the recent transition and rebranding of the Texas Global Innovation Lab. GCG, or GIL, have had programs in over 20 countries around the world. This includes startup programs with a wide variety of deliverables in countries like Poland and Kazakhstan and Chile and Kuwait. Currently, the Global Innovation Lab team has programs in South Korea, Japan, and India. We have ongoing conversations in Panama and Cyprus as well. Often these conversations are initiated by us or through local and regional governments who want to build and expand their startup ecosystems and economies. Overall, in spite of COVID-19, we are continuing to see strong interest in this model of technology commercialization and acceleration program in new areas of South Korea and elsewhere in the world. Just in the past month, we have secured a new program in Japan to provide technology commercialization training and other services in Tokyo to young Japanese entrepreneurs. Our programs in Korea have had many partners for the 12 or so years that we've been there. The first and largest program we had was with the Gyeonggi province. The provincial government brought GCG in to help assist some of the mid-sized manufacturers there move overseas to find customers and partners in the U.S. The program lasted over 10 years and recently concluded in 2018. We also had a shorter-lived program which was federally funded through KTEC. This was a program that lasted just 2 or 3 years, but was one where GCG was able to take mid-tier automotive suppliers in Korea that had no commercial route other than to sell into the big Korean automotive manufacturers and get them introduced and eventually adopted by U.S. automotive suppliers like Delphi. Our technology and acceleration programs tend to begin with technology validation and screening stages, followed by business development and commercialization training. Once each of the applicant companies have been registered to the program, they are signed up for Innovation Readiness, which is our online training tool designed to give the basics of what is required to move a particular product or technology into an overseas market. Once we have reduced the number of companies, 2 GIL representatives will go to Korea or whatever market we're currently operating in to interview the companies and to tour their facilities during deep dive meetings. These meetings, which used to occur in person in Korea or elsewhere, have moved to a virtual setting during the COVID-19 pandemic. This has limited our ability to evaluate companies in a number of critical areas, including manufacturing capacity and the status of their inventories. During these deep dive meetings, GIL managers ask questions as to whether or not the companies are able to deliver on the claims they are making and how much they are committed to the overseas market. Many of the companies at this stage are still unaware of the competitive landscape that awaits them in the U.S., and part of the benefit of these meetings is so that the GIL personnel can explain what the current landscape is like and what the recommendations would be for the companies to move forward. At this stage, the selected companies would receive a Quick Look market validation assessment. GIL employs trained Quick Look authors that will examine each technology and seek out industry experts to determine whether or not this particular product would be a successful entrant into the U.S. or other international market. Often the interviews are the most important piece of these reports. Industry experts from a variety of backgrounds are included in the interview sections, including potential customers, partners, and even competitors, as is the case of this slide. The resulting report takes these interviews and presents the themes to recommend a go or no-go recommendation for commercialization, which is used as a contributing factor in whether the company will move to the next stage of the program. At the conclusion of the Quick Look report authoring, the companies come to Austin for a combination of workshops, an ecosystem tour, one-on-one meetings and training, and eventually a pitch competition. At this workshop, the Quick Looks are delivered and the companies are challenged to incorporate all of the training and market feedback they have heard up until the point in the final pitch where a panel of judges will make the final grades on the companies and their ability to commercialize successfully in the United States. These two have gone virtual since the onset of COVID-19 to varying levels of success. We've done a number of notable deals throughout our time in Korea. None more notable than KTM Magnet signing a Space Act agreement with NASA. KTM Magnet was a two-man company that applied to our Gyeonggi-do program with a magnet technology. The father and son team had a background in electrical engineering and developed this magnet without a specific application in mind. Through our program, they were introduced to NASA at the Johnson Space Center, and 7 technical divisions within NASA expressed a strong interest in its inclusion in their operations. The Space Act agreement itself did not result in any revenue for KTM at the time, as NASA no longer invests directly in external technologies. But KTM's adoption by NASA made the local news in Korea, and they were able to leverage that deal into a $4 million equity investment by a Korean VC. Overall, Korean programs have had very positive results outside of just purchase orders and exports. As you can see here, in the 10-year span between 2008 and 2018, almost 2,000 companies were screened by GCG, with just about 10% of that overall number receiving business engagement agreements of some kind with an international partner in the US or elsewhere outside of Korea. Almost 700 entrepreneurs were trained in the skills necessary to take their products and companies to international markets. And over 200 companies received direct business development support for a US-based business development manager, which gave them direct, real-time market feedback on their products so they could make technical and strategic adjustments if necessary in order to be successful in the future. Ultimately, COVID-19 has accelerated certain areas of the global economy, and those are the areas that we're currently encouraging current startups in our program and future applicants to be focused on. The work at home, exercise at home, shop at home economic shift has moved companies like those seen here to 5x or 10x their size before the pandemic. COVID-19 has also changed our work in technology commercialization and our training and business development initiatives, while we have maintained our principled training methodologies. During this time, we have stressed the importance for startups to be disciplined in their business development practices as they present to new prospects. Effective communication and messaging is critical so salespeople and entrepreneurs are able to build trust prior to an in-person meeting. Startups have to be very clear in describing their value propositions when attempting to acquire a new customer via email, Zoom, or any other method available to them. From the University of Texas and Texas Global's perspective, our program's response to COVID-19 has been to increase the amount of training and services we offer virtually, building on the tools we had that had already been included in our programs in the past. Zoom-based webinars for training, our Innovation Readiness online training program, as well as the newly developed Texas Global Virtual Exchange have all seen significant increase in activity. And with that, I'd like to invite Glenn to elaborate on some of these initiatives from Texas Global. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. I appreciate that. A couple of things should be said in a preamble to this presentation, and that is that the University of Texas has always been a leader in virtual content delivery. Not just the Global Commercialization Group, IC Squared, and Texas Global and the Global Innovation Lab, but across all of the schools, or many of the schools and faculties within the university itself. Pre-COVID-19, we were already delivering virtual content in visual and performing arts, in the humanities, poli-sci, history, mathematics, natural sciences and technology, and in social and behavioral sciences. Professors were utilizing technologies at their disposal during that time period. Now, obviously, Zoom was not available, but Skype and even cell phones were being used to communicate with students in one-on-one mentoring kinds of environments. Canvas and other tools were available, and so we have some background there. Now, when COVID-19 came on the scene, we had the infrastructure there, we had the knowledge, and so the change to delivering all of our courses in virtual format was relatively, I'm going to use the word easy, although nothing is easy in COVID-19. But we had the IT infrastructure. We'd already anticipated that with prior delivery mechanisms, and so we were set to go. Today, we're cautiously moving to a hybrid model, what's called a hybrid model. About 10-15% of our courses are contemplated to be delivered in person, and we're monitoring that very carefully because the first and foremost area of concern is the health and well-being of both our students and faculty members and staff. And so as things change, we will change, but we have all of the mechanisms in place to be able to react quickly. And we have already done one semester of full in-person virtual delivery, and it was quite successful. In 2017, we launched a program called the Texas Global Virtual Exchange, again, prior to COVID-19. This program connects UT Austin faculty with peers around the world to co-develop and co-teach virtual modules. There's a high level of engagement directly between faculty and students, as well as faculty with their peers delivering these courses in multiple countries. So far to date, UT faculty have delivered over 30 courses, serving more than 1,000 students across 7 UT colleges and schools. And their peers in 15 countries on 6 continents are also actively involved in delivering this content in tandem with the UT faculty. And the Texas Global Virtual Exchange is forecasted to grow and include more modules and courses this coming year as part of the COVID-19 adaptation period. In about the year 2000 or so, maybe prior to that, the Masters of Science in Technology Commercialization, or MSTC, was launched. It's a 1-year intensive master's course that teaches students how to bring new technology products to market, evaluate real-world technologies for commercial viability, and learn the next steps to launch a new product or service, including building financials, marketing plan, business plan, and a go-to-marketing strategy. It should be mentioned that the Masters of Science in Technology Commercialization was originally envisaged to be a course for professionals who desire to come back to the university and learn how to do intrapreneurship, which is entrepreneurship within a corporate environment. And that was the case in the first few cohorts of MSTC, but the reputation grew because it was a 1-year intensive master's course, and because of the success of the attendees from IBM and Dell and AMD and some of the household names in the large corporate space around the world, students got an increasingly active interest in taking this course. And so now, about 35 to 40% of the students that are taking the MSTC are coming directly from an undergraduate course and going into the MSTC along with their professional counterparts. Now you can imagine the synergies that happen as students begin to work with professionals who are in the areas of their particular sectors and markets that they have an interest in. Most of the content of the MSTC is online and has been virtual since the inception because you have students that are studying from beyond. And so it was used really as one of the test cases to just sort of work out the bugs of, as it were, of virtual content delivery much before the COVID-19 issue was even a challenge for us. Currently, our MSTC program is the #6 entrepreneurship program in the US, so it's continuing to be quite successful in virtual form. Ian mentioned the Innovation Readiness Series, which was launched in 2009. It's an online 10-module self-paced entrepreneurship training program that trains entrepreneurs in the basic building blocks to creating and maintaining a high-impact entrepreneurial venture. We've trained tens of thousands of startups in over 40 countries through the Innovation Readiness Series as part of our programs, and its reputation continues to grow. We've obviously encountered issues midstream in some of our programs. Programs that were launched, they were launched with the idea that everything would be delivered in person, and all of a sudden, travel was canceled, borders were shut, and we had to figure out what we would do. One of the things that we've done with great success is using webinars to deliver content. And I'll just mention briefly one of the examples is the Breaking the Glass Ceiling program. It's a women's entrepreneurship program in West Bengal state in India. And we had to actually move all of the in-person workshops and a pitch competition online. It was tremendously successful. We had tens of thousands of folks who actually observed these sessions through the embassy's Facebook Live program. This is done in concert with the U.S. mission, the consulate in Kolkata in India. So not only was COVID-19 not a detriment to the program, but it also offered us an opportunity to touch many thousands of people who otherwise would not have been privy to the content that we were delivering to these women entrepreneurs. And so it's just been we've sort of been flying on our own airline, using the technologies to deliver content and helping entrepreneurs understand how important that can be in pivoting their own businesses to be successful. Okay. So Ian, I'm going to now switch over to my presentation. I appreciate you letting me borrow that slide for a second. And so let's...
Hi, Glenn, but I have to let you know we have a very limited time. So, okay. Including you and Richard, we have to finish up within 15 minutes. Could you manage that?
We can do many things.
Okay,
sure.
That would be very appreciated.
Let's see if we can do that. And somehow I'm having a challenge sharing my screen. I don't know why that is.
Probably like a 3 minutes for you and 10 minutes for Richard.
Yeah, Richard, why don't you take over for me, and I'll let you talk about ATI, and then I'll come back in at the end.
Certainly, certainly. Thank you. Let me get my screen up. Thank you very much, Glenn. I appreciate that introduction. It's great. I used to work with Glenn and Ian in the Global Commercialization Group, and it's great to see them again. I am now working with the Awesome Technology Incubator, as Glenn mentioned, and I'm the Director of Strategic and Global Initiatives. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about ATI and what we do, also tell a few stories and some of the transitions we've had to make through COVID. But before I jump into that, as Glenn mentioned, I actually teach a course called Global Connections, where we go in country. I've been leading the course on entrepreneurship sustainability. We've been going in country in Africa. This past year, we were actually in country in Rwanda, in the eastern part of Rwanda, at Akagera National Park with 20 students when we were called back due to the pandemic. And the interesting thing is, in that class, one of the highlights is for the companies for the students to be able to meet with the entrepreneurs that they're working with in country. And they never got that opportunity as we were traveling to Kenya next, where they were going to meet with the Kenya CIC, Climate Innovation Center. However, once we got back in country, we actually just very seamlessly shifted to where the students met up with their companies and did all of their presentations via either Microsoft Teams, Zoom, WebEx, Google Meets, or what have you. So fortunately, through the technology, we were able to make that happen. As far as the technology incubator, we are the business incubator of the University of Texas at Austin. We are, as Glenn mentioned, the oldest continuous running business incubator, having launched in 1989, 31 years ago. And we have a focus around deep tech. And our mission is really empowering entrepreneurs, not just within the university, but within the community as well. The majority, probably 80% of the companies we work with, actually come from the community rather than the university. And most of those that do come from the university come from students starting companies more so than researchers starting companies. Here are just some numbers. I won't go through them, but you can see some of the numbers of the economic impact that we've had of over $3 billion, nearly $2 billion in funds raised and such. So we actually are funded not from the university alone, but through both local, at the city level, at the state level, and at the federal level funds because of the economic impact we do have. As far as our focal areas, we've been a general incubator over the years until I actually was brought in as Glenn mentioned in 2001 to launch the first ever clean energy incubator. We've now focused in two primary areas: healthcare, which was launched in 2008, and sustainability, which is basically the rest of those. Out of clean energy, we've broken water, food and ag tech, mobility, circular economy. So those two areas, healthcare and sustainability, is what we focus on these days. And as far as the level of companies we work with, we're usually working with early stage companies that are beyond proof of concept or at proof of concept, looking to raise their first seed round. They may have already raised founding dollars, but they're looking to raise seed. And we usually work through them until they've raised Series A and they've got first revenue and actually getting commercialized into market. This is a list of some of our current member companies. We typically have about, give or take, 24, so 20, 25 companies in at any one time. And we work closely with the university. Glennie and I, as I mentioned, have worked closely together. I've talked about the class I teach. We also, Blackstone, which is a venture group, has helped sponsor the Blackstone Launchpad, which is an entrepreneurial community on campus, a resource where students can go, and there's workshops, there's classes, there's mentors like myself and others that can help support them as they're looking to launch businesses. Overall, the UT Austin ecosystem is very robust. These organizations alone are just from the university within Austin. And basically what we've seen is all of the colleges, all of the schools have developed their own innovation group. There is a entrepreneurial committee that basically ties all of these together and meets on a monthly basis. We used to meet in person. Now through COVID, we're actually meeting virtually, so it hasn't really slowed us down any from that perspective. And in addition, as I mentioned, to the university, we have most of our focus is within the community itself. And within Austin, here's just a very small part of the Austin ecosystem that we will work with. And you can see several, there's municipal utilities like Austin Energy and the State Energy Conservation Office. There's other incubators and accelerators like Tarmac and Capital Factory. There's organizations for manufacturing to help companies build products, investors, funder base, South by Southwest, which is a big event around driving adoption and such. So it's a very, very strong and robust ecosystem. And one of the things that we've seen is, unfortunately, through COVID, all of the meetups and all of the networks and all of the gatherings have really ceased to exist on a face-to-face basis. But very quickly, we've been able to transition to a virtual basis. And through unique tools, whether it be Zoom like we're using today, or some of the more unique ones that have come out in the last few months, like Hop-In, or I was just on an event yesterday in Remo where it's trying to recreate that in-person networking as close as possible. We're actually trying to continue to drive that because in our ecosystem, it's really about the atoms colliding and the people getting together. So I'm kind of rushing through this to give Glenn time. One thing I want to end on is a new initiative we've just launched called TexGHS, which is the Texas Global Health Security Innovation Consortium. It's really about spearheading health security innovation to address readiness, response, recovery. Our director of healthcare, Lisa McDonald, is actually launching this with her husband, who actually run Pandemitech, which is an organization they founded actually years ago to address pandemics. And with everything that's going around right now, we're seeing a lot of traction. These are just some of the organizations that are involved in supporting TexGHS, which is looking at coming up with not just technology solutions, but also societal solutions to help address resiliency, whether it be around natural disasters, pandemics, or what have you. And so, Glenn, I'm going to turn it back over to you now so that you've got some time to finish out.
Dr. Park, I want to be sensitive to time, and I know that I'm sure that there are attendees who have questions and would like to ask those questions. And so I want to just get a time check from you, and you let me know how you'd like to proceed from here.
Yes, I think 3 minutes for you would be perfect. And since your presentation was about the advice for startups for the global market entry, so maybe you can add some perspective of how they cope with the COVID pandemic challenges. Maybe for 3 minutes, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So I'm hoping that you can see my screen that we've transitioned, yeah? So as entrepreneurs, you've come on a journey, and that journey is taking you from an idea, an innovative concept, through to the creation of jobs and wealth. But on every entrepreneurial journey, and those of us who have been entrepreneurs know this and have the scars to prove it, you'll reach a gap somewhere where all of a sudden things are not as you thought they might be. And you're going to need to be careful, otherwise there we go. Otherwise, you may feel a bit like our friend here, Mr. Y chromosome, who is jumping off of the cliff with a box of plane parts, and as he speeds rapidly to the ground, he's putting together the airplane. This is really entrepreneurship in a nutshell. This is what happens to us. This is the experience that we have. And so we need to be prepared to put that plane together to be able to get some traction and liftoff before the ground comes up to meet us. And I wanted to give just some fatherly advice to those of you who are entrepreneurs that may help you. The importance of mitigating risk cannot be understated. And there are 4 areas that I'll touch on just very briefly. And that's what we call magic, market, management, and money. These 4 areas will require you to be acutely focused on how to address those to make the most of your opportunity in a highly competitive market. You must mitigate that risk. So how do we reduce the magic risk? First of all, you've got to get a product that's good enough. Oftentimes we get caught in analysis paralysis, and we don't want to get it out into the market. We want to make one more change or one more modification. But you're going to have to get it into the market and then let the market give you feedback on whether or not it's good enough. And those of us who have used Apple and Microsoft products know that corporations have built entire fortunes on releasing products that were good enough but needed to be modified. The second is that you're going to have to understand the trends. What's happening in the market? What's happening in the world? One of the key learnings for us in COVID-19 as we did our webinars with entrepreneurs was we got questions about how do we survive? It's so difficult now to get customers, to get funding. What should we do? And we spent a lot of time working with the entrepreneurs to understand what are the trends in the market and how can they as entrepreneurs collaborate together to pivot and make the right decisions to align with those trends and make some money. A quick example, we have a company that does textiles in India, and they've decided to stop making shirts and pants and undergarments and make masks for their countrymen. And that's been a nice revenue stream that's allowing them to get through this pandemic with some revenue in their, and money in their pocket. So trends are important. It's also important to have partners, manufacturing partners, marketing partners, distribution partners, those who can help you in areas where you don't have the expertise. And then finally, find yourself a good attorney. If you have a product that can be protected, you have intellectual property, you want to make sure that you're making the right decisions on intellectual property protection to protect you as you go into the market. So let's talk about the market risks. One way to mitigate problems and challenges in the market is to talk to lots of people. By this we mean customer validation. One of my mentors once told me that there are three keys to successful sales, Glenn. Talk to lots of people, be real nice, and give good service. If you do those three things, customers will come to you. And so you want to talk to lots of people and get validation. Ian talked about that process that we do with all of our entrepreneurs as we work in our programs. In parallel, you want to build your know-how network. Who are the folks that you need to augment your skill set? Marketing companies, social media developers, networking of various types, lawyers, manufacturers, distributors. You want to build that network. The third is to seek advice on a go-to-market strategy. Look to others who have more experience than you in how to attack the market, and then devise a strategy that's well-positioned and has intelligent feedback in inspiring that go-to-market strategy. So look to others to help you.
Hi, Glenn. Yeah, so I understand the market risk is going to be very substantial because of this COVID-19 pandemic, the market is shrinking right now. So it will be very relevant for startups to cope with this kind of challenge. So because of our limited time, let me switch to Q&A round. And so let me invite some questions from our distinguished discussant. And so first discussant, the Mr. Park Jong-hong, who is from ATRI, who has a very in-depth R&D background from the government dimension. Okay.
Okay, thank you for having me here in Korea, here today. And my name is Jong Park, and I'm also in charge of technology commercialization in my company. So I was very interested in your, comment and presentation regarding to the, technology commercialization post COVID-19. Actually, I had, planned to ask a question, but due to the lack of the time, I'd like to make some comment on your presentations. Nowadays, we face a lot of uncertainties. So regarding my job, I also thinking about, program upgrade or new, new strategies for the, post-COVID-19. So I have reviewed your view graphs, and I found, some of your comments regarding to the movement from the offline business to online business, or, virtual format, something like that. But those kind of things are not enough for the future, because we're going to have a lot of changes post-COVID-19. So myself and UT Austin, all members should think about, should consider the new programs and new approach of the technology commercialization regarding to the post-COVID-19 pandemics. Okay, that's all of my comment. Thank you.
Thank you for.
Can I make a comment in response?
Yes, please, Glenn.
So it's the case, and the numbers are proven that over 93% of all new ideas fail. This was prior to COVID-19. It's a very tough statistic for entrepreneurs to swallow, realizing that you've only got a 7% chance of actual success. And I don't think that will change much in COVID-19 times if companies are nimble enough to assess the market, build networks and partnerships, and pivot. Pivoting is critical. And I absolutely agree with the comments that you made that the business model will need to change. Partnerships are even more important. We found in India that there's a saying that a rope of many strands is not easily broken. So we've partnered, and we've done intentional partnering to put like companies together whose future might not be secure alone, but partnering with someone else who can add that additional value has allowed them as an entity to partner together to be successful. And that's something that folks like you and we are going to have to do intentionally, because oftentimes entrepreneurs don't think of it on their own.
Yeah, I understand, because the term of the globalization has been getting more popular in this global market these days. Okay, so our second discussant, the Mr. Yoo Ji-ho from the Korea Science Technology Holdings Company. Again, this is more like public-private partnership institution, but who has more investors' perspective. Yeah, Mr. Ryu.
It is my honor to have a chance to give my question. I have a question to Ian, because you must have much of experience in cooperating with the Korean companies to help them to penetrate U.S. market.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So I'm also working for incubating startup companies and investment. What changes in your program for international cooperation in your department? And what industries will get the most impacted negatively or perhaps positively, if any? I need your advice.
That's a very good question. I think we're seeing a sort of a seismic shift right now in the global economy from an analog and in-person economy to a digital and virtual economy. So regardless of the industry, regardless of the technology, if the startup or the entrepreneur comes without some sort of idea of digitizing, or at least a complementary virtual type technology that they're going to add to their business model, they're going to really struggle moving forward. So in the past, we've seen a lot of industrial equipment come from South Korea, and they were very successful through our programs in achieving first-time installations in manufacturing plants and water treatment plants and such. And really what they're going to have to do is sort of move beyond, or it's not even that they haven't addressed this already. They had addressed it, but they hadn't prioritized it. And this is not just for South Korea. This is across the world, right? So just as you see the reaction in all of the global financial markets, companies that were deprioritized prior to the pandemic because they were totally virtual were just shot ahead 10 years effectively because everybody shifted within a few weeks to an online and virtual setting. So any type of equipment that would require man hours and in-person maintenance and in-person sort of operations without a virtual app or some kind of a digital option to operate that is going to fall behind and eventually going to struggle. And they're going to have to come to market with those peripheral functionalities already developed as part of their core business plan. Not saying, oh yeah, we have that, in mind for the future. No, that has got to be fully developed as they approach international investors and partners and eventually customers.
Thank you for your cooperation to meet this very strict time frame. And we will go back to like a Q&A later if we manage the two other sessions. So let's move to our presenter from Colombia, Mr. Juan Carlos Suarez, Director of Legal Office of Innovation, Intellectual Property, and Tech. He is from Bosco University, Colombia.
Thank you very much. 안녕하세요 is the only word that I know. Thank you very much for this invitation. Really it's a pleasure for me to be part of this international and very important event. I have to say, before to start my lecture, that I have been a couple times in Korea. I love your country. Unfortunately, this time I can't visit because of the COVID, but I hope to visit again Korea next year. Okay, I'm going to share my presentation. Okay, firstly, I would like to talk a little bit about the context of my institution, the organization that I am representing this event. The Bosco University is a private Colombian university. We are located in Bogotá, Colombia, the capital. Recently, we created a hub of innovation in the framework of the most important innovation and entrepreneurship program of the government. Its name is Semprende. We have a strategic connection with the entire innovation ecosystem, both private and public, not only in Colombia. We have a very strong relationships with public and private institutions in Peru, and also in Ecuador, and of course all other countries in the region. In our frequently job, we are monitoring industrial opportunities and needs to connect with local, regional, and international research and development capacities. That is an important context why we're here representing this organization and why we are talking in this important event. And of course, we are working as a regional contact in Colombia of KAIST GCC, and we hope to work a lot in these next months and of course in the 2021. Well, I'm going to talk about these 6 points in my lecture. First, I would like to talk a little bit about the current situation in Colombia, but not in a health perspective. I want to talk about the current situation in Colombia from an industrial perspective. So I prepared these 5 points from the official data of our National Administrative Department of Statistics. So let's talk a little bit about the current situation. The national economy decreased more than 7% in this first semester of the year because of the COVID. The 3 economic activities more affected as a consequence of the pandemic was the commerce, the manufacturing industry, and the construction. Bear in mind that in February of this year, before the pandemic, we are expecting a big year for our industry. Actually, in February, the industrial production reflected an increase of more than 4.5%. So our sectors in the industry were expecting big opportunities this year. However, because of the pandemic, most of our sectors, actually in June 2020, at mid of this year, 30 of our 39 industrial sectors in Colombia reflected an important negative economic impact in comparison to the last year. So the pandemic have affected in a have a real impact in our industrial in a negative perspective. But let's talk about how the things are changing in terms of industry in Colombia. All the actors, including both and public sector, are adapting and adjusting to this new context. The small and medium enterprises, the universities, actually the public institutions are working with the aim to adapt the situation, adapt the business models, adapt the operative matter to the current situation. The digital transformation has been a big challenge, I have to say, because, for example, the education sector, the public sector in general, the health sector were not prepared to apply the digital transformation. So if you see the positive impact of the COVID, we can say that because of the COVID, we are accelerating the digital transformation in Colombia. So this part is very important because I'm going to talk later about the opportunities. And I think this crisis in Colombia, at the same time, is a big opportunity to connect to local entities, but also regional and of course international entities. What else is happening in Colombia in terms of industry? The activities of research and development has been focused to solve technical problems, not only during pandemic, but also we are projecting what is going to happen after the pandemic. So the research and development activities are trying to focus to that kind of problematic. The companies and universities, I have to say that nowadays are trying to work together because they are exploring new opportunities in order to develop or co-develop technological products in this context, not only with partners in Colombia, but also they are very interested to work with regional or international partners. And in addition, I have to say that the priorities of the industrial sectors, of course, have changed according to a new context. Many companies in Colombia now are working to reconduce all the capacities to get opportunities with relation to the new context. With regard to technology and investment changes, I want to share with you that the companies in entrepreneurship, of course, are adapting their business models, mainly to the fourth industrial revolution technologies. The small and medium enterprises are trying to take advantage of these new technologies, but I have to say that the entrepreneurships have an easier way to do it, because our small and medium enterprises still are needing more help, not only from the public sector, but also to the private sector. And they need connections with companies that already know how to apply the fourth industrial revolution technologies. For example, the artificial intelligence, the blockchain, big data, cloud computing, because they are being considered the key elements for this new context. In addition, I can say that the technology trends in Colombia has been changed, of course, because of the pandemic. And currently, we are demanding technology, mainly regarding to devices, digital platforms for education, for entertainment, of course, working connectivity technologies, banking services, the line of the healthcare and the digital information security are some of the more technologies demands that we are reflecting in Colombia. Here we can see some of the most important organizations with regard to startup ecosystem in Colombia. Impulsa and Se Emprende is the program that I mentioned. Impulsa is our unit of the government in charge of the promotion to the entrepreneurship in Colombia, and nowadays have an important and very medular role in Colombia, because they are Impulsa is trying to impulse many startups and entrepreneurships according to the new needs because of the pandemic. If we talk about the innovation ecosystem and the technology transfer, that is one of my specific roles, not only in the university, but also in the ecosystem in Colombia. I can say that the innovation ecosystem nowadays is very active. We have a strong relation between actors from the public and private sector. The public funds for research and development in Colombia, but also in some countries like Peru, Ecuador, has been focused to solve problematics caused by the pandemic. The technological trends expected for Colombia by the next year, I can say that cover the digital platform for teleworking, the virtual events, some platforms for academia, for education, banking services, the health services platforms, artificial intelligence development, of course, Internet of Things, and others like data security, computer simulation. I want to share with you this message because in Colombia the ecosystem of innovation is very active, but we are needing good relationships with actors, not only local, regional, but also international, like I said before. This is, for example, one of the first public announcements that our Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation made in March, when the pandemic just started in Colombia. And the Minister of Science, Technology in Colombia destined almost $7 million to fund projects to develop technologies to solve problematics caused by the COVID-19. This is only one example, but for example, if you check nowadays the public announcements that we are dealing with, you can find different kinds of opportunities that if you explore, you can take advantage with a partnership with our local companies, with our local universities. But I think if we consider that this is a good opportunity to take advantage of the funds, but also to develop real products to manage problematics caused by the COVID, I can say that this is a good opportunity to make good relationships also. If we talk about the forecasting business opportunities, I want to say firstly that we have important information about Colombia, like investing destiny, because in the last 5 years, Colombia has been the first major receptor of our investment in the region after Brazil and Mexico. Colombia is the fourth economy in the region with more facilities to make business. With regard to protection to the investor, Colombia has the first place in the region, according to the Doing Business Guide of the World Bank. And I can say that the agriculture and the technology sector are considered as an important source of economic opportunities after the pandemic. So this is an initial message that I want to share with you, that the agriculture sector, but also the technology sector, are considered some of the most important sectors to make business in Colombia.
You have 2 minutes, Juan.
Okay, thank you. Just 2 slides more. What is happening with the business in Colombia during the pandemic? I want to share with you that the business keeps going in Colombia. Colombia keeps being an interesting destination for reinvestment, because from January to April of this year, during the pandemic, we received important investment to give support to 45 new projects, mainly to technology and technology transfer and development. According to the Central Bank of Colombia, between January to April of this year, we received $3,500 million more in comparison to the last year. That reflects the dynamic, a very important dynamic of reinvestment in Colombia. And I have to say that the agricultural sector, manufacturers, and services are the industrial sectors with more investment during this first semester. And finally, I want to say that as conclusion of my presentation, I can say that we can consider that there are a lot of important opportunities in Colombia to make business, to get technology from Korea, but of course from other countries. We have an important dynamic of technology demand from the public and private sector. The main sector of technology demand are health, education, agriculture, healthcare, banking services. The innovation ecosystem is very active in Colombia. We have organizations that promote these kind of projects, innovation and entrepreneurship, but also we have universities prepared to make relationship and partnership with international institutions. And finally, The research and development offer and demand is ready to make partnership, both from public and private sector. So I think the COVID has generated a crisis in general, but at the same time has generated an important opportunity, and I can say it's accelerating the network to take advantage of this opportunity by means of the International Relations Corporation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation in time. And because of the limited time, let me just invite the question from Dr. Park Jong-hong about your presentation then.
Okay.
Dr. Park?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And I completely agree your comment on the business opportunity in the future. We need more technologies and more technology commercializations to overcome the economic crisis caused by COVID-19. But unfortunately, I guess there are going to be some downsizing of the funding or investment in the future due to the negative economic growth in the world. So we need some trade-off or optimization between two factors. Increasing business opportunity, but downsizing of the investment due to the economic crisis. So I want to hear from you about your ideas or comment on that two paradox.
I want to say something. I completely agree with you, and actually I want to share an experience, not only in Colombia, but also information that I have from other countries like Peru. And it's that before the pandemic, many institutions, universities, for example, private research institutions, were trying to work together, but sometimes the relationships were not too easy because they are trying to solve many kind of problems, different kind of problems. Sometimes they were working in the same technology, but with different ways, with the different forces. After the pandemic or during the pandemic, many universities, at least in Colombia, had to organize, have to take advantage of the funds, to take more advantage of the capacities, the time, and now they are working together. So they have to explore the opportunities to develop real products, not only ideal products. They are working in products that now they have more opportunities to be commercialized because they start from real problems. Before, many universities were trying to develop products that maybe other people in other countries have developed already. So I think this is a good opportunity to work together, and of course the invitation to receive support from Korea and other countries, and to work in middle of this crisis.
Thank you for your answer. So finally, let's move on to our last presentation. Mr. Diego Serabrisky. He's the co-founder and managing partner for Dallas Capital from Mexico. He's going to talk about opportunities in Latin America. Again, the more perspective from investors. Diego, could you please start?
Good morning, and thanks for the invitation from being at this conference. Let me share my screen. I suppose probably you're seeing now. As you mentioned, the topic I want to share is what are the opportunities that we see in the post-COVID time in Latin America, let me start very briefly with who we are. We are a venture capital fund based in Mexico, but investing in the whole region of Latin America, where we look to invest in high growth companies, in startups that are differentiated through technology. We manage $150 million in 2 different funds. And we invest in what is called typically the stages of Series A and Series B, with tickets that go from $1 to $10 million. We look to invest in 4 investment themes, which are digital consumers, business productivity, solutions for businesses from SMBs to enterprise level, inclusion, which is solutions in finance, education, health, and work opportunities. And finally, in what we call climate innovation, which are startups using technology to reduce emissions or to adapt to the climate change. Now, Latin America, it's a huge market opportunity for Korean entrepreneurs and Korean startups. The total size of the economy in the region is around $6 trillion. That is probably around 3 times the size of the Korean economy. That economy represents around 600 million in population, of which 70% are connected to the internet. Mostly they are connected through mobile phones, smartphones, as in most areas of the world. And to give you a sense, 57% of the population is on Facebook. In fact, Latin America is one of the regions that has higher adoption of some of the social media compared to other places. Now, COVID has hit the region very bad. Why? Because Latin America, and we call it LAC, like Latin America and Caribbean, is one of the most unequal regions in the world. And the pandemic has been very bad, especially for the people in cities. And the pandemic has generated a complex scenario in terms of the economics, the social, and the political situation in some of the countries. To give you a sense, and that was mentioned at the beginning of this session, Brazil is the number 2 country in terms of COVID cases. And Mexico, Chile, Colombia, and Peru are all in the top 10. So is the region, as I say, is where you see most of the cases. And then if you add the US, for sure the Americas is having the first prize in COVID, which probably I'm not sure that it's so good, but for sure it will generate opportunities for many of you if you want to look at this region. Besides the health impact of the crisis, this is going to have an economic impact in the region. And you can see on the chart on the left that it's expected that Latin America is one of the worst hit regions in terms of the economic impact. And even when we see country by country, most of them are expecting to have between a 7 to 10, or in some cases 12% decrease or negative growth this year because of COVID. To put this in context, if we look at how the GDP has moved over the years, and we have here from 1900, this will be the worst crisis that the region has seen in terms of economic decrease. Now, I think for what probably can be the most interesting for many of you that are attending is what is happening and where the opportunities are being created. As some of the previous speakers have mentioned, many of the countries have to implement strict lockdowns where people have to stay at home and work from home, and that is still continues. And you can see that most of us are calling from our houses into this, not from our offices. And that is having a very clear change in consumer behavior during these months, and with a strong expectation that will continue over time. The combination of people staying at home and the economic impact with unemployment that has increased and the decrease in the economy are making consumers looking for value and more concern on the economic benefit of whatever product they are buying rather than on the more kind of brand side. The second thing is there is an acceleration in the digitalization. Most people will say that we have jumped ahead probably between 3 to 6 years in the adoption of technology. And that is happening at the level of e-commerce, it's happening at the level of other digital offerings, it's happening at the level of entertainment, it's happening at the level of education, to give you some examples. So this, for sure, is creating significant opportunities for all those entrepreneurs that are developing new solutions, new offerings, new products that for this new digital consumer. Latin America traditionally has been slower in adopting technology compared to other regions, especially to Asia. This period of forced quarantine is making people more comfortable, adopting quickly, and also is making them get to know what it means to acquire digital products. Other trend is clearly home consumption has increased, logically, and I'll show you some statistics on how e-commerce is increasing. And also what we have seen is, most workers that can work from home, and that is more of the kind of office work, is still being doing from home. And that has a significant impact for businesses that have to adapt to this work from home trend very quickly in a matter of 1 to 2 weeks, in most cases during March. And it will continue, and it will have an impact on the office real estate going forward, how companies decide to organize their workforce, and we think that it's a behavior change that is here to stay for a significant portion of the population. Then other behaviors that we're starting to see that we think are relevant. The consumers are going to be more sensitive to health and security. I think, and this is probably happening not only in Latin America, but all over the world. Like COVID is making people more conscious about the importance of health, and also will have impacts on how that health and well-being is being delivered to those consumers. We think that there will be a change in preference and going more to value as opposed to other factors. And finally, we think that the relevance of social responsibility and fact of what we call the ESGs is going to increase after this crisis, when I think a lot of businesses and consumers understood that they need to be more conscious and
Diego,
more aware and more responsible about their environment.
Diego, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, no problem.
Thank you.
Very quickly, to give you a sense of what we have been living, Latin America had probably one of the lowest penetration of e-commerce before this pandemic. As a region, in a few months, the volume of e-commerce multiplied by 2.3 times. And in some countries, it went to 5 times or 9 times. What are the sectors where we think there are opportunities for Korean entrepreneurs? A lot of verticals of deep tech, from healthcare, microelectronics, semiconductors, manufacturing, chemicals. We see there are opportunities to bring those products to the Latin American businesses. And we think there are opportunities going both ways in gaming, entertainment, fintech, blockchain, and some other vertical. Now, why in part, why I'm presenting here? Because we have been working together with our Korean partners, a group called LNS VC, which is a venture capital fund based in Korea, similar to us. And we together are building a cross-border fund, Korea and Latin America. This is being sponsored by Born to Global from Korea and the Inter-American Development Bank in Latin America. The idea of this fund will be a venture capital fund that will invest in Korean startups looking for business opportunities and to expand to Latin America, and also the other way around. The idea of this fund is to invest in startups in typically Series A, and the idea will be to do initial investments around $1.5 million, together with bringing other co-investors for larger rounds. Our objective is not only to provide capital for these startups, but also help them in the soft landing into Latin America. And the plan is that probably we should start investing in the second quarter of, say 2020, should say 2021 of next year. So to finalize, if you are a Korean startup and you are interested in doing business in Latin America, don't wait until the second quarter of next year. Start contacting us now. You can contact me at Dallas, and you have there on the screen the email to reach me also. Or you can contact Mr. Hansol Shin from LNS VC in Korea, and also you have the email to write to him. If you want to know more about the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Latin America, I invite you to see my blog, and you can see the address there. And please contact us if you have if you are interested in this market and bringing your startup here, and we should start talking soon, and hopefully we can help you do that soon.
Yeah, thank you for your cooperation. We will definitely reach you out. Okay, so we will have the questions from Dr. Yoo Ji-ho from the Korea Science Technology Holdings. Dr. Ryu?
Thank you for your presentation, and really appreciated on the analysis of industries in the future after COVID-19. I also agree with e-commerce and healthcare will be become more important. And I also pleased to know you are cooperating with the LNS Venture Capital. I know them very well, and we had co-invested same companies, and they are really good. Will be good partner for you. In the view of the growth stage of companies, actually most of companies are suffered by COVID-19, but like a startup and small and medium-sized company and matured big company, as an investor, one option is to invest startup companies and make a market more competitive. Or the other option is to invest more huge amount of investment to small and medium-sized companies to get more competitiveness, because most of all companies are suffered. So it is also a good chance for them to get more market or hire more employees. So I want to get your advice on the strategy of investment.
Yes, sure. No, I agree with you. Our strategy, as I say, one of the investment themes that in which we invest is business productivity, and there we look to identify startups with software or SaaS solutions, software as a service solutions, for companies from small companies, SMBs, to enterprise level, and with the idea that these solutions will help their customers become more productive. I think it's a trend that in Latin America we are behind other regions. Companies have been less or slower to adopt technology, but the trend was there, and it's being accelerated by COVID. So we think a lot of opportunities for software solutions that will make companies more productive. I think for me, one of the big consequences of this crisis is that we are going to become more digital as consumers and as business.
Well, with the comment from Diego, we are finishing up this very challenging session, because we are supposed to open up our Q&A session to the floor, but because of the time constraint, we cannot go for that one. We will obviously do that for our second session this morning. But also, it was my pleasure to moderate with you, and it's been probably very challenging for you. This is kind of like a dinner time. So after this session, you can go back to your dinner. And it was my pleasure to work with you, and hopefully we can extend this dialogue both online and offline after COVID-19. And so let's have a round of applause for our speakers who are joining us from the America region. Thank you. And also, I'd like to thank for those who are joining us online here in Korea and also other regions as well. Thank you for attending this session, and we will continue with our second session from the perspective of the startup ecosystem, but that session will be communicated in Korean because we are going to have more Korean speakers, but we will definitely offer the English translation as well. Thank you.
Dear all, you will agree with me that the challenges that the COVID-19 poses is a global one, as beyond borders, and as such, it's very important for us to share. There's no better time for us to look beyond borders and share our experiences. So as such, once again, I'd like to thank Mr. Ian Hooks, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Amato, Mr. Carlos Suarez, and Mr. Cerebrisky for sharing your experience. And at this point, I think it's important to note and thank our participants online who are joining us from around the world. And Annyeonghaseyo, I hope you're doing well, I hope you're fine. Thank you for joining us. At this point, we are going to proceed on a 10 minutes break, and please stay tuned, guys, online. So we'll be back here by 10:40. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. Pleasure working with you guys. I assume we're done?
Thank you. Nice to meet you guys.
Good luck.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Take care.
You guys have a good evening.
Yes.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Bye.
See everyone.
안녕하세요. 지구상에서 가장 많은 생명을 구할 꿈을 꾸고 있는 더 웨이브톡 대표이사 김영덕입니다. 저희 회사는 누구나 언제나 어디서나 먹는 물의 수질, 법적 기준을 측정할 수 있는 가정용 센서를 개발하고 있습니다. 우리가 먹는 수돗물, 정수기에서 나오는 정수된 물, 그리고 병물, 그렇게 먹는 물에는 당연히 엄격한 법적 기준이 있습니다. 그 엄격한 검사에도 불구하고 우리나라에서는 그리고 세계적으로는 매년 수돗물과 관련한 오염 사태가 일어나고 있습니다. 이를 근본적으로 막기 위해서는 각 가정의 말단에 수질의 법적 기준을 측정할 수 있는 작은 센서가 필요합니다. 더 웨이브톡은 카이스트와 공동으로 카이스트 기술을 받아서 이런 센서를 세계에서 최초로 개발했다고 생각하고 있고요. 올 여름에 국내를 시작으로 해서 전 세계에 런칭할 계획입니다. 저희는 새로운 레이저 센서 기술을 이용해서 여기서 나오는 작은 산란된 빛을 증폭시키는 레이저 시스템을 개발했습니다. 저희가 개발한 가정용 수질 측정기 센스 컵은 유리잔에 물을 담아서 저희 기기 위에 올려놓으면 10초 내에 빛이 통과되면서 투과되는 이물질에 따른 산란 양을 측정합니다. 그 결과치가 스마트폰으로 보이게 되고요. 그렇게 해서 정수기, 수돗물, 병물 등 다양한 물들의 수질을 측정하고 관리할 수 있습니다. 궁극적으로는 한 나라의 수도망의 수질 관리를 위한 IoT 센서로 발전시키는 것이 저희의 궁극의 꿈입니다. 안녕하세요. 지구상에서 가장 많은 생명을 구할 꿈을 꾸고 있는 더 웨이브톡 대표이사 김영덕입니다. 저희 회사는 누구나 언제나 어디서나 먹는 물의 수질, 법적 기준을 측정할 수 있는 가정용 센서를 개발하고 있습니다. 우리가 먹는 수돗물, 정수기에서 나오는 정수된 물, 그리고 병물, 그렇게 먹는 물에는 당연히 엄격한 법적 기준이 있습니다. 그 엄격한 검사에도 불구하고 우리나라에서는 그리고 세계적으로는 매년 수돗물과 관련한 오염 사태가 일어나고 있습니다. 이를 근본적으로 막기 위해서는 각 가정의 말단에 수질의 법적 기준을 측정할 수 있는 작은 센서가 필요합니다. 더 웨이브톡은 카이스트와 공동으로 카이스트 기술을 받아서 이런 센서를 세계에서 최초로 개발했다고 생각하고 있고요. 올 여름에 국내를 시작으로 해서 전 세계에 런칭할 계획입니다. 저희는 새로운 레이저 센서 기술을 이용해서 여기서 나오는 작은 산란된 빛을 증폭시키는 레이저 시스템을 개발했습니다. 저희가 개발한 가정용 수질 측정기 센스 컵은 유리잔에 물을 담아서 저희 기기 위에 올려놓으면 10초 내에 빛이 통과되면서 투과되는 이물질에 따른 산란 양을 측정합니다. 그 결과치가 스마트폰으로 보이게 되고요. 그렇게 해서 정수기, 수돗물, 병물 등 다양한 물들의 수질을 측정하고 관리할 수 있습니다. 궁극적으로는 한 나라의 수도망의 수질 관리를 위한 IoT 센서로 발전시키는 것이 저희의 궁극의 꿈입니다.
Everyone, welcome back from the break. In the first part of this session, we discussed the impact of the COVID-19 on startups, investment, and industrial environments with particular emphasis on the Americas. In this part of the session, European and Korean experts shall be sharing their experience and expertise. Dr. Park shall once more guide us through this session, and she will be joined by Dr. Park from ETRI and Mr. Ryu from the Korean Science and Tech Holdings. Please join me in welcoming them with a round of applause. Dr. Park, please.
Yes. 안녕하세요. 네, 오늘 오전에 두 번째 세션은 한국어로 이제 진행을 할 건데요. 이번 세션은 우리나라에서 액셀러레이터 투자 환경의 변화, 그리고 또 유럽에서는 어떤 변화가 있는지를 중심으로 알아볼 예정입니다. 첫 번째 세션과 비슷하게 두 번째 세션에서도 세 나라가 참여를 할 예정인데요. 한국에서의 투자 환경을 말씀해 주실 연사들과, 그리고 룩셈부르크에서는 어떤 투자 환경이신지, 어떤 지금 코비드 19에 대한 대응이 이루어지고 있는지, 그리고 마지막으로 온라인에서 지금 참여를 해주시는 핀란드 전문가께서 핀란드 상황에 대해서 공유를 해주실 겁니다. 그래서 아까와 비슷하게 한국의 상황이 공유가 되면 한국의 상황의 공유 후에 여기 계신 토론자들께서 질문을 해주실 거고요. 그리고 나서 룩셈부르크 발표가 이어질 거고, 또 토론, 그리고 마지막으로 핀란드 쪽에서 발표를 하고 토론을 하는 식으로 하겠습니다. 이번에는 좀 아까보다는 스피커가 한 명 줄어들어서요. 다행히 플로어 쪽으로 저희가 Q&A를 할 수 있는 그런 기회가 있을 것 같습니다. 그러면 첫 번째 연사이신 미래과학기술지주의 김판건 대표님을 모시겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 네, 보이진 않지만 많은 분들이 있을 걸로 생각을 하고 시작을 하겠습니다. 15분 정도 말씀을 드리고 5분 정도 Q&A 하는 시간을 가지겠습니다. 제가 오늘 말씀드릴 내용은 이게 코비드 19 때문에 전 세계적으로 지금 팬데믹이 왔잖아요. 이런 팬데믹 상황 속에서 전 세계적인 벤처 펀딩은 어떻게 진행이 되어 왔고, 팬데믹이 벤처 펀딩에 어떤 임팩트를 줘왔는지 좀 말씀드려 보려고 합니다. 좀 세계적인 거 먼저 살펴보고요. 두 번째, 한국의 상황들을 좀 살펴보겠습니다. 저는 미래과학기술지주 대표고, 미래홀딩닷컴에 들어오시면 미래과학기술지주의 투자 상황들을 지켜볼 수 있을 겁니다. 농사를 짓는 거나 스타트업을 키우는 거나 굉장히 유사하다고 생각하고 있습니다. 먼저 항상 들어가기 전에 제가 이런 발표를 하는 주 요인은 미래과학기술지주 광고를 하기 위해서인데요. 한 1, 2분 정도 광고하고 지나가겠습니다. 미래과학기술지주는 한국에 4대 과기원이 있는데 카이스트, 유니스트, 지스트, 디지스트라는 학교가 설립해서 만든 홀딩 컴퍼니입니다. 과기정통부 산하 기관이고요. 저희는 학교에 있는 기술을 바탕으로 교수님과 학생들, 기술 기반의 외부의 스타트업의 창업을 지원하고 직접 투자를 하고 있습니다. 현재 저희의 주로 투자하는 포인트는 한 대충 마이크로 VC라고 생각하시면 될 것 같아요. 인큐베이터기도 하고 엑셀레이터기도 하고 마이크로 VC의 역할을 하고 있습니다. 현재 포트폴리오는 한 60개 정도 투자를 했고요. 인셉션 단계부터 저희가 투자를 해나가고 있습니다. 투자 단계는 시드, 그 다음에 시리즈 A까지, 시드부터 시작을 해서 시리즈 A까지 주로 투자를 하고 있습니다. 저희는 항상 열정을 가지고 있고 스타트업 한번 해보겠다는 엔터프리너를
is looking for passionate startups. We are, looking at finding good entrepreneurs so that we can make good investment. Once we make an investment, we provide support in 3 areas. So we help them to find business partners. Also, we give financial support, and also we review the exit policies for the companies. So we are a micro VC. So briefly, I talked about the company that I work for, and then I'd like to move on to the global venture funding situation. And secondly, Korea funding situations will be talked about. So up until the second quarter of 2020, as you see here, there were many concerns about the pandemic. So in the first quarter, and the Q1 and Q2 were the period where people raised serious concerns about the pandemic. But in fact, the investment did not reduce that much. So this is, please look at the part highlighted in the reddish color. So compared to the first half of the last year, the first half this year didn't see a much decrease in the investment. So there are different stages of funding, like angel seed stage and early stage and late stage, and the last stage is the technology growth. This is something called PF. So Q1 and Q2, first quarter and the second quarter of the 2020, so mostly didn't see a decrease in investment amount, but most of the reductions happened in early stage funding. So I'd like to make a little bit of breakdown. So the global seed and then angel investment, and these are the parts where we see a bigger increase than the other areas. So the second quarter of 2020, when you look at the numbers and figures, and the numbers and figures were halved compared to the second quarter of last year. So it used to be like $3.7 billion US dollars, but in the second quarter of this year, it became $2.3 billion US dollars. As you know, most of the companies, they look for more profit and more money, and the investment in companies did not rebound immediately. And recently, SoftBank situation, or its CEO, the Son Jung-hee's option investment, and the other scandals led to a decrease in stock prices. However, the stock market was not as much contracted as concerned. And as I mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, especially the investment is getting halved in the angel stage funding. But when it comes to the late stage investment, the investment amount did not decrease that much. So unicorn companies like Uber, and they need definitely more money. And in case of Uber, they saw a lot of loss. But instead, they are shifting their directions to Uber Eats. And among unicorn companies, and 80 companies received the investment, which is more than $500 million US dollars. And Tokopedia of Indonesia, for example, they did receive a lot of investment. Chingju and Daejeon of China, they are the companies of offering car sharing services. So they are the examples of companies that received much funding. So in this promising area, they definitely did not lose investment opportunities. But in terms of the technological investment, technological growth, actually there were more investment made than expected. Actually, we have just 2 minutes left. And could you please wrap up your presentation within 3 minutes? I heard that 15 minutes will be given to me. I didn't expect that the time would be so short, so I would do my best to be on time. Global acquisition has lessened a lot, and the founders and the VCs So we made a survey about those the founders and the VCs, and actually the venture capitalists and how they are concerned about the COVID-19. So this is the data that you can refer to. And still, in the United States, funding is maintained at a strong level. Then, let's take a look at the impact by the pandemic. For technical startups, many layoffs took place, and they are facing many difficulties because of the pandemic. And for the venture capitalists, the COVID-19 gave them a reset opportunity. However, that reset opportunity is not that dramatic. And the early stage valuations dropped by 20 and 30%. The long term, 40% reduction is expected. So this is about fundraising in Korea in 2019. In 2019, we saw a continuous increase in funding, and this is about investment by venture capitalists. From 2015 up until 2019, through the assistance program of the government, we saw a big increase in investment by venture capitalist fund. And most of the investments were made to the early stage thanks to the policy of the government. And these are the investment categories. So let's take a look at by sector. Look at it by sector. So materials, equipment, and parts is the promising area, which is seeing an increase in investment, and also in biotech as well. So diagnostics kits are popular, so that's why there is an increasing investment in bio. And it seems that the Korean companies are enhancing their competitive advantages in the global market. And this is about exit. Most of the companies in Korea, they do exit by IPO. And what is particular is that the exit policy by M&A is much less in Korea. But the U.S. is opposite. Actually, the M&A accounts for much portion in the United States. And in the second half of this year, we noticed that there is a little bit of reduction in fundraising. And when we take a look at the numbers of fundraising, or cases of fundraising compared against the 2019, there is a reduction. This indicates that investment is being made continuously. However, the combined fundraising, the number of cases, such cases, is on decrease. So bioindustry and chemicals and the materials are seeing an increase. Actually, there is a mistake in marking the industries. I think that the square box needs to be one line a bit higher. So I did my best to, be online. I skipped a major part of the presentations, but if you have any questions, please let me know that. Thank you for being on time. So we'd like to move on to the second speaker. I'd like to invite speaker Hyun Lee from Spark Lab. So the speaker will be talking about the changes in the investment environment. There is no speaker from Spark Lab?
Hello. Do you hear me? Yes, I can hear you very well. So I know that the file is not being shared right now. Well, would you please show your presentation? Because Spark Lab material should be on the slide. Well, I know that the President Kim Pan-gun mentioned about the venture capital in the COVID-19 crisis. So I hope that you could actually add more information regarding the VC. So please start. Well, so is the slide ready? Yes, yes. Yes, thank you very much. It is a pleasure to meet you. Well, you know that the topic of this session is about the changes in the investment environment, especially in the COVID-19 crisis. So I'd like to focus more on the Korean situation and specifically the impact on the initial stage of this COVID-19. Well, first of all, this slide shows the snapshot of South Korea. These are the bullet points that people need to pay attention to. This is very much familiar information to most of you because we really have the highest smartphone penetration in the world, and we also have the launch of the commercial 5G service. Again, it's the first time in the world. Well, some people think that Korea is relatively has a very small landmass. However, we have a top ranking, and we are number 5 in terms of the e-commerce market. We're also number 7 in terms of the personal luxury good market. And this gives a very bright light to some of the market. We are still now under the COVID-19 crisis, and then the activities and the programs that Korea is providing draw a keen attention from the people around the world. Well, of course, at first we had a very high incidence rate, but we could very swiftly and effectively responded to this incident. Well, that is partly because of the well-established and very robust IT infrastructure that we have accumulated so far. And even the ISO selected the Korea's COVID-19 response model as the international standard for infectious diseases. And in terms of the test kit, we are number 2. Especially in the export perspective. So, of course, we did our best to better respond to the situation, but of course, this also gave some impact to the investment market. In the first half, we have about a 19% reduction in the investment. So, of course, if you take a look at in detail by each segment, like a first quarter and second quarter, we had a slight increase in the first quarter. However, we see the realization of the COVID-19 impact, so we see a small increase in the second half. I would say that the first half investment was here, and I believe that the implication is actually, the consequences will be reflected more in the second half, because we actually avoided the person-to-person or in-person on the context, and it was extremely difficult to identify the further cases. So this demonstrates the negative impact of the COVID-19. This shows the number of the new investments, as you can see from this bar graph. Of course, the total sum of the investment went down slightly. I would say that it's about minus 4.7%. But however, in terms of the number of the companies which got the investment, got also witnessed the decrease in about the 7.8%. So I think this is a very sad news, because we also see the less number of the companies which got the investment, and at the same time we also got the less number of the new investment. So I know that overall we saw the decrease. I know that this was also highlighted in the previous presentation. I'd like to talk a little bit about the startup, especially the impact that they got from the COVID-19, and the data sales in the first quarter went down, and they also had the project delay and also setback in launching. So overall, I think the capital by the small and medium-sized companies or the startup is really shrinking. So this actually gave some negative impact to the runway of the startup companies. So we tried to make some effort. I'd like to talk about the activities by, or the support activities by the Korea's Ministry of Small and Medium-Sized, the SME and the startups. So they tried to help out these startups. 3 more minutes, please. Go ahead. So I like to introduce the kind of response that we do from our perspective. First of all, startup, our company, the Start Labs, is a leader in Asia tech ecosystem, and this was founded in 2012. So these are the co-founders, and well, you mentioned that we normally make a very active investment in initial stage. So we sometimes, use IPO as well as the M&A for the exit. What would be the role of the accelerator? Well, first of all, we have angel investors as well as venture capitalists. So we need to accelerate their investments so that we can actually see the fast-moving activities. And again, we are under a very, very uncertain situation because of the COVID-19, where, of course, we need to maintain our program. As you can see from the photo on the right-hand side, well, we had to install the glass wall even when we have a workshop or the training. So this actually limits our activities to a great extent. Well, this year, we also provide a lot of contents on YouTube as well as on other online channels. We also have some concern, and we also need to expose the startups that we have supported to the public, but we cannot do that under this situation. Last year, we had a very, very big conference. It was called a Demo Day, which gathered more than 4,900 people. But this year, we had to organize it online. I would believe that this would give some impact, definitely, and the tangible number will be felt next year. But we are very much active in 2018. And we believe that the Demo Day can serve as a big momentum where the investors show keen interest to these the startup companies. So before, it took about the average of the 3.7 months, but now it takes a longer time. It is about the 7.8 months. So this means that the startup companies need to tolerate more to get the investment. Well, this is the Global Accelerator Network. The acronym is GAN or GEN. So we need to build the trust. where we also provide the consultation and the recommendation, and I'd like to share with them. I share them with you. Well, first of all, you need to have very good communication. At the same time, you also need to build the trust or the credibility that is really critical to the startup companies. I'm very sorry to tell you, but we should please conclude it because we're going to have about 10-minute panel discussion session. We had the previous presentation by Lee Pan-gun and Lee Hee-yoon. Previous presenter, the Kim Pan-gun. So I think we also have a chance to talk more about your presentation. So we have two panelists here, Yoo Ji-ho and the Park Jung-hoon. So would you please continue your talk through this panel discussion so that we can have a more productive contents available to the participants. This time, I'd like to invite Yoo Ji-ho for any comments or questions.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to ask questions to Mr. Kim Pan-gun, the first presenter. So in your presentation, you mentioned about early stage. Investment in early stage has sharply decreased, you mentioned, and investors are worried about the COVID-19 situation. In this situation, in fact, your company is making an investment in early stage startups. So probably under these situations, those companies have less chances of survival. So what kind of countermeasures do you take against this situation? So yeah, that is the questions which makes me think a lot about what to do. But I have a little different opinion, and I think that I personally believe that early stage startups needs to fail soon in early stage. So that is my idea, because there is a big government project to grow the numbers of startups. That there is a massive fund by the government, and there are some projects that I didn't know of. So in this process, the so-called zombie startups are created. The incompetitive startups, they need to fail in the early stages. In case of the United States, if I'm not able to pay my employees, I just go into Chapter 11. But that's not the case in Korea, and even without paying, sometimes because of the situations, without paying wages for employees, the startups in Korea, they say just let's wait 1 more month or two more months. So that is the situation of Korea. I would like to ask the same questions to two presenters here. And from this morning, we are talking about the post-COVID-19 situation. But when I just think about the topic that we're dealing with today, there were talkings that there would be many business opportunities, but sometimes I would say no, sometimes I would say yes. Many business opportunities there could be, but from the perspective of investment, what is clear is that the scale or the amount of investment is on the decrease. And I could see that in the graphs and statistics presented by presenters during this session and also in the previous session. And the economy is getting sluggish and resulting in less funding. And in line with the new context, I believe that investors as well, they need to adjust their business models, and that kind of adaptation preparation needs to happen. So regarding that, I wonder, for example, if Mr. Kim, your company is also preparing for such a change. So you mostly are investing in early-stage startups, but will you just stick to the previous policy, or will you take the different policy, for example, narrowing down possible startups and give investment in a concentrated number of startups? What is your future direction? Yeah, maybe we can get answer from the second presenter, Ms. Hyun Lee.
Well, thank you very much for the comment and the question. I know that we have a previous presentation, and I partly echo what was said in the previous presentation. But sometimes we talk with investors, and then we also see the application of the law of the jungle even in this investment setting. So sometimes if you have some fund, then instead of using that or infusing that fund into the new project, we'd rather give a chance of using that fund into the existing the project, which had a higher potential. So sometimes you need to determine where the fund should be utilized. So this is the pattern that we notice these days. Well, I know in case of the Emmanuel trip, they had a very successful case of securing very huge investment. And on our part, especially in the initial stage, we want to make a diverse investment into several companies, but at the same time, we can have a follow-up investment to those companies who have a more potential for success in the market. And again, we also cannot overlook the emerging the need of the untapped technology because of the this COVID-19 crisis, because there'll be more demand on this uncontacted business or the solutions. So I think our investment also will be moving toward that area. And I'd like to touch a little bit upon the consumer market. There might be some industry or the markets where they have some benefit. But overall, I would say that the most of the consumers really are in a dire need. So maybe they are less willing or they are more reluctant in paying attention to the new investment. So again, in terms of the investment, I believe that we need to be more cautious.
Yes, in a word, the market is going toward the kind of situations where the rich gets richer and the poor gets poorer. And initial investment is made on certain startups. For example, seed investment is made to 10 startups, and out of 10, 3 or 4 good performing startups are selected. So the next round of investment is going to those 3 and 4 companies out of 10. So that's the way we are working on. And for good startups, investment is going a lot. And for non-performing startups, they are getting less and they're getting no investment. And that's the way that we will see in the future more. Thank you. And the 2 presenters talked about the Korean environment. So SparkUp and Mirae Holding companies. How do you see the investment in overseas markets under this COVID-19 pandemic situation? And could you tell us about investment in overseas market?
Yes. This year we also had some offers of, in the investment this year, but in terms of the number, I think it still remained the same, but we had some difficulties in terms of the communication because we also have legal issues. And especially, let me give one example of the company in Vietnam. Well, they have a public companies, and then they have a shift, and because their working hours also got reduced. And we already completed the due diligence, and we prepared everything. However, unfortunately, the document process as well as the registration, the series of the work had been delayed because of the shortening of the working hour in the Vietnam. Well, we actually had the chance to meet each other last year, especially the companies that we decided to make investment. But now we have to convert our contact into the uncount or the virtual. So sometimes you feel very much hesitant, especially when you make an investment and you really want to see the person in physically or in person. But because basically, people are very much conservative, especially when you make investment into the foreign market. So we rather boost or encourage the follow-up investment at this stage.
And we have invested in some American companies. There were some companies in the seed stage. And however, they are reaching the situations where the pre-seed stage companies are not able to get a lot of the Series A investment. So there are many lockdowns in America, so the civil servants are not able to work. And for example, in Boston, and related administrative work is not proceeded. So overall, investing in America is a bit more tougher than investing in Korea under the current situation. So many companies actually they are investing mainly for the existing unicorn companies. So investing in overseas market at the moment is tougher than before. So that could be interpreted, I guess, that so the companies in Korea probably they have less opportunities to receive investment from overseas investors, I guess. So maybe if we have time, it will be great to have a discussion on this topic later. So I'd like to move on to the next speaker. This is the opportunity to hear about the venture capital status of Luxembourg. Let me invite the next speaker, Ms. Uni Kim. Hello, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Uni Kim from the Luxembourg. And this is such a great opportunity for me to introduce Luxembourg. And I always, start my presentations by asking questions. However, there are not that many audiences here, so let me go into the presentation right away. And I'd like to first touch upon Luxembourg first. And you may be curious about Luxembourg, so let me make a brief introduction of Luxembourg. So by the time that I finish my presentation, I hope that you can remember 5 elements, 5 points regarding Luxembourg. First, Luxembourg is the center of Europe. Should I operate this pointer? Sorry. It doesn't work. The Luxembourg is at the center of Europe. So if I make an analogy between a human body to countries, I would say that Luxembourg is the heart of Europe. So the Luxembourg is in between France, Belgium, and Germany. And just by plane, by train, it takes just 1 to 2 hours to other major cities in Europe. So geographically, we are at a strategic positions. Second point is that Luxembourg does not discriminate against foreigners. Luxembourg population is 620,000, and about half of the population are foreigners. So there are many foreigners working and living in Luxembourg, and when it comes to labor force, between 70 and 75% labor force are foreigners. Why? As I mentioned before, we are in between France, Belgium, and Germany, so there are many commuters from other countries. So without foreign workers, we cannot talk about the economy of Luxembourg. That's why there are same treatments toward foreigners in terms of welfare benefits and business opportunities. And third point is that Luxembourg has a lot of people who speak multiple languages. Usually, once you graduate a public school in Luxembourg, you would be able to speak 4 languages: Luxembourg language, German, French, and English. There are many foreigners in the community, so sometimes you can find people in Luxembourg who can speak up to 6 or 7 languages. This is such an important element. So do you know how many countries are in EU? No, with the Brexit, now there are 27 countries in the EU. And how many official languages are there in Europe? Do you know? There are 24 official languages in Europe. So in the European market, if you want to do business in Europe, actually, Luxembourg is the right place because Luxembourg has many people who can speak different languages. And Luxembourg, and the fourth point is that Luxembourg is a stable country. So Luxembourg is stable and predictive, and politically and socially and financially, Luxembourg is stable and predictable. And when you take a look at the GDP growth over the last 2 to 3 years, the GDP of Luxembourg is above the average of EU. So we are maintaining between 2 to 3% growth. And also the employment rate is on the increase. And in the ever-changing environment concerning the fourth industrial revolution, Luxembourg is also putting a focus on smart economy, which is based on data. So the Luxembourg is looking for outstanding workforce. So the Luxembourg welcomes outstanding talents. And there is no discrimination against foreigners, as I mentioned. The same treatment, including the welfare benefits, is given to foreigners. So it is such a good country for foreigners to work. And while doing business in Luxembourg, you will enjoy many benefits. For example, social security cost is much less. So if you are hiring one employee, actually you are taking the less burden concerning the social security cost for that employee. And also taxes are much less compared to the other European countries. And so you get more from your revenue in Luxembourg. So what kind of companies are in Luxembourg? Multinational companies such as Amazon, with more than 20 million employees in Luxembourg, and Microsoft as well. And the #1 steel company, where is it? Yes, it's in Luxembourg. And Ferrero, the chocolate company, it is the Italian company. However, they have their European headquarters in Luxembourg. What about Korean companies? Yes, there are Korean companies in Luxembourg. And the first Korean manufacturer in entering Luxembourg is the Soo-Mann Steel and also Hyosung as well. So, and tire company and the Tusan Solus, these Korean companies are producing electric cells. And so the sales and R&D activities are taking place in Luxembourg. So what about the fifth point? Last but not least, Luxembourg is the IT hub. And just like Korea, the steel industry and the agriculture industries were the basis for the economy for Luxembourg. So as the economy grew, they reduced the taxes and they began to grow the financial industry, and now their strength is in the financial and IT sectors. So the Luxembourg government is giving a lot of support for the IT industry, especially startups. So there is a good ecosystem for startups. In relation to Luxembourg startups, I would like to explain what kind of program Luxembourg has a little later on. And over the last 5 years, Luxembourg IT, AI, cybersecurity related companies, related startups became many in numbers. Luxembourg, in fact, is a latecomer to the IT industry. That's why the Luxembourg government gave a lot of investment to the IT infrastructure. So what Luxembourg is good at is the fast internet speed. Among European countries, Luxembourg has the fastest internet connection speed. So this is the result of the survey. It is the 3.5 seconds and up to 8 seconds per 8 meter seconds per. It is really fast in terms of the internet speed compared to the other European major cities. And in the Luxembourg, Tier 4 grade data centers are located in Luxembourg. So 40% of the data centers are located in Luxembourg. And these data centers have high level of security. For example, the country called Estonia, they are keeping national confidential information and data in one of the Tier 4 grade data centers located in Luxembourg. These days we're talking about data economy, so the Luxembourg is really good at data storage and data security. And the Luxembourg, across the European country, is looking for establishing the high-performance computing centers, HPCC. So the computer engineers from all the countries on the European country are coming to Luxembourg. So the cyber security environment is well in place. So if you are looking for any business opportunities, you can think about the area. And the Luxembourg is well known as a good test bed. There are many good research institutes in Luxembourg in collaboration with universities. And these research institutes are working on research for autonomous vehicles, IoTs, biomaterials, and the materials and the environment. So in these areas, they are conducting a co-research with many parties around the world. So if you are interested in having a partnership with research institutes in Luxembourg, it would be good. So there is the funding program, Euro 2020. So if you do a partnership with the research institutes in Luxembourg, you can apply for the funding project as well. The last one that I want to talk about Luxembourg is that we have a cross-border autonomous vehicle testbed. Now, autonomous vehicle is supposed to be tested in freeways, but as you know, Luxembourg is in between Germany, France, and other countries. But for the road testing, you need to have many elements in the journey. So for the testing, so along with the governments of Germany and France, Luxembourg has the testbed for the autonomous vehicle. So that's that encompasses different cross borders. And that was the overview of Luxembourg. From now on, I'd like to talk about what kind of changes are being made after COVID-19. So Luxembourg as well was affected by COVID-19, and the Luxembourg was one of the most hit countries when we take a look at the number of population, and we hit the peak of COVID-19 cases from mid-March, and there were many lockdowns. In the initial stages of the outbreak, the Luxembourg made a lot of effort to receive the supplies of the drugs and the medical supplies related to COVID-19, and also they got supplied from Korea as well. But with the release of the lockdown, people began to party, so we hit another peak in July. So Luxembourg, after that, began to test all the public. So by doing the test, they identified confirmed cases, and now actually Luxembourg is in a pretty stable period, because with the number of confirmed cases is within the range of 50. So now when it comes to COVID-19 response, Luxembourg is in a stable situation. Around the world, countries around the world are trying to boost their economic recovery, and the same goes to Luxembourg. The Luxembourg government, they supported 8 billion euro for boosting the economy. So 8.8 billion euro, which, that is equivalent to 10 trillion won. And Korea ranks 9th in terms of GDP. But the Luxembourg's GDP is just 1/20th of that of Korea. However, they are investing 40% of the GDP to help companies. So they are giving that kind of financial assistance to companies so that the companies can maintain their employment for their employees. So the government is giving financial assistance for 80% of the employees' salaries. And they're also encouraging people to make investments. And so these are the benefits given to companies located in Luxembourg. So let me skip this part. And Luxembourg is well known for a startup country. So they are putting a focus on helping startups. So in the COVID-19 pandemic situations, the Luxembourg government actually put more energy on giving support for startups. So about 300 companies, they applied for the government program. So out of the 300 applicants, 15 companies were picked. So they received almost 200 million won in Korean won as financial assistance by the government. So you have just 1 minute left. Yes, understood. So we have a startup competition. This is, we have an ICT event. So every year we hold this event, ICT Spring. This is a tech conference. And I'd like to invite you all, if you are interested in this event, you can come, because for about 4 months, you can get coaching by experts. And after the 4 months training, you can do IR to companies, the other companies. And once you become the winner, you are assisted financially, because you are able to get financial the amount for your business. And this is just the right program for startups. And I'd like to talk about the big important the event. So hybrid type virtual booths will be created for the conference ICT Spring, and all the lectures will be given to audiences through webinars. So the space, aerospace, and AI and cybersecurities. So all the important topics will be talked about by experts and lecturers. And there is one more thing, startup competition. So I hope that many Korean companies can participate in this event. So if you contact me, I will guide you to participate in that event for free. So please contact me. And that's the end of my presentation. So I have more materials to show you. So please refer to the presentation file. And if you are interested in Luxembourg, please contact me and or my organization. So I have contact email numbers and the phone numbers at the last slide of the presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. This time, one of the panelists, Mr. Yu, will ask some questions regarding the Luxembourg. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Well, I know that Luxembourg is very well positioned in terms of the tax system, so I think it's extremely encompassing for the startup companies. You introduced the acceleration program, and then you said more than 300 companies actually apply for that. I'd like to understand if any of the companies are from Asia or not. Do you have any success case, or because I'd like to know if any of the Korean companies can leverage this program. Well, first regarding the startup, regarding the COVID-19.
The Fit for Start is about health tech startup support program. So for that program, 10 Korean startups applied for the program. So there were, of course, other startups who applied for the program. But in case of Korea, 10 startups made an application. So from Korea, there is a lot of application. But as I mentioned before, Luxembourg does not discriminate foreigners. But the first criteria is technological prowess. So the technology is an important criteria. So any good startup company, if they have a good technologies, they can be assisted financially. But so far, there were many Korean good startups who went to the final competitions. However, they ultimately failed. But I want to express some thoughts for startups. They are definitely actually the Korean company who failed in the final stage. There were good companies. However, I would say that you need to know how to make yourself look good. So that's one of the important elements as well. So I really hope that actually taking this opportunity, more Korean companies can advance into Europe through Luxembourg. So I'd like to introduce to you the next speaker from Finland. So the next speaker is Mr. Teppo Heiskanen.
Hi. Yeah, thank you for waiting for long.
No problem. Glad to be here.
테포 헤이스카네는 핀란드의 아이토 대학교에서 지금
Well, I know that he's from the Aalto University of Finland, and he'll be talking about the venture companies in the Finland.
Yes, thank you. 안녕하세요. Hello from Finland. Very happy to be here. Very privileged to be here in this conference. I will start my presentation here, and I hope. Is it visible?
Not yet, but it will come soon. The slide. Yeah, it's ready.
Okay. So, good morning to Korea. I'm happy to be here, and I will be speaking a bit about how COVID-19 has been affecting universities and industries in Finland. I work with corporate relations at Aalto University in Finland. And just to give you a short background, I'll show a few slides about our university. We were created in 2010 as a merger of three leading universities at the time in Finland: the Helsinki University of Technology, the Helsinki School of Economics, and the University of Art and Design. And the idea was, and still is, to create innovation in that middle space which exists at the center of our three disciplines. And the university charter, the document which was commissioned by the government at the time, actually states that we have a national mission to strengthen Finland's innovative capacity. So this is a central theme in everything we do. What does that mean in practice? Do we actually walk the talk? In this photo, you can see the First Lady, the wife of our president, in the annual Independence Day celebration of 2018. And she's wearing a dress which is made of wood, actually birch wood fiber. And to be more specific, the birchwood fiber was broken down into its basic elements, and the fibers were rebuilt into a material which can be used to make textile. And this process was developed at Aalto University, and it's called iron cell. In other words, we can take a piece of wood, we can actually take old clothing, old jeans, for example, or we can even take old newspapers, break it down to fibers, and make it into textile. Now, why is this important? Because, as you may know, the textile industry is very burdensome on the environment. And what is happening in the world now is that the entire industry is looking for alternative solutions. So our solution is one of those possible solutions. Now, that would be innovation in itself, but we didn't stop there. The dress you see has then been designed by our art and design students. And this is an example of the kind of innovation we are looking for. Our chemical engineers were able to create the process, and our art students were able to take it from there and put it into something which can be worn by the First Lady on Independence Day. So we are celebrating our 10th anniversary this year. Our campus has grown into a world-class collaboration hub, and we are one of the most international universities in Europe. 40% of our academic staff comes from outside Finland. In our new strategy, we have three cross-cutting themes: solutions for sustainability, which I referred to in the dress example, radical creativity, and an entrepreneurial mindset. I'll be returning to these points later in the presentation, but these are the kind of issues that we as a university as a whole want to be upholding and at the forefront of the way we think and approach the various challenges that the world brings to us. Coming to entrepreneurship, startups. About 100 companies are founded every year in our ecosystem. The ecosystem means the cluster of companies and activities on our campus and around our university, which means that half of all Finnish startups originate in our community. Entrepreneurship as a career option for students is growing rapidly, and over 3,000 students have already completed the Aalto Ventures program, which is a program open to all our students. And here you have various logos of the different aspects of our entrepreneurship ecosystem. So the Ventures program, we have something called the Aalto University Startup Center, which again is located in a building called the AGRID, which is an accelerator, also housing, for example, the European Space Agency office and the United Nations Technology Innovation Lab for Europe. They have one on each continent, so the one for Europe is at our campus. And if you look at the last logo, Slush, you may recognize that that is the huge startup event which takes place in Helsinki every year. Actually, it should be taking place next month or in November this year, but unfortunately because of COVID-19, it has been cancelled. Slush originated on our campus as well. It used to be held actually on our campus until it grew so big that it has been moved to other premises. And of course, we hope that next year it will be taking place normally. So, how did COVID-19 hit Finland? You have some of the figures here, and these are a bit, well, a little over a week old, but the trend is about the same. But if you look at the chart on the right, basically you can see that we did much worse than South Korea, but on a European level, we have been doing quite well and still are. Actually, right now, we are probably one of the safest countries to travel to in Europe and in the whole world. So we're glad about that. But of course, the fight is not over. There are many ways of looking at numbers, so I just picked a few, and you get the big picture here. The GDP figures, again, on a European level, we are doing quite well. Having said that, the understanding now is that the worst is still to come. Finnish industry will react a bit later than maybe in some other countries, and we will see some very tough times in front of us. If you look at the chart to the right, you can see the change in the number of unemployed and furloughed, in other words, temporarily laid off. This year, the red ones, and compared to last year, the blue ones. So there is a significant change, especially in manufacturing, trade, and then the hotel and restaurant industry. But the other ones as well, so it is a hit, like we know from other countries in the world. Now, what were the responses then? I collected some of them here, governmental companies and universities, what has been happening. It's not very different from what happened in other countries. The Finnish lockdowns were quite strict. Actually, the capital region, Helsinki, was isolated from the rest of the country for a few weeks in the spring. In other words, well, I happen to live in a small town which is 100 kilometers from Helsinki, and I couldn't go there for about 2 weeks. So the police was checking every vehicle on the highway and so forth. And this was because the virus situation in Helsinki was so much worse than the rest of the country. But that is over now, and many of the travel restrictions are also over. And we finally have the mobile application to track the virus. And I'm very embarrassed to say that we got the mobile only a few weeks ago, compared to how fast South Korea was able to put that together. It's quite embarrassing. The companies, maybe one issue is that the industry never shut down completely. It has slowed down, but it has been working all the time, so that's maybe one of the reasons that the figures are so good as they are still now. And when it comes to... Yes?
You have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought I had 20 minutes for the presentation. So, I will skip to some of the last slides then. One of the outcomes of the positive outcomes of the virus was that solutions started to spring up. So here is a news item of a Finnish startup which has developed a way of doing the tests faster, and the other news item is from our researchers. It's a project where they put together a model on how the virus spreads in a contained environment. In other words, if somebody sneezes or coughs in a supermarket, what happens after that? So you can watch the video later if you like. And this is my last slide. Where are we now? These are the kind of questions we are asking. How to deal with the response fatigue. People are tired not only of the virus, but of how to respond to that. And that means that there's a danger of laxing the precautions. We are clearly moving from questions of medical research and into economics and sociology of the situation. The innovation scene has to move into a more agile mode. It has to be able to react faster and to rethink collaboration across borders. The future of work arrived early, I wrote, and this means that the solutions that we have been looking for in how we work, remotely and or face-to-face in a hybrid mode, we will never be going back to the old way of doing things. This is a permanent change. And then if you look at the university and industry cooperation, the true partnerships will remain, but they will transform into something new which nobody really knows what it looks like. So in addressing all this, I think we are looking into our basic value of radical creativity. So thank you. That was my contribution this morning.
Yeah, thank you so much. We have a question for you, especially from Dr. Park Jong-hong from ETRI, who has had extensive experience with this kind of like the startup. So, Dr. Park?
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Actually, I have 3 questions, and first 2 questions are very simple. So, after I hear your answers, I will raise a third questions. Okay, first question is regarding the number of startups. You mentioned about 70 to 100 startups founded every year. Is it in Aalto University only, or nationwide numbers?
These are only for Aalto University.
Aalto University.
Yes, the national number would be about twice that much.
Yeah, it's quite big numbers. It surprised me. And second question is, who are they? Are they in a young generation, like a university or a graduate student, or middle-aged or retired people? Who are they?
Well, I think they are quite young. A lot of them are actually are students who might be moving into a startup phase even before they graduate, which is a bit of a problem for us as a university, but fine for the country. And then economically. So yes, it's very youngish. I mean, of course, there are other generations there as well, but if you walk into A-Grid, our accelerator building, I think you will find that the average age is around 20 or something.
Yeah, it's quite similar, very similar to the Korean situations. And my third question is regarding your last comment. You mentioned that rethinking uncertainty into radical creativity. Yes. So I just wonder, you expecting the increase of the number of startups or entrepreneurs post-COVID-19, or decrease the number of the startups and entrepreneurships? I just wanted to hear your expectation. Yeah.
That's a very good question, and I don't have any data on this, but my hunch, if I try to interpret the kind of discussion in society, is that yes, we will see an increase in the number of startups. The job market, the traditional job market of applying for a job in a big company is very congested. I mean, as a university, I'm hiring somebody now, and I have over 200 applications, which is a huge amount in the Finnish context. So even the simple situation of it being even more difficult to find a traditional job right now, so that would be pushing people into new kind of thinking and into new kind of startups. So yes, I think we will see an increase.
Okay, thank you for your participation from Alto, and I hope you can enjoy your breakfast now.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
very kind of you.
Switching to Korean now.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. 네, 저희가 오늘 두 번째 날 GCCW에서 어떻게 스타트업들이
And during the sessions, how startups in the United States, Europe, and Korea are responding to COVID-19 pandemic, and how investors are making decisions for their investment are being discussed. So now that we had discussions, it strikes me thinking that in terms of investment, there is no particular or sharp decrease in investment, but probably if the COVID-19 pandemic goes on until next year, maybe we will see a decrease probably in the investment starting from next year. So up until this year, at this point, actually there were face-to-face the meetings, even though they are in small in numbers. However, but that there was a kind of channel for startups to receive investment. However, we need to wait and see what will happen next year. So we had speakers from the United States, and we had a speaker from Finland, and we had speakers from Korea. So I'd like to thank all the speakers for taking time out of their busy schedules to be with us in this session. And also my thanks go to all the audiences online. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insightful discussion, panelists. It is our hope that other regions around the world will pick from the experience shared today with respect to the new realities as it concerns startups, investments, and industrial environments post-COVID-19. Once again, I would like to thank our online participants for your contribution so far, and use this opportunity to also inform you that we shall be proceeding on the lunch break now, and to return here by 2 p.m. to discuss convergence of ICT technologies in the Green New Deal. Please stay tuned and enjoy your lunch.
Road transportation is the backbone of modern economies. But trillions of dollars are lost each year due to road congestion and traffic accidents. New solutions are needed to improve road safety, traffic flow, and congestion. Blue Signal is pioneering the traffic solutions we need today and for the future. Blue Signal has developed predictive traffic solutions and traffic control systems for risk avoidance, smart cities, and intelligent cars. Now, drivers can avoid risks at accident-prone intersections and congested traffic areas using in-car navigation systems or their smartphones. Cities can estimate traffic congestion 2 minutes to 6 hours in advance, facilitate traffic flow using Blue Signal's AI-enhanced predictive traffic solutions, and run high-speed simulations to calculate the most efficient traffic signal patterns for optimal traffic flow without having to build new infrastructure. Blue Signal's AI-enhanced predictive traffic solutions can alert drivers to traffic hazards by providing lane and speed planners that tell drivers when to change lanes,
change lane now,
or how to adjust their speed,
increase speed.
In the future, autonomous cars will be able to receive real-time updates on traffic situations thanks to Blue Signal's predictive traffic solutions.
Changing lanes and increasing speed.
Real-time updates on predicted traffic will allow autonomous cars to automatically change lanes and speed to avoid congestion and accidents. With Blue Signal technologies, we'll spend less time in our cars and more time with the people we love. Better communities, less time spent in traffic, safer commutes. Blue Signal.
A company that provides a productive life to mankind with creative energy technology. APAC. After its establishment in 1999, APAC has grown as a global company, specializing in LED lighting with its application of an unrivaled thermal solution that grafts heat pipe patented technology. It provides optimized solutions to various sports facilities, such as golf courses and port facilities, and it is focusing development and investment to indoor store lighting inside markets, street lamp projects, and plant cultivation lighting. Also, it has newly launched a solar panel cleaning robot for the efficiency enhancement of photovoltaic energy generation. The LED lighting of APAC guarantees high quality, lightweight, long life, and high levels of energy reduction. It has conducted LED lighting tests outdoors for approximately 9 years since the year 2010, and its results boast a high efficiency rate in which initial light speed reduction rates are less than 6%. The LED lighting of APAC realizes perfect waterproof and dustproof functions with IP grade 66 and 67 and provides excellent quality maintenance even years after outdoor installation. Through accurate simulations, it customizes lighting quantities, illuminance, and uniformity factors so they are optimized to installation locations. Also, luminescence adjustment and control are possible with a dimming control system, guaranteeing high energy reduction effects. Its outdoor lighting, such as that for sports facilities and ports, guarantees the highest level of light efficiency, lightweight, and easy maintenance, and product durability and reliability is secured with IP grade 66 and 67. High ceiling lights, such as those for indoor gymnasiums, factories, and large markets, boast clean and tidy designs, and a high optical efficacy at a maximum of 150 lumens per watt. Security lights suited for smart city security and the maintenance of public order are installed to general road and low pole shafts, bringing light to dark streets at night or to shadowy spaces, contributing to living safety. APAC's LED lighting for plant growth and development realizes optimal spectrums, cultivating healthy and high-quality plants. With ppfd values that are extremely higher than those of other companies, it has proven spectrum realizations that are excellent for plant growth, and it has opened up adoptions into greenhouse horticulture and smart farms, not only in Korea, but also overseas through collaborations with partner companies. Testing at a vertical farm in Korea on fluorescent lighting and APAC LED lighting showed that butterhead sizes were 46% larger. Through this, it can hopefully contribute to resolving the global food crisis by providing next-generation food to mankind. As photovoltaic energy generation is growing in importance all around the world, APAC has developed and is providing PVRO, an intelligent PV cleaning robot for the efficiency maintenance of solar panels. At present, solar panels are generally cleaned by people, but PVRO can be simply installed and it can automatically wash solar panels that are a minimum of 2 meters and a maximum of 6 meters in size, while moving side to side using a motor driving method. It uses a minimum amount of water without any cleaning agents. With an applied object sensor, it has functions such as fall prevention functions due to malfunctions, and it can also easily be disassembled. The excellent technology of APAC is already being recognized in Korea and in countries around the world. Through collaborations with countries all over the world, including Europe, North America, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East, it is providing high-powered LED lighting such as sports lighting, port lighting, road lighting, and high ceiling lighting. Also, it is giving wide publicity towards the technology and reliability of Korea through actions such as exporting PVRO to Japan. APAC always proposes the most efficient solutions to customers. The technology of reliability provided by APAC. It is now your turn to experience it.
안녕하세요. 지구상에서 가장 많은 생명을 구할 꿈을 꾸고 있는 더 웨이브톡 대표이사 김영덕입니다. 저희 회사는 누구나 언제나 어디서나 먹는 물의 수질, 법적 기준을 측정할 수 있는 가정용 센서를 개발하고 있습니다. 우리가 먹는 수돗물, 정수기에서 나오는 정수된 물, 그리고 병물, 그렇게 먹는 물에는 당연히 엄격한 법적 기준이 있습니다. 그 엄격한 검사에도 불구하고 우리나라에서는 그리고 세계적으로는 매년 수돗물과 관련한 오염 사태가 일어나고 있습니다. 이를 근본적으로 막기 위해서는 각 가정의 말단에 수질의 법적 기준을 측정할 수 있는 작은 센서가 필요합니다. 더 웨이브톡은 카이스트와 공동으로 카이스트 기술을 받아서 이런 센서를 세계에서 최초로 개발했다고 생각하고 있고요. 올 여름에 국내를 시작으로 해서 전 세계에 런칭할 계획입니다. 저희는 새로운 레이저 센서 기술을 이용해서 여기서 나오는 작은 산란된 빛을 증폭시키는 레이저 시스템을 개발했습니다. 저희가 개발한 가정용 수질 측정기 센스 컵은 유리잔에 물을 담아서 저희 기기 위에 올려놓으면 10초 내에 빛이 통과되면서 투과되는 이물질에 따른 산란 양을 측정합니다. 그 결과치가 스마트폰으로 보이게 되고요. 그렇게 해서 정수기, 수돗물, 병물 등 다양한 물들의 수질을 측정하고 관리할 수 있습니다. 궁극적으로는 한 나라의 수도망의 수질 관리를 위한 IoT 센서로 발전시키는 것이 저희의 궁극의 꿈입니다.
Hello, my name is David, and I'm here to introduce you to GT Science's newest innovation, the COVID-19 Smart Testing Booth. This booth is designed for healthcare professionals to safely and quickly test for coronavirus and other infectious diseases. Let's take a look at the main features. The filter experts at GT Science have created a HEPA filter air purification system to help keep healthcare workers safe. GT Science has also developed an innovative built-in heating and cooling system to maximize user comfort and convenience while working inside the booth and to protect against extreme heat and cold in the summer and winter seasons. The control panel is located in an easy-to-use, convenient location that allows the user to turn on and off the fan, change between positive and negative pressure environments, adjust the fan speed, and turn the light on and off. The booth was designed to be comfortable and convenient to use for long periods of time, with a convenient and easy to access storage bin for cotton swabs and other consumables, and a motion sensor operated garbage bin to allow for easy disposal. The shelf can handle up to 100 kilograms, and altogether, our ergonomic design provides the optimal environment for healthcare professionals to both safely and comfortably conduct testing. Our booth is equipped with a hands-free intercom system to allow you to communicate more easily with patients, allowing you to get through your testing faster and more efficiently. The COVID-19 Smart Testing Booth is the ultimate safe testing solution and a vital component for any comprehensive viral outbreak response. Learn more by visiting our website or by sending us an email. Along with our smart testing booth, GT Science is also providing other products required for coronavirus testing. Please visit our website and take a look at our product offering and contact us for more information.
Lesson from Korean COVID-19 experiences. Realistic diagnostic guideline for worldwide pandemic situation. Part 1. Understanding SARS-CoV-2 virus and 3 different methods for COVID-19 diagnosis. COVID-19 is caused by SARS-CoV-2 virus. This virus is composed of gene and antigen. First, you can detect the genes when the virus infects through nose or throat. Virus genes can be detected by RT-PCR method. Second, antigen can be detected from human oropharyngeal, nasopharyngeal specimens and sputum specimens. This antigen can be detected by FIA Rapid Antigen Kit. 10 days after virus infection, antibodies can be detected in blood. IgM or IgG antibodies can be detected by Gold Rapid Kit or Total Antibody ELISA Kit. PCL is providing all 3 solutions from RT-PCR, antigen to antibody detection kit. PCL's one-step RT-PCR kit contains highly sensitive N gene, and showed 7 to 43-fold higher sensitivity than other RT-PCR kits. PCL Antigen Rapid Kit is a dual antibody sandwich reaction with fluorescence immunochromatographic assay to detect N antigen of SARS-CoV-2 in 10 minutes. PCL's antigen rapid test can detect below 1,000 copies of virus, whereas RT-PCR kit can detect below 100 copies of virus. PCL's Antibody Rapid Gold can detect IgG and IgM antibodies of N and spike protein of SARS-CoV-2 in human serum, plasma, venous blood, and capillary blood. After seroconversion, PCL's antibody kit's clinical sensitivity is 90.76% and clinical specificity is 99.35%. Lastly, PCL is providing total antibody ELISA kit for massive screening of blood samples. PCL provides antigen sandwich method for detecting total antibodies from IgG, IgM, and IgA. Part 2. Preventive Total Solution for COVID-19 Pandemic Situation. The first confirmed COVID-19 patients in South Korea, January 20th, were those who came from or had visited China. Lately, secondary and tertiary spread occurred, and the speed of transmission accelerated. By May 1st, in some 180 countries and territories, representing every corner of the globe, have now reported at least one case of the novel coronavirus. In total, there are now over 3 million confirmed cases and over 215,000 related deaths. Transmission of COVID-19 can occur early in the course of infection, since SARS-CoV-2 viral loads in asymptomatic patients are similar to those in the symptomatic patients. This indicates asymptomatic or minimally symptomatic patients with low levels of detectable viral RNA can transmit COVID-19. Therefore, a total solution is needed to detect the virus in the early phases of infection to prevent secondary or tertiary spread. Part 3. PCL is providing total solution for COVID-19 diagnosis. Antigen kit recommendation. First of all, PCL recommends antigen kit as the first barrier for COVID-19 prevention. Antigen detection is a quick 10-minute assay with high sensitivity. It can sort positive patients quickly. If the antigen test result is positive, confirm the patient as a positive case. If the antigen test result is negative or the patient displays symptoms, perform the RT-PCR. RT-PCR is currently the only way for confirming COVID-19 infections. However, it requires 3 steps along with professional equipment and technicians. Throughput is not good, and it takes more than 6 hours to obtain the results. After using antigen test, we can reduce the burden of RT-PCR assay and sort patients as early as possible. However, antigen assay is less sensitive than RT-PCR by nature, because antigens cannot be amplified like RT-PCR methods. We usually assume that RT-PCR CT value that is lower than 30 can be detected from antigen assay. Antibody recommendation. The antibody method is very useful in finding antibodies in the blood at least 10 days after infection. PCL's Antibody Rapid Gold detects IgG and IgM antibodies of COVID-19 infection from fingerstick of blood in 10 minutes. Antibody only appears 10 days after infection. Antibody kit can be used to complement the RT-PCR or antigen assay for COVID-19 patients. In addition, we can use antibody method to determine when COVID-19 patients can return to work or school. Multiplex IVD Leader, PCL.
안녕하세요. 지구상에서 가장 많은 생명을 구할 꿈을 꾸고 있는 더 웨이브톡 대표이사 김영덕입니다. 저희 회사는 누구나 언제나 어디서나 먹는 물의 수질, 법적 기준을 측정할 수 있는 가정용 센서를 개발하고 있습니다. 우리가 먹는 수돗물, 정수기에서 나오는 정수된 물, 그리고 병물, 그렇게 먹는 물에는 당연히 엄격한 법적 기준이 있습니다. 그 엄격한 검사에도 불구하고 우리나라에서는 그리고 세계적으로는 매년 수돗물과 관련한 오염 사태가 일어나고 있습니다. 이를 근본적으로 막기 위해서는 각 가정의 말단에 수질의 법적 기준을 측정할 수 있는 작은 센서가 필요합니다. 더 웨이브톡은 카이스트와 공동으로 카이스트 기술을 받아서 이런 센서를 세계에서 최초로 개발했다고 생각하고 있고요. 올 여름에 국내를 시작으로 해서 전 세계에 런칭할 계획입니다. 저희는 새로운 레이저 센서 기술을 이용해서 여기서 나오는 작은 산란된 빛을 증폭시키는 레이저 시스템을 개발했습니다. 저희가 개발한 가정용 수질 측정기 센스 컵은 유리잔에 물을 담아서 저희 기기 위에 올려놓으면 10초 내에 빛이 통과되면서 투과되는 이물질에 따른 산란 양을 측정합니다. 그 결과치가 스마트폰으로 보이게 되고요. 그렇게 해서 정수기, 수돗물, 병물 등 다양한 물들의 수질을 측정하고 관리할 수 있습니다. 궁극적으로는 한 나라의 수도망의 수질 관리를 위한 IoT 센서로 발전시키는 것이 저희의 궁극의 꿈입니다.
KAIST ITTP is an international scholarship and education program run by the KAIST. Without a question, it is Korea's #1 IT research institute. It is a top-notch university, ranking 43rd in the QS World University Rankings, and is the cradle of global ICT education. Sponsored by the Korean government, ITTP envisions itself as the world's top IT education program for future global IT leaders. It has done its best to create an optimum learning environment for ICT-related government officials from emerging countries by providing tuition fees, scholarships, and airfares for participants. As of 2016, 172 ICT-related government officials from 57 countries have taken KAIST master's and doctoral courses in IT engineering and business that emphasize Korea's advanced ICT know-how. ITTP focuses not only on economic support, but also efficient curriculum design. Newcomers can choose either IT business or engineering courses, depending on their area of interest. As a global community of ICT experts, forging win-win growth of ICT businesses worldwide. The curriculum is centered on practical skills, with its main priority being collaboration.
ITP 610 was the course that helped me the most. It was about practical problem solving in real business environments. It mainly helped us develop skills for actual troubleshooting, and since I truly want to serve my country and make a significant difference in Costa Rica, with the experience of ITP 610, I think I feel better prepared to pursue such goals.
Since 2010, when it signed a contract with the African Development Bank, it has run the Next African Leader program, a capacity-building project for ICT-related officials and experts from governments and agencies under the umbrella of the AFDB. Understanding ITTP's curricular excellence, the project was financially backed by the Ghanaian, Indonesian, and Thai governments and provided a master's course for ICT-related government officials and experts from those three countries. In addition, an agreement was signed to create e-government master plans with the governments of Oman and Bangladesh, and short-term, non-degree, consigned education program for relevant personnel in both countries was implemented. expanding the network of cooperation.
It's been a rewarding experience, but most of all, direct interaction with experts in the IT sector has helped me to understand just how Korea was able to rise to enormous heights in IT in such a short period of time.
Based on its 10-year performance, ITTP has another goal that will cement its position as the hub of international cooperation in the ICT sector. In October 2015, the GII network opened as a network communication platform linked to a redevelopment ITTP homepage. The GII network is a hub for ICT-related personnel at private, public, industrial, and academic institutions, including students and graduates of ITTP, as well as ICT experts and scholars both home and abroad. Against such backdrop, ITTP supports industry-university cooperation in two ways. It includes BOCP and ARCS. BOCP enables ITTP students to study ICT issues at home through internship at Korean companies. If graduates of ITTP want to cooperate with Korean ICT organizations or companies to solve ICT issues in their homeland, they can take advantage of the ARCS study system that utilizes Korean ICT companies or organizations. Recently, ITTP has undertaken a technology commercialization project in cooperation with the KAIST Global Commercialization Center. As distinct from the simple transfer of technology, this technology commercialization project recommends first-class ICT solutions and supports joint programs, depending on the specific needs of developing countries. After carrying out demand surveys, ITTP organizes various events that strengthen international cooperation and industry-university partnerships in the ICT sector. The KAIST ITTP ITSA joint workshops, the Global ICT Seoul Forum. Such events provide an ongoing platform for information exchange and cooperation. Global IT Technology Program, ITTP. We will always keep in mind the pledge we've made together in the Global Garden. The Word, the Future, together.
Road transportation is the backbone of modern economies. But trillions of dollars are lost each year due to road congestion and traffic accidents. New solutions are needed to improve road safety, traffic flow, and congestion. Blue Signal is pioneering the traffic solutions we need today and for the future. Blue Signal has developed predictive traffic solutions and traffic control systems for risk avoidance, smart cities, and intelligent cars. Now, drivers can avoid risks at accident-prone intersections and congested traffic areas using in-car navigation systems or their smartphones. Cities can estimate traffic congestion 2 minutes to 6 hours in advance, facilitate traffic flow using Blue Signal's AI-enhanced predictive traffic solutions, and run high-speed simulations to calculate the most efficient traffic signal patterns for optimal traffic flow without having to build new infrastructure. Blue Signal's AI-enhanced predictive traffic solutions can alert drivers to traffic hazards by providing lane and speed planners that tell drivers when to change lanes,
change lane now,
or how to adjust their speed,
increase speed.
In the future, autonomous cars will be able to receive real-time updates on traffic situations thanks to Blue Signal's predictive traffic solutions.
Changing lanes and increasing speed.
Real-time updates on predicted traffic will allow autonomous cars to automatically change lanes and speed to avoid congestion and accidents. With Blue Signal technologies, we'll spend less time in our cars and more time with the people we love. Better communities, less time spent in traffic, safer commutes. Blue Signal.
A company that provides a productive life to mankind with creative energy technology. APAC. After its establishment in 1999, APAC has grown as a global company, specializing in LED lighting with its application of an unrivaled thermal solution that grafts heat pipe patented technology. It provides optimized solutions to various sports facilities, such as golf courses and port facilities, and it is focusing development and investment to indoor store lighting inside markets, street lamp projects, and plant cultivation lighting. Also, it has newly launched a solar panel cleaning robot for the efficiency enhancement of photovoltaic energy generation. The LED lighting of APAC guarantees high quality, lightweight, long life, and high levels of energy reduction. It has conducted LED lighting tests outdoors for approximately 9 years since the year 2010, and its results boast a high efficiency rate in which initial light speed reduction rates are less than 6%. The LED lighting of APAC realizes perfect waterproof and dustproof functions with IP grade 66 and 67 and provides excellent quality maintenance even years after outdoor installation. Through accurate simulations, it customizes lighting quantities, illuminance, and uniformity factors so they are optimized to installation locations. Also, luminescence adjustment and control are possible with a dimming control system, guaranteeing high energy reduction effects. Its outdoor lighting, such as that for sports facilities and ports, guarantees the highest level of light efficiency, lightweight, and easy maintenance, and product durability and reliability is secured with IP grade 66 and 67. High ceiling lights, such as those for indoor gymnasiums, factories, and large markets, boast clean and tidy designs, and a high optical efficacy at a maximum of 150 lumens per watt. Security lights suited for smart city security and the maintenance of public order are installed to general road and low pole shafts, bringing light to dark streets at night or to shadowy spaces, contributing to living safety. APAC's LED lighting for plant growth and development realizes optimal spectrums, cultivating healthy and high-quality plants. With PPFD values that are extremely higher than those of other companies, it has proven spectrum realizations that are excellent for plant growth, and it has opened up adoptions into greenhouse horticulture and smart farms, not only in Korea, but also overseas through collaborations with partner companies. Testing at a vertical farm in Korea on fluorescent lighting and APAC LED lighting showed that butterhead sizes were 46% larger. Through this, it can hopefully contribute to resolving the global food crisis by providing next-generation food to mankind. As photovoltaic energy generation is growing in importance all around the world, APAC has developed and is providing PVRO, an intelligent PV cleaning robot for the efficiency maintenance of solar panels. At present, solar panels are generally cleaned by people, but PVRO can be simply installed and it can automatically wash solar panels that are a minimum of 2 meters and a maximum of 6 meters in size, while moving side to side using a motor driving method. It uses a minimum amount of water without any cleaning agents. With an applied object sensor, it has functions such as fall prevention functions due to malfunctions, and it can also easily be disassembled. The excellent technology of APAC is already being recognized in Korea and in countries around the world. Through collaborations with countries all over the world, including Europe, North America, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East, it is providing high-powered LED lighting, such as sports lighting, port lighting, road lighting, and high ceiling lighting. Also, it is giving wide publicity towards the technology and reliability of Korea through actions such as exporting PVRO to Japan. APAC always proposes the most efficient solutions to customers. the technology of reliability provided by APAC. It is now your turn to experience it.
안녕하세요. 지구상에서 가장 많은 생명을 구할 꿈을 꾸고 있는 더 웨이브톡 대표이사 김영덕입니다. 저희 회사는 누구나 언제나 어디서나 먹는 물의 수질, 법적 기준을 측정할 수 있는 가정용 센서를 개발하고 있습니다. 우리가 먹는 수돗물, 정수기에서 나오는 정수된 물, 그리고 병물, 그렇게 먹는 물에는 당연히 엄격한 법적 기준이 있습니다. 그 엄격한 검사에도 불구하고 우리나라에서는 그리고 세계적으로는 매년 수돗물과 관련한 오염 사태가 일어나고 있습니다. 이를 근본적으로 막기 위해서는 각 가정의 말단에 수질의 법적 기준을 측정할 수 있는 작은 센서가 필요합니다. 더 웨이브톡은 카이스트와 공동으로 카이스트 기술을 받아서 이런 센서를 세계에서 최초로 개발했다고 생각하고 있고요. 올 여름에 국내를 시작으로 해서 전 세계에 런칭할 계획입니다. 저희는 새로운 레이저 센서 기술을 이용해서 여기서 나오는 작은 산란된 빛을 증폭시키는 레이저 시스템을 개발했습니다. 저희가 개발한 가정용 수질 측정기 센스 컵은 유리잔에 물을 담아서 저희 기기 위에 올려놓으면 10초 내에 빛이 통과되면서 투과되는 이물질에 따른 산란 양을 측정합니다. 그 결과치가 스마트폰으로 보이게 되고요. 그렇게 해서 정수기, 수돗물, 병물 등 다양한 물들의 수질을 측정하고 관리할 수 있습니다. 궁극적으로는 한 나라의 수도망의 수질 관리를 위한 IoT 센서로 발전시키는 것이 저희의 궁극의 꿈입니다.
Hello, my name is David, and I'm here to introduce you to GT Science's newest innovation, the COVID-19 Smart Testing Booth. This booth is designed for healthcare professionals to safely and quickly test for coronavirus and other infectious diseases. Let's take a look at the main features. The filter experts at GT Science have created a HEPA filter air purification system to help keep healthcare workers safe. GT Science has also developed an innovative built-in heating and cooling system to maximize user comfort and convenience while working inside the booth and to protect against extreme heat and cold in the summer and winter seasons. Control panel is located in an easy-to-use, convenient location that allows the user to turn on and off the fan, change between positive and negative pressure environments, adjust the fan speed, and turn the light on and off. The booth was designed to be comfortable and convenient to use for long periods of time, with a convenient and easy-to-access storage bin for cotton swabs and other consumables, and a motion sensor-operated garbage bin to allow for easy disposal. The shelf can handle up to 100 kilograms, and altogether, our ergonomic design provides the optimal environment for healthcare professionals to both safely and comfortably conduct testing. Our booth is equipped with a hands-free intercom system to allow you to communicate more easily with patients, allowing you to get through your testing faster and more efficiently. The COVID-19 Smart Testing Booth is the ultimate safe testing solution and a vital component for any comprehensive viral outbreak response. Learn more by visiting our website or by sending us an email. Along with our Smart Testing booth, GT Sign is also providing other products required for coronavirus testing. Please visit our website and take a look at our product offering and contact us for more information.
Lesson from Korean COVID-19 experiences. Realistic diagnostic guideline for worldwide pandemic situation. Part 1. Understanding SARS-CoV-2 virus and 3 different methods for COVID-19 diagnosis. COVID-19 is caused by SARS-CoV-2 virus. This virus is composed of gene and antigen. First, you can detect the genes when the virus infects through nose or throat. Virus genes can be detected by RT-PCR method. Second, antigen can be detected from human oropharyngeal, nasopharyngeal specimens and sputum specimens. This antigen can be detected by FIA Rapid Antigen Kit. 10 days after virus infection, antibodies can be detected in blood. IgM or IgG antibodies can be detected by Gold Rapid Kit or Total Antibody ELISA Kit. PCL is providing all 3 solutions from RT-PCR, antigen to antibody detection kit. PCL's one-step RT-PCR kit contains highly sensitive N gene and showed 7 to 43-fold higher sensitivity than other RT-PCR kits. PCL Antigen Rapid Kit is a dual antibody sandwich reaction with fluorescence immunochromatographic assay to detect N antigen of SARS-CoV-2 in 10 minutes. PCL's antigen rapid test can detect below 1,000 copies of virus, whereas RT-PCR kit can detect below 100 copies of virus. PCL's antibody rapid gold can detect IgG and IgM antibodies of N and spike protein of SARS-CoV-2 in human serum, plasma, venous blood, and capillary blood. After seroconversion, PCL's antibody kit's clinical sensitivity is 90.76% and clinical specificity is 99.35%. Lastly, PCL is providing total antibody ELISA kit for massive screening of blood samples. PCL provides antigen sandwich method for detecting total antibodies from IgG, IgM, and IgA. Part 2. Preventive Total Solution for COVID-19 Pandemic Situation. The first confirmed COVID-19 patients in South Korea, January 20th, were those who came from or had visited China. Lately, secondary and tertiary spread occurred, and the speed of transmission accelerated. By May 1st, in some 180 countries and territories, representing every corner of the globe, have now reported at least one case of the novel coronavirus. In total, there are now over 3 million confirmed cases and over 215,000 related deaths. Transmission of COVID-19 can occur early in the course of infection, since SARS-CoV-2 viral loads in asymptomatic patients are similar to those in the symptomatic patients. This indicates asymptomatic or minimally symptomatic patients with low levels of detectable viral RNA can transmit COVID-19. Therefore, a total solution is needed to detect the virus in the early phases of infection to prevent secondary or tertiary spread. Part 3. PCL is providing total solution for COVID-19 diagnosis. Antigen kit recommendation. First of all, PCL recommends antigen kit as the first barrier for COVID-19 prevention. Antigen detection is a quick 10-minute assay with high sensitivity. It can sort positive patients quickly. If the antigen test result is positive, confirm the patient as a positive case. If the antigen test result is negative or the patient displays symptoms, perform the RT-PCR. RT-PCR is currently the only way for confirming COVID-19 infections. However, it requires 3 steps along with professional equipment and technicians. Throughput is not good, and it takes more than 6 hours to obtain the results. After using antigen test, we can reduce the burden of RT-PCR assay and sort patients as early as possible. However, antigen assay is less sensitive than RT-PCR by nature because antigens cannot be amplified like RT-PCR methods. We usually assume that RT-PCR CT value that is lower than 30 can be detected from antigen assay. Antibody recommendation. The antibody method is very useful in finding antibodies in the blood at least 10 days after infection. PCL's Antibody Rapid Gold detects IgG and IgM antibodies of COVID-19 infection from fingerstick of blood in 10 minutes. Antibody only appears 10 days after infection. Antibody kit can be used to complement the RT-PCR or antigen assay for COVID-19 patients. In addition, we can use antibody method to determine when COVID-19 patients can return to work or school. Multiplex IVD Leader, PCL.
안녕하세요. 지구상에서 가장 많은 생명을 구할 꿈을 꾸고 있는 더 웨이브톡 대표이사 김영덕입니다. 저희 회사는 누구나 언제나 어디서나 먹는 물의 수질, 법적 기준을 측정할 수 있는 가정용 센서를 개발하고 있습니다. 우리가 먹는 수돗물, 정수기에서 나오는 정수된 물, 그리고 병물, 그렇게 먹는 물에는 당연히 엄격한 법적 기준이 있습니다. 그 엄격한 검사에도 불구하고 우리나라에서는 그리고 세계적으로는 매년 수돗물과 관련한 오염 사태가 일어나고 있습니다. 이를 근본적으로 막기 위해서는 각 가정의 말단에 수질의 법적 기준을 측정할 수 있는 작은 센서가 필요합니다. 더 웨이브톡은 카이스트와 공동으로 카이스트 기술을 받아서 이런 센서를 세계에서 최초로 개발했다고 생각하고 있고요. 올 여름에 국내를 시작으로 해서 전 세계에 런칭할 계획입니다. 저희는 새로운 레이저 센서 기술을 이용해서 여기서 나오는 작은 산란된 빛을 증폭시키는 레이저 시스템을 개발했습니다. 저희가 개발한 가정용 수질 측정기 센스 컵은 유리잔에 물을 담아서 저희 기기 위에 올려놓으면 10초 내에 빛이 통과되면서 투과되는 이물질에 따른 산란 양을 측정합니다. 그 결과치가 스마트폰으로 보이게 되고요. 그렇게 해서 정수기, 수돗물, 병물 등 다양한 물들의 수질을 측정하고 관리할 수 있습니다. 궁극적으로는 한 나라의 수도망의 수질 관리를 위한 IoT 센서로 발전시키는 것이 저희의 궁극의 꿈입니다.
KAIST ITTP is an international scholarship and education program run by the KAIST. Without a question, it is Korea's #1 IT research institute. It is a top-notch university, ranking 43rd in the QS World University Rankings and is the cradle of global ICT education. Sponsored by the Korean government, ITTP envisions itself as the world's top IT education program for future global IT leaders. It has done its best to create an optimum learning environment for ICT-related government officials from emerging countries by providing tuition fees, scholarships, and airfares for participants. As of 2016, 172 ICT-related government officials from 57 countries have taken KAIST master's and doctoral courses in IT engineering and business that emphasize Korea's advanced ICT know-how. ITTP focuses not only on economic support, but also efficient curriculum design. Newcomers can choose either IT business or engineering courses, depending on their area of interest. As a global community of ICT experts, forging win-win growth of ICT businesses worldwide. The curriculum is centered on practical skills, with its main priority being collaboration.
ITP 610 was the course that helped me the most. It was about practical problem solving in real business environments. It mainly helped us develop skills for actual troubleshooting, and since I truly want to serve my country and make a significant difference in Costa Rica, with the experience of ITP 610, I think I feel better prepared to pursue such goals.
Since 2010, when it signed a contract with the African Development Bank, it has run the Next African Leader Program, a capacity-building project for ICT-related officials and experts from governments and agencies under the umbrella of the AFDB. Understanding ITTP's curricular excellence, the project was financially backed by the Ghanaian, Indonesian, and Thai governments and provided a master's course for ICT-related government officials and experts from those three countries. In addition, an agreement was signed to create e-government master plans with the governments of Oman and Bangladesh, and short-term, non-degree, consigned education program for relevant personnel in both countries was implemented, expanding the network of cooperation.
It's been a rewarding experience, but most of all, direct interaction with experts in the IT sector has helped me to understand just how Korea was able to rise to enormous heights in IT in such a short period of time.
Based on its 10-year performance, ITTP has another goal that will cement its position as the hub of international cooperation in the ICT sector. In October 2015, the GII network opened as a network communication platform linked to a redevelopment ITTP homepage. The GII network is a hub for ICT-related personnel at private, public, industrial, and academic institutions, including students and graduates of ITTP, as well as ICT experts and scholars both home and abroad. Against such backdrop, ITTP supports industry-university cooperation in two ways. It includes VOCP and ARCS. VOCP enables ITTP students to study ICT issues at home through internship at Korean companies. If graduates of ITTP want to cooperate with Korean ICT organizations or companies to solve ICT issues in their homeland, they can take advantage of the ARCS study system that utilizes Korean ICT companies or organizations. Recently, ITTP has undertaken a technology commercialization project in cooperation with the KAIST Global Commercialization Center. As distinct from the simple transfer of technology, this technology commercialization project recommends first-class ICT solutions and supports joint programs, depending on the specific needs of developing countries. After carrying out demand surveys, ITTP organizes various events that strengthen international cooperation and industry, university partnerships, and the ICT sector. The KAIST ITTP, ITSA joint workshops, the Global ICT Seoul Forum. Such events provide an ongoing platform for information exchange and cooperation. Global IT Technology Program, ITTP. We will always keep in mind the pledge we've made together in the Global Garden. The Word, the Future, together.
Road transportation is the backbone of modern economies. But trillions of dollars are lost each year due to road congestion and traffic accidents. New solutions are needed to improve road safety, traffic flow, and congestion. Blue Signal is pioneering the traffic solutions we need today and for the future. Blue Signal has developed predictive traffic solutions and traffic control systems for risk avoidance, smart cities, and intelligent cars. Now, drivers can avoid risks at accident-prone intersections and congested traffic areas using in-car navigation systems or their smartphones. Cities can estimate traffic congestion 2 minutes to 6 hours in advance, facilitate traffic flow using Blue Signal's AI-enhanced predictive traffic solutions, and run high-speed simulations to calculate the most efficient traffic signal patterns for optimal traffic flow without having to build new infrastructure. Blue Signal's AI-enhanced predictive traffic solutions can alert drivers to traffic hazards by providing lane and speed planners that tell drivers when to change lanes,
change lane now,
or how to adjust their speed,
increase speed.
In the future, autonomous cars will be able to receive real-time updates on traffic situations thanks to Blue Signal's predictive traffic solutions.
Changing lanes and increasing speed.
Real-time updates on predicted traffic will allow autonomous cars to automatically change lanes and speed to avoid congestion and accidents. With Blue Signal technologies, we'll spend less time in our cars and more time with the people we love. Better communities, less time spent in traffic, safer commutes. Blue Signal.
A company that provides a productive life to mankind with creative energy technology. APAC. After its establishment in 1999, APAC has grown as a global company, specializing in LED lighting with its application of an unrivaled thermal solution that grafts heat pipe patented technology. It provides optimized solutions to various sports facilities, such as golf courses and port facilities, and it is focusing development and investment to indoor store lighting inside markets, street lamp projects, and plant cultivation lighting. Also, it has newly launched a solar panel cleaning robot for the efficiency enhancement of photovoltaic energy generation. The LED lighting of APAC guarantees high quality, lightweight, long life, and high levels of energy reduction. It has conducted LED lighting tests outdoors for approximately 9 years since the year 2010, and its results boast a high efficiency rate in which initial light speed reduction rates are less than 6%. The LED lighting of APAC realizes perfect waterproof and dustproof functions with IP grade 66 and 67 and provides excellent quality maintenance even years after outdoor installation. Through accurate simulations, it customizes lighting quantities, illuminance, and uniformity factors so they are optimized to installation locations. Also, luminescence adjustment and control are possible with a dimming control system, guaranteeing high energy reduction effects. Its outdoor lighting, such as that for sports facilities and ports, guarantees the highest level of light efficiency, lightweight, and easy maintenance, and product durability and reliability is secured with IP grade 66 and 67. high ceiling lights such as those for indoor gymnasiums, factories, and large markets boast clean and tidy designs, and a high optical efficacy at a maximum of 150 lumens per watt. Security lights suited for smart city security and the maintenance of public order are installed to general road and low pole shafts, bringing light to dark streets at night or to shadowy spaces, contributing to living safety. APAC's LED lighting for plant growth and development realizes optimal spectrums, cultivating healthy and high-quality plants. With PPFD values that are extremely higher than those of other companies, it has proven spectrum realizations that are excellent for plant growth, and it has opened up adoptions into greenhouse horticulture and smart farms, not only in Korea, but also overseas through collaborations with partner companies. Testing at a vertical farm in Korea on fluorescent lighting and APAC LED lighting showed that butterhead sizes were 46% larger. Through this, it can hopefully contribute to resolving the global food crisis by providing next-generation food to mankind. As photovoltaic energy generation is growing in importance all around the world, APAC has developed and is providing PVRO, an intelligent PV cleaning robot for the efficiency maintenance of solar panels. At present, solar panels are generally cleaned by people, but PVRO can be simply installed and it can automatically wash solar panels that are a minimum of 2 meters and a maximum of 6 meters in size, while moving side to side using a motor driving method. It uses a minimum amount of water without any cleaning agents. With an applied object sensor, it has functions such as fall prevention functions due to malfunctions, and it can also easily be disassembled. The excellent technology of APAC is already being recognized in Korea and in countries around the world. Through collaborations with countries all over the world, including Europe, North America, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East, it is providing high-powered LED lighting such as sports lighting, port lighting, road lighting, and high ceiling lighting. Also, it is giving wide publicity towards the technology and reliability of Korea through actions such as exporting PVRO to Japan. APAC always proposes the most efficient solutions to customers. The technology of reliability provided by APAC. It is now your turn to experience it.
안녕하세요. 지구상에서 가장 많은 생명을 구할 꿈을 꾸고 있는 더 웨이브톡 대표이사 김영덕입니다. 저희 회사는 누구나 언제나 어디서나 먹는 물의 수질, 법적 기준을 측정할 수 있는 가정용 센서를 개발하고 있습니다. 우리가 먹는 수돗물, 정수기에서 나오는 정수된 물, 그리고 병물, 그렇게 먹는 물에는 당연히 엄격한 법적 기준이 있습니다. 그 엄격한 검사에도 불구하고 우리나라에서는 그리고 세계적으로는 매년 수돗물과 관련한 오염 사태가 일어나고 있습니다. 이를 근본적으로 막기 위해서는 각 가정의 말단에 수질의 법적 기준을 측정할 수 있는 작은 센서가 필요합니다. 더 웨이브톡은 카이스트와 공동으로 카이스트 기술을 받아서 이런 센서를 세계에서 최초로 개발했다고 생각하고 있고요. 올 여름에 국내를 시작으로 해서 전 세계에 런칭할 계획입니다. 저희는 새로운 레이저 센서 기술을 이용해서 여기서 나오는 작은 산란된 빛을 증폭시키는 레이저 시스템을 개발했습니다. 저희가 개발한 가정용 수질 측정기 센스 컵은 유리잔에 물을 담아서 저희 기기 위에 올려놓으면 10초 내에 빛이 통과되면서 투과되는 이물질에 따른 산란 양을 측정합니다. 그 결과치가 스마트폰으로 보이게 되고요. 그렇게 해서 정수기, 수돗물, 병물 등 다양한 물들의 수질을 측정하고 관리할 수 있습니다. 궁극적으로는 한 나라의 수도망의 수질 관리를 위한 IoT 센서로 발전시키는 것이 저희의 궁극의 꿈입니다.
Hello, my name is David, and I'm here to introduce you to GT Science's newest innovation, the COVID-19 Smart Testing Booth. This booth is designed for healthcare professionals to safely and quickly test for coronavirus and other infectious diseases. Let's take a look at the main features. The filter experts at GT Science have created a HEPA filter air purification system to help keep healthcare workers safe. GT Science has also developed an innovative built-in heating and cooling system to maximize user comfort and convenience while working inside the booth and to protect against extreme heat and cold in the summer and winter seasons. Control panel is located in an easy-to-use, convenient location that allows the user to turn on and off the fan, change between positive and negative pressure environments, adjust the fan speed, and turn the light on and off. The booth was designed to be comfortable and convenient to use for long periods of time, with a convenient and easy to access storage bin for cotton swabs and other consumables, and a motion sensor operated garbage bin to allow for easy disposal. The shelf can handle up to 100 kilograms, and altogether, our ergonomic design provides the optimal environment for healthcare professionals to both safely and comfortably conduct testing. Our booth is equipped with a hands-free intercom system to allow you to communicate more easily with patients, allowing you to get through your testing faster and more efficiently. The COVID-19 Smart Testing Booth is the ultimate safe testing solution and a vital component for any comprehensive viral outbreak response. Learn more by visiting our website or by sending us an email. Along with our smart testing booth, GT Science is also providing other products required for coronavirus testing. Please visit our website and take a look at our product offering and contact us for more information.
Lesson from Korean COVID-19 experiences. Realistic diagnostic guideline for worldwide pandemic situation. Part 1. Understanding SARS-CoV-2 virus and 3 different methods for COVID-19 diagnosis. COVID-19 is caused by SARS-CoV-2 virus. This virus is composed of gene and antigen. First, you can detect the genes when the virus infects through nose or throat. Virus genes can be detected by RT-PCR method. Second, antigen can be detected from human oropharyngeal, nasopharyngeal specimens and sputum specimens. This antigen can be detected by FIA Rapid Antigen Kit. 10 days after virus infection, antibodies can be detected in blood. IgM or IgG antibodies can be detected by Gold Rapid Kit or Total Antibody ELISA Kit. PCL is providing all three solutions from RT-PCR, antigen to antibody detection kit. PCL's one-step RT-PCR kit contains highly sensitive N gene and showed 7 to 43-fold higher sensitivity than other RT-PCR kits. PCL Antigen Rapid Kit is a dual antibody sandwich reaction with fluorescence immunochromatographic assay to detect N antigen of SARS-CoV-2 in 10 minutes. PCL's antigen rapid test can detect below 1,000 copies of virus, whereas RT-PCR kit can detect below 100 copies of virus. PCL's Antibody Rapid Gold can detect IgG and IgM antibodies of N and spike protein of SARS-CoV-2 in human serum, plasma, venous blood, and capillary blood. After seroconversion, PCL's antibody kit's clinical sensitivity is 90.76% and clinical specificity is 99.35%. Lastly, PCL is providing Total Antibody ELISA Kit for massive screening of blood samples. PCL provides antigen sandwich method for detecting total antibodies from IgG, IgM, and IgA. Part 2. Preventive Total Solution for COVID-19 Pandemic Situation. The first confirmed COVID-19 patients in South Korea, January 20th, were those who came from or had visited China. Lately, secondary and tertiary spread occurred, and the speed of transmission accelerated. By May 1st, in some 180 countries and territories, representing every corner of the globe, have now reported at least one case of the novel coronavirus. In total, there are now over 3 million confirmed cases and over 215,000 related deaths. Transmission of COVID-19 can occur early in the course of infection, since SARS-CoV-2 viral loads in asymptomatic patients are similar to those in the symptomatic patients. This indicates asymptomatic or minimally symptomatic patients with low levels of detectable viral RNA can transmit COVID-19. Therefore, a total solution is needed to detect the virus in the early phases of infection to prevent secondary or tertiary spread. Part 3. PCL is providing total solution for COVID-19 diagnosis. Antigen kit recommendation. First of all, PCL recommends antigen kit as the first barrier for COVID-19 prevention. Antigen detection is a quick 10-minute assay with high sensitivity. It can sort positive patients quickly. If the antigen test result is positive, confirm the patient as a positive case. If the antigen test result is negative or the patient displays symptoms, perform the RT-PCR. RT-PCR is currently the only way for confirming COVID-19 infections. However, it requires 3 steps along with professional equipment and technicians. Throughput is not good, and it takes more than 6 hours to obtain the results. After using antigen test, we can reduce the burden of RT-PCR assay and sort patients as early as possible. However, antigen assay is less sensitive than RT-PCR by nature, because antigens cannot be amplified like RT-PCR methods. We usually assume that RT-PCR's CT value that is lower than 30 can be detected from antigen assay. Antibody recommendation. The antibody method is very useful in finding antibodies in the blood at least 10 days after infection. PCL's Antibody Rapid Gold detects IgG and IgM antibodies of COVID-19 infection from fingerstick of blood in 10 minutes. Antibody only appears 10 days after infection. Antibody kit can be used to complement the RT-PCR or antigen assay for COVID-19 patients. In addition, we can use antibody method to determine when COVID-19 patients can return to work or school. Multiplex IVD Leader, PCL.
안녕하세요. 지구상에서 가장 많은 생명을 구할 꿈을 꾸고 있는 더 웨이브톡 대표이사 김영덕입니다. 저희 회사는 누구나 언제나 어디서나 먹는 물의 수질, 법적 기준을 측정할 수 있는 가정용 센서를 개발하고 있습니다. 우리가 먹는 수돗물, 정수기에서 나오는 정수된 물, 그리고 병물, 그렇게 먹는 물에는 당연히 엄격한 법적 기준이 있습니다. 그 엄격한 검사에도 불구하고 우리나라에서는 그리고 세계적으로는 매년 수돗물과 관련한 오염 사태가 일어나고 있습니다. 이를 근본적으로 막기 위해서는 각 가정의 말단에 수질의 법적 기준을 측정할 수 있는 작은 센서가 필요합니다. 더 웨이브톡은 카이스트와 공동으로 카이스트 기술을 받아서 이런 센서를 세계에서 최초로 개발했다고 생각하고 있고요. 올 여름에 국내를 시작으로 해서 전 세계에 런칭할 계획입니다. 저희는 새로운 레이저 센서 기술을 이용해서 여기서 나오는 작은 산란된 빛을 증폭시키는 레이저 시스템을 개발했습니다. 저희가 개발한 가정용 수질 측정기 센스 컵은 유리잔에 물을 담아서 저희 기기 위에 올려놓으면 10초 내에 빛이 통과되면서 투과되는 이물질에 따른 산란 양을 측정합니다. 그 결과치가 스마트폰으로 보이게 되고요. 그렇게 해서 정수기, 수돗물, 병물 등 다양한 물들의 수질을 측정하고 관리할 수 있습니다. 궁극적으로는 한 나라의 수도망의 수질 관리를 위한 IoT 센서로 발전시키는 것이 저희의 궁극의 꿈입니다.
KAIST ITTP is an international scholarship and education program run by the KAIST. Without a question, it is Korea's #1 IT research institute. It is a top-notch university, ranking 43rd in the QS World University Rankings, and is the cradle of global ICT education. Sponsored by the Korean government, ITTP envisions itself as the world's top IT education program for future global IT leaders. It has done its best to create an optimum learning environment for ICT-related government officials from emerging countries by providing tuition fees, scholarships, and airfares for participants. As of 2016, 172 ICT-related government officials from 57 countries have taken KAIST master's and doctoral courses in IT engineering and business that emphasize Korea's advanced ICT know-how. ITTP focuses not only on economic support, but also efficient curriculum design. Newcomers can choose either IT business or engineering courses, depending on their area of interest. As a global community of ICT experts, forging win-win growth of ICT businesses worldwide. The curriculum is centered on practical skills, with its main priority being collaboration.
ITP 610 was the course that helped me the most. It was about practical problem solving in real business environments. It mainly helped us develop skills for actual troubleshooting, and since I truly want to serve my country and make a significant difference in Costa Rica, with the experience of ITP 610, I think I feel better prepared to pursue such goals.
Since 2010, when it signed a contract with the African Development Bank, it has run the Next African Leader program. a capacity-building project for ICT-related officials and experts from governments and agencies under the umbrella of the AFDB. Understanding ITTP's curricular excellence. The project was financially backed by the Ghanaian, Indonesian, and Thai governments and provided a master's course for ICT-related government officials and experts from those three countries. In addition, an agreement was signed to create e-government master plans with the governments of Oman and Bangladesh, and short-term, non-degree, consigned education program for relevant personnel in both countries was implemented, expanding the network of cooperation.
It's been a rewarding experience, but most of all, direct interaction with experts in the IT sector has helped me to understand just how Korea was able to rise to enormous heights in IT in such a short period of time.
Based on its 10-year performance, ITTP has another goal that will cement its position as the hub of international cooperation in the ICT sector in October 2015. The GII network opened as a network communication platform linked to a redevelopment ITTP homepage. The GII network is a hub for ICT-related personnel at private, public, industrial, and academic institutions, including students and graduates of ITTP, as well as ICT experts and scholars both home and abroad. Against such backdrop, ITTP supports industry-university cooperation in two ways. It includes BOCP and ARCS. BOCP enables ITTP students to study ICT issues at home through internship at Korean companies. If graduates of ITTP want to cooperate with Korean ICT organizations or companies to solve ICT issues in their homeland, they can take advantage of the ARCS study system that utilizes Korean ICT companies or organizations. Recently, ITTP has undertaken a technology commercialization project in cooperation with the KAIST Global Commercialization Center. As distinct from the simple transfer of technology, this technology commercialization project recommends first-class ICT solutions and supports joint programs, depending on the specific needs of developing countries. After carrying out demand surveys, ITTP organizes various events that strengthen international cooperation and industry-university partnerships in the ICT sector. The KAIST ITTP ITSA joint workshops, the Global ICT Seoul Forum. Such events provide an ongoing platform for information exchange and cooperation. Global IT Technology Program, ITTP. We will always keep in mind the pledge we've made together in the Global Garden. The Word, the Future, together.
Road transportation is the backbone of modern economies. But trillions of dollars are lost each year due to road congestion and traffic accidents. New solutions are needed to improve road safety, traffic flow, and congestion. Blue Signal is pioneering the traffic solutions we need today and for the future. Blue Signal has developed predictive traffic solutions and traffic control systems for risk avoidance, smart cities, and intelligent cars. Now, drivers can avoid risks at accident-prone intersections and congested traffic areas using in-car navigation systems or their smartphones. Cities can estimate traffic congestion 2 minutes to 6 hours in advance, facilitate traffic flow using Blue Signal's AI-enhanced predictive traffic solutions, and run high-speed simulations to calculate the most efficient traffic signal patterns for optimal traffic flow without having to build new infrastructure. Blue Signal's AI-enhanced predictive traffic solutions can alert drivers to traffic hazards by providing lane and speed planners that tell drivers when to change lanes,
change lane now,
or how to adjust their speed,
increase speed.
In the future, autonomous cars will be able to receive real real-time updates on traffic situations thanks to Blue Signal's predictive traffic solutions.
Changing lanes and increasing speed.
Real-time updates on predicted traffic will allow autonomous cars to automatically change lanes and speed to avoid congestion and accidents. With Blue Signal technologies, we'll spend less time in our cars and more time with the people we love. Better communities, less time spent in traffic, safer commutes. Blue Signal.
A company that provides a productive life to mankind with creative energy technology. APAC. After its establishment in 1999, APAC has grown as a global company specializing in LED lighting with its application of an unrivaled thermal solution that grafts heat pipe patented technology. It provides optimized solutions to various sports facilities, such as golf courses and port facilities, and it is focusing development and investment to indoor store lighting inside markets, street lamp projects, and plant cultivation lighting. Also, it has newly launched a solar panel cleaning robot for the efficiency enhancement of photovoltaic energy generation. The LED lighting of APAC guarantees high quality, lightweight, long life, and high levels of energy reduction. It has conducted LED lighting tests outdoors for approximately 9 years since the year 2010, and its results boast a high efficiency rate in which initial light speed reduction rates are less than 6%. The LED lighting of APAC realizes perfect waterproof and dustproof functions with IP grade 66 and 67 and provides excellent quality maintenance even years after outdoor installation. Through accurate simulations, it customizes lighting quantities, illuminance, and uniformity factors so they are optimized to installation locations. Also, luminescence adjustment and control are possible with a dimming control system, guaranteeing high energy reduction effects. Its outdoor lighting, such as that for sports facilities and ports, guarantees the highest level of light efficiency, lightweight, and easy maintenance, and product durability and reliability is secured with IP grade 66 and 67. High ceiling lights, such as those for indoor gymnasiums, factories, and large markets, boast clean and tidy designs, and a high optical efficacy at a maximum of 150 lumens per watt. Security lights suited for smart city security and the maintenance of public order are installed to general road and low pole shafts, bringing light to dark streets at night, or to shadowy spaces, contributing to living safety. APAC's LED lighting for plant growth and development realizes optimal spectrums, cultivating healthy and high-quality plants. With PPFD values that are extremely higher than those of other companies, it has proven spectrum realizations that are excellent for plant growth, and it has opened up adoptions into greenhouse horticulture and smart farms, not only in Korea, but also overseas through collaborations with partner companies. Testing at a vertical farm in Korea on fluorescent lighting and APAC LED lighting showed that butterhead sizes were 46% larger. Through this, it can hopefully contribute to resolving the global food crisis by providing next-generation food to mankind. As photovoltaic energy generation is growing in importance all around the world, APAC has developed and is providing PVRO, an intelligent PV cleaning robot for the efficiency maintenance of solar panels. At present, solar panels are generally cleaned by people, but PVRO can be simply installed and it can automatically wash solar panels that are a minimum of 2 meters and a maximum of 6 meters in size, while moving side to side using a motor driving method. It uses a minimum amount of water without any cleaning agents. With an applied object sensor, it has functions such as fall prevention functions due to malfunctions, and it can also easily be disassembled. The excellent technology of APAC is already being recognized in Korea and in countries around the world. Through collaborations with countries all over the world, including Europe, North America, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East, it is providing high-powered LED lighting, such as sports lighting, port lighting, road lighting, and high ceiling lighting. Also, it is giving wide publicity towards the technology and reliability of Korea through actions such as exporting P0 to Japan. APAC always proposes the most efficient solutions to customers. The technology of reliability provided by APAC. It is now your turn to experience it.
안녕하세요. 지구상에서 가장 많은 생명을 구할 꿈을 꾸고 있는 더 웨이브톡 대표이사 김영덕입니다. 저희 회사는 누구나 언제나 어디서나 먹는 물의 수질, 법적 기준을 측정할 수 있는 가정용 센서를 개발하고 있습니다. 우리가 먹는 수돗물, 정수기에서 나오는 정수된 물, 그리고 병물, 그렇게 먹는 물에는 당연히 엄격한 법적 기준이 있습니다. 그 엄격한 검사에도 불구하고 우리나라에서는 그리고 세계적으로는 매년 수돗물과 관련한 오염 사태가 일어나고 있습니다. 이를 근본적으로 막기 위해서는 각 가정의 말단에 수질의 법적 기준을 측정할 수 있는 작은 센서가 필요합니다. 더 웨이브톡은 카이스트와 공동으로 카이스트 기술을 받아서 이런 센서를 세계에서 최초로 개발했다고 생각하고 있고요. 올 여름에 국내를 시작으로 해서 전 세계에 런칭할 계획입니다. 저희는 새로운 레이저 센서 기술을 이용해서 여기서 나오는 작은 산란된 빛을 증폭시키는 레이저 시스템을 개발했습니다. 저희가 개발한 가정용 수질 측정기 센스 컵은 유리잔에 물을 담아서 저희 기기 위에 올려놓으면 10초 내에 빛이 통과되면서 투과되는 이물질에 따른 산란 양을 측정합니다. 그 결과치가 스마트폰으로 보이게 되고요. 그렇게 해서 정수기, 수돗물, 병물 등 다양한 물들의 수질을 측정하고 관리할 수 있습니다. 궁극적으로는 한 나라의 수도망의 수질 관리를 위한 IoT 센서로 발전시키는 것이 저희의 궁극의 꿈입니다.
Hello, my name is David, and I'm here to introduce you to GT Science's newest innovation, the COVID-19 Smart Testing Booth. This booth is designed for healthcare professionals to safely and quickly test for coronavirus and other infectious diseases. Let's take a look at the main features. The filter experts at GT Science have created a HEPA filter air purification system to help keep healthcare workers safe. GT Science has also developed an innovative built-in heating and cooling system to maximize user comfort and convenience while working inside the booth and to protect against extreme heat and cold in the summer and winter seasons. The control panel is located in an easy-to-use, convenient location that allows the user to turn on and off the fan, change between positive and negative pressure environments, adjust the fan speed, and turn the light on and off. The booth was designed to be comfortable and convenient to use for long periods of time, with a convenient and easy-to-access storage bin for cotton swabs and other consumables, and a motion sensor operated garbage bin to allow for easy disposal. The shelf can handle up to 100 kilograms, and altogether, our ergonomic design provides the optimal environment for healthcare professionals to both safely and comfortably conduct testing. Our booth is equipped with a hands-free intercom system to allow you to communicate more easily with patients, allowing you to get through your testing faster and more efficiently. The COVID-19 Smart Testing Booth is the ultimate safe testing solution and a vital component for any comprehensive viral outbreak response. Learn more by visiting our website or by sending us an email. Along with our Smart Testing booth, GT Science is also providing other products required for coronavirus testing. Please visit our website and take a look at our product offering and contact us for more information.
Lesson from Korean COVID-19 experiences. Realistic diagnostic guideline for worldwide pandemic situation. Part 1. Understanding SARS-CoV-2 virus and 3 different methods for COVID-19 diagnosis. COVID-19 is caused by SARS-CoV-2 virus. This virus is composed of gene and antigen. First, you can detect the genes when the virus infects through nose or throat. Virus genes can be detected by RT-PCR method. Second, antigen can be detected from human oropharyngeal, nasopharyngeal specimens and sputum specimens. This antigen can be detected by FIA Rapid Antigen Kit. 10 days after virus infection, antibodies can be detected in blood. IgM or IgG antibodies can be detected by Gold Rapid Kit or Total Antibody ELISA Kit. PCL is providing all 3 solutions from RT-PCR, antigen to antibody detection kit. PCL's one-step RT-PCR kit contains highly sensitive N gene and showed 7 to 43-fold higher sensitivity than other RT-PCR kits. PCL Antigen Rapid Kit is a dual antibody sandwich reaction with fluorescence immunochromatographic assay to detect N antigen of SARS-CoV-2 in 10 minutes. PCL's antigen rapid test can detect below 1,000 copies of virus, whereas RT-PCR kit can detect below 100 copies of virus. PCL's antibody rapid gold can detect IgG and IgM antibodies of N and spike protein of SARS-CoV-2 in human serum, plasma, venous blood, and capillary blood. After seroconversion, PCL's antibody kit's clinical sensitivity is 90.76% and clinical specificity is 99.35%. Lastly, PCL is providing total antibody ELISA kit for massive screening of blood samples. PCL provides antigen sandwich method for detecting total antibodies from IgG, IgM, and IgA. Part 2. Preventive total solution for COVID-19 pandemic situation. The first confirmed COVID-19 patients in South Korea, January 20th, were those who came from or had visited China. Lately, secondary and tertiary spread occurred, and the speed of transmission accelerated. By May 1st, in some 180 countries and territories, representing every corner of the globe, have now reported at least one case of the novel coronavirus. In total, there are now over 3 million confirmed cases and over 215,000 related deaths. Transmission of COVID-19 can occur early in the course of infection, since SARS-CoV-2 viral loads in asymptomatic patients are similar to those in the symptomatic patients. This indicates asymptomatic or minimally symptomatic patients with low levels of detectable viral RNA can transmit COVID-19. Therefore, a total solution is needed to detect the virus in the early phases of infection to prevent secondary or tertiary spread. Part 3. PCL is providing total solution for COVID-19 diagnosis. Antigen kit recommendation. First of all, PCL recommends antigen kit as the first barrier for COVID-19 prevention. Antigen detection is a quick 10-minute assay with high sensitivity. It can sort positive patients quickly. If the antigen test result is positive, confirm the patient as a positive case. If the antigen test result is negative or the patient displays symptoms, perform the RT-PCR. RT-PCR is currently the only way for confirming COVID-19 infections. However, it requires 3 steps along with professional equipment and technicians. Throughput is not good, and it takes more than 6 hours to obtain the results. After using antigen test, we can reduce the burden of RT-PCR assay and sort patients as early as possible. However, antigen assay is less sensitive than RT-PCR by nature. Because antigens cannot be amplified like RT-PCR methods, we usually assume that RT-PCR CT value that is lower than 30 can be detected from antigen assay. Antibody recommendation. The antibody method is very useful in finding antibodies in the blood at least 10 days after infection. PCL's Antibody Rapid Gold detects IgG and IgM antibodies of COVID-19 infection from fingerstick of blood in 10 minutes. Antibody only appears 10 days after infection. Antibody kit can be used to complement the RT-PCR or antigen assay for COVID-19 patients. In addition, we can use antibody method to determine when COVID-19 patients can return to work or school. Multiplex IVD Leader, PCL.
안녕하세요. 지구상에서 가장 많은 생명을 구할 꿈을 꾸고 있는 더 웨이브톡 대표이사 김영덕입니다. 저희 회사는 누구나 언제나 어디서나 먹는 물의 수질, 법적 기준을 측정할 수 있는 가정용 센서를 개발하고 있습니다. 우리가 먹는 수돗물, 정수기에서 나오는 정수된 물, 그리고 병물, 그렇게 먹는 물에는 당연히 엄격한 법적 기준이 있습니다. 그 엄격한 검사에도 불구하고 우리나라에서는 그리고 세계적으로는 매년 수돗물과 관련한 오염 사태가 일어나고 있습니다. 이를 근본적으로 막기 위해서는 각 가정의 말단에 수질의 법적 기준을 측정할 수 있는 작은 센서가 필요합니다. 더 웨이브톡은 카이스트와 공동으로 카이스트 기술을 받아서 이런 센서를 세계에서 최초로 개발했다고 생각하고 있고요. 올 여름에 국내를 시작으로 해서 전 세계에 런칭할 계획입니다. 저희는 새로운 레이저 센서 기술을 이용해서 여기서 나오는 작은 산란된 빛을 증폭시키는 레이저 시스템을 개발했습니다. 저희가 개발한 가정용 수질 측정기 센스 컵은 유리잔에 물을 담아서 저희 기기 위에 올려놓으면 10초 내에 빛이 통과되면서 투과되는 이물질에 따른 산란 양을 측정합니다. 그 결과치가 스마트폰으로 보이게 되고요. 그렇게 해서 정수기, 수돗물, 병물 등 다양한 물들의 수질을 측정하고 관리할 수 있습니다. 궁극적으로는 한 나라의 수도망의 수질 관리를 위한 IoT 센서로 발전시키는 것이 저희의 궁극의 꿈입니다.
KAIST ITTP is an international scholarship and education program run by the KAIST. Without a question, it is Korea's #1 IT research institute. It is a top-notch university, ranking 43rd in the QS World University Rankings, and is the cradle of global ICT education. Sponsored by the Korean government, ITTP envisions itself as the world's top IT education program for future global IT leaders. It has done its best to create an optimum learning environment for ICT-related government officials from emerging countries by providing tuition fees, scholarships, and airfares for participants. As of 2016, 172 ICT-related government officials from 57 countries have taken KAIST master's and doctoral courses in IT engineering and business that emphasize Korea's advanced ICT know-how. ITTP focuses not only on economic support, but also efficient curriculum design. Newcomers can choose either IT business or engineering courses, depending on their area of interest. As a global community of ICT experts, forging win-win growth of ICT businesses worldwide. The curriculum is centered on practical skills, with its main priority being collaboration.
ITP 610 was the course that helped me the most. It was about practical problem solving in real business environments. It mainly helped us develop skills for actual troubleshooting, and since I truly want to serve my country and make a significant difference in Costa Rica, with the experience of ITP 610, I think I feel better prepared to pursue such goals.
Since 2010, when it signed a contract with the African Development Bank, it has run the Next African Leader program, a capacity-building project for ICT-related officials and experts from governments and agencies under the umbrella of the AFDB. Understanding ITTP's curricular excellence, the project was financially backed by the Ghanaian, Indonesian, and Thai governments and provided a master's course for ICT-related government officials and experts from those 3 countries. In addition, an agreement was signed to create e-government master plans with the governments of Oman and Bangladesh, and short-term, non-degree, consigned education program for relevant personnel in both countries was implemented, expanding the network of cooperation.
It's been a rewarding experience, but most of all, direct interaction with experts in the IT sector has helped me to understand just how Korea was able to rise to enormous heights in IT in such a short period of time.
Based on its 10-year performance, ITTP has another goal that will cement its position as the hub of international cooperation in the ICT sector. In October 2015, the GII network opened as a network communication platform linked to a redevelopment ITTP homepage. The GII network is a hub for ICT-related personnel at private, public, industrial, and academic institutions, including students and graduates of ITTP, as well as ICT experts and scholars both home and abroad. Against such backdrop, ITTP supports industry-university cooperation in 2 ways. It includes BOCP and ARCS. BOCP enables ITTP students to study ICT issues at home through internship at Korean companies. If graduates of ITTP want to cooperate with Korean ICT organizations, or companies to solve ICT issues in their homeland. They can take advantage of the ARCS study system that utilizes Korean ICT companies or organizations. Recently, ITTP has undertaken a technology commercialization project in cooperation with the KAIST Global Commercialization Center. As distinct from the simple transfer of technology, this technology commercialization project recommends first-class ICT solutions and supports joint programs, depending on the specific needs of developing countries. After carrying out demand surveys, ITTP organizes various events that strengthen international cooperation and industry, university partnerships, and the ICT sector. The KAIST ITTP, ITSA joint workshops, the Global ICT Seoul Forum. Such events provide an ongoing platform for information exchange and cooperation. Global IT Technology Program, ITTP. We will always keep in mind the pledge we've made together in the Global Garden. The Word, the Future, together.
Hello, everyone. You're welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch as much as I enjoyed mine. Yesterday, during the keynote address by Professor Seung from the Korean University Medical Center, he briefly mentioned the Korean Green New Deal. The K New Deal, as it's fondly called, is the first Green New Deal in East Asia and is Korea's response to COVID-19 pandemic by deliberate investments in green and digital technologies to kickstart environmentally sustainable economic growth. In this session, we shall be discussing the ICT convergence technology solutions for this new deal, and we will be wrapping up the session by taking questions from our participants online on YouTube and Zoom. Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this session, please kindly join me in welcoming our amiable professor, Professor Myung-Chong Park from KAIST Business and Technology Management School.
Thank you for your introduction. Good afternoon. Good morning. Some countries, I guess it's still morning. Anyway, hello everybody. 안녕하세요. 카이스트의 박명철 교수입니다.
So my name is Bang Myung-chul from the KAIST. So we will now start the session 3 of the GCCW. The topic that we'll be covering in this session 3 is the ICT convergence technology solution for the Green New Deal. We actually selected 7 promising companies for this session. We invited the CEO as well as the CFO from those 7 companies. So they'll talk about the AI-based, the new traffic solution and the smart city and the autonomous driving, the radar technology for the smart city and the autonomous driving. And we also have a session for the smart street light and the control system, as well as a modern tech EV, the charger, and also IoT water sensor, as well as the solar energy. So 10 minutes will be allocated for each presentation, and after that, we're going to have a Q&A session. So now I'd like to invite the Mr. Seung from the Blue Signal. So please welcome him with big hands.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Taek. I work for Blue Signal as a CEO. 지금부터 발표를 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
From now on, let me begin my presentation. So I am working from Blue Signal. I am the CEO. Actually, our company was established to resolve the traffic congestions and traffic-related issues. So we thought about how to reduce traffic jams or congestions and accidents. So that was the starting point of the establishment of our company. So we thought that we can find a solution from traffic prediction services. And these days, there are many IT terminologies or terms. So the smart city and the autonomous the driving, all these words are related to traffic or transportation. And what is the another element? That is AI. We applied the AI to traffic prediction. So possible traffic congestions and accidents are predicted in advance in order to reduce them. Then you must be wondering how it is possible. Let me give you simple explanations. In order to see the future, we need to look back on the past. So we look on the past. What I mean by that is that actually we analyze the traffic patterns or the patterns of traffic accidents in the past. And while analyzing those accidents and the patterns, we identify the cause. And based on the cause, we work on modeling and we learn from it. And after that, when similar things happen in the future, based on what we learned, we can come up with prediction. And so AI, artificial intelligence, can be used to afford the benefit of humans, and the AI-based technologies delivers the necessary informations to persons and to infrastructures and so on. So the prediction information is sent. And based on that, we can make ourselves prepared for future possible accidents. So the Blue Signal is a company which makes products based on these technologies, and our technology is being used to many cases. Now we are putting focus on the traffic signals and autonomous driving and so on. But thankfully, many countries and many institutions around the world are making inquiries to us, and not only the traffic area, but also the insurance industry is also asking us questions, and they're making requests to us. So we are working with those companies as well. So let me take an example. So that when there is a traffic congestion or some traffic issue in the future, I should be able to avoid those situations. In order to do that, we need prediction information. And also at the same time, controlling traffic signals is needed. So the direction or the cycle of traffic signals can be adjusted based on the technology. So please take a look at the screen, and this is the case where the technology is used to automobiles. So what kind of situations would come up, and in that case, how much speed I need to have and how much speed reduction is necessary. So all these informations will be available on head-up displays or on the devices related to automobiles. In order to make that happen, so when that happens, actually, we can resolve the issues related to traffic congestions and accidents. And another thing that I want to talk about is traffic signals. So how the traffic will flow can be predicted, and based on the value that we calculated, now we will be able to adjust the interval or the cycles of traffic signals. Based on this technology, and we prove that using our technology, the traffic speed can increase by an average of 7 to 12%. And another part that we are focusing on is autonomous driving. And for the autonomous driving, what should be improved? Of course, we have sensors. However, the coverage of sensors are limited. And however, so that's why we increase the prediction time from 3 seconds to 5 minutes in advance. So we are providing this kind of traffic solution, and we are working on developing further solutions related to that. And also we are collaborating with necessary partners. The smart city, the logistics, and autonomous drivings are the major areas that we are focusing on. And if you are interested in these areas, and if you are interested in getting solutions from us, you can contact us anytime. So because of the time constraint, let me play a short video.
Solutions are needed to improve road safety, traffic flow, and congestion. Blue Signal is pioneering the traffic solutions we need today and for the future. Blue Signal has developed predictive traffic solutions and traffic control systems for risk avoidance, smart cities, and intelligent cars. Now, drivers can avoid risks at accident-prone intersections and congested traffic areas using in-car navigation. Cities can estimate traffic congestion 2 minutes to 6 hours in advance, facilitate traffic flow using Blue Signal's AI-enhanced predictive traffic solutions, and run high-speed simulations to calculate the most efficient traffic signal patterns for optimal traffic flow without having to build new infrastructure. Blue Signal's AI-enhanced predictive traffic solutions can alert drivers to traffic hazards by providing lane and speed planners that tell drivers when to change lanes,
change lane now,
or how to adjust their speed,
increase speed.
In the future, autonomous cars will be able to receive real-time updates on traffic situations thanks to Blue Signal's predictive traffic solutions.
Changing lanes and increasing speed.
Real-time updates on predicted traffic will allow autonomous cars to automatically change lanes and speed to avoid congestion and accidents. With Blue Signal technologies, we'll spend less time in our cars and more time with the people we love. Better communities, less time spent in traffic. safer commutes. Blue signal.
Let me finish my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you. We'd like to open the floor for a Q&A session for the first presentation.
Professor Park? Yes, I'm with a panel of distinguished participants here. And Mr. Beck, we have a couple of questions from our participants.
Thank you, Mr. Beck, for your presentation. I'm Chili from Fiji. I have noted from your presentation that most of your clients are from well-developed countries, Brazil, China, and the UAE. But has Blue Signal Corp considered on a collaboration project with any of the developing countries?
Yes, in case of China and Arab Emirate case, is very focused on the reduced traffic problem for using is signal control. So we are many communications with the agency for relations with the agency like RTA, or in case of China is like a government side. So currently we have as a continuous communication. You know, as well know that is currently a very big serious of the coronavirus situation. So currently, unfortunately, have to stop, but we are really going on for reduce traffic problem for in case of China and Arab Emirates. So currently, we just only analyzing situation for on country, and then on the purpose of the smart city project, just like some communication situation now.
Do you have any other questions? Please.
Okay. Hello. My name is Mr. Baek. My name is Eko from Indonesia. Thank you for a nice presentation. So I have one question. So based on your practical experience, how much is the percentage of having delays, risk, or accident using your technology solutions? Thank you. 제가 지금 저 질문 내용 잘 못 들었는데 이게 안 들리네. I'm so sorry, I could not understand the question clearly. So please. Yeah. So based on your practical experience, so how much is the percentage of having delays, risks, or accident using your technology solutions?
Improvement. How much we can improve these conditions?
Okay. 네, I'm so sorry. Sorry about your hard to understand your question. But okay, in result of our solution is very 30% is enhancement that reduce the traffic problem totally, but a little bit different according to product. Like some in case of signal control cases, like measured by the speed, and then we have adjusting in case of automobile as like some reduced number of the accident or reduced traffic problem, just like this. So usually we 30% is reduced traffic problem.
Yes, Mr. Beck, I have received a question from our online participants. Let me couple with my also little small concern, not concern, like kind of compliment. How, as you move the technology to implement in autonomous vehicles, how do you see like whether it will improve? How do you see the challenges incorporating traffic lights, like implementing this your technology to manage traffic lights to have better or like efficient traffic management?
Okay. In case of some new coming city or some old city cases, we have to check first. But is commonly we can adjusting its focus on the signal light control, because maybe a little bit different is or traffic situation according to country or as a traffic policy.
So first of all, we have to check is the traffic policy and the traffic situation. But the first step is we can access to check the traffic problem case or traffic amount. So finally, we recommended for signal light control is according to traffic rate.
Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 덕선님 수고하셨습니다.
Thank you for
두
the
번째
presentation.
주제로 넘어가겠습니다. 두
So
번째
we'll move on to the next speaker.
스마트 시티와 자율주행을 위한
The
레이더
speaker
기술인데
is about smart city and
88%
autonomous driving, and for that, radar
이재현
technology will be
대표입니다.
talked about by
이재현 대표님,
이재은 from Bit Sensing.
이재현 대표님,
Mr. Jaeon Lee.
So I'd like to invite Lee Jae-eun, so please go ahead and deliver the presentation. Okay, let me start my presentation. We use a radar technology, and we try to solve the safety issue by using this radar technology. We established a company about 2.5 years ago, and so far we have secured more than 85 million won, and we now have 35 employees, and then we try to resolve the safety challenges. I think we are the first of its kind in developing this the radar technology for the smart city as well as autonomous driving. We also have a partner, Ryu Junsu, and he is in charge of the COO as well as the CFO. Of course, it's a relatively short period of time since the establishment, but we got a lot of awards. So we actually developed the entire procedure of the radar technology. I think it was 2015. We had a very, very serious traffic accident in Yeongdong Grand Bridge in Seoul over the Han River. So this actually gave us a shock, and I was very motivated to resolve this kind of situation. Well, this is the photo, but I know that we also have a previous speaker from the blue signal. I think this is a very serious situation in most of the countries, including the developing countries. So everything is very, very inefficient in some sense. Now I'd like to introduce some of the sensors that are being used. Of course, we use a camera, and then we also have a loophole, and this is to detect the traffic flows based on the speed, but this sometimes can destroy and damage the pavement of the street, which will definitely give some negative impact for the overall flow. So in our case, we use radar technology to provide more accurate and efficient solution regardless of the weather condition. So this is the basic concept that we have. So we have a radar and the camera to maximize is the feature. So we can cover the entire lanes because it's a lane by lane, and the coverage is very light. We already have embedded camera, so this means we can even do the sorting of the different type of the vehicles. In the United States and also in Korea, we already got the patent, and we also have interface with other peripherals for the link. I already mentioned that we have embedded camera, and we also use AI technology. Please take a look at this video clip in the left-hand side. This actually is within the radar network. We also can detect the speed, and the right-hand side actually can detect or determine different type of the vehicles. So we collect all this information, and then we try to maximize this data. I think we have the highest level of detection. We already got the certificate for this one. So we use this radar technology, and we conduct the pilot projects. I think this year we already got the request from the Korea Road Control Institute. So we also can accurately detect the queue length out on the street for the better signal control. So this is actually the starting point. We started here from last year. This is what we installed in some areas in Sejong City. So we also were selected as the exclusive service provider. And we also have our presence in the Pangyo. We also installed the Razor for the visualization. This is also what we are going to prepare further. Everything is done in a real-time basis. So this means that, of course, we have a GPS information. We collect all those information, and there's no relay at all. So we share this information on a real-time basis to have a better control. So we also have a other system, and this also can replace the loophole that we already have. And if all sensors are connected, and then within this space, we can have a more efficient and safe control. This was mentioned before, but I mentioned that we have engagement in the entire development cycle. So we also have partners, and we work together with the companies or institutes in Singapore as well. And we also work together with the core component providers. I just covered the solutions regarding transportation traffic, but in the future, we also expand our business into the autonomous driving. So we also want to develop the core components for the autonomous driving. So this means that the sensor for the autonomous vehicle and also the monitoring capability. That way, we can safely secure very safe and reliable autonomous driving. So this means that we are ready to provide the devices for the full-fledged autonomous driving. So we have very good partners. We are working very, very hard, and I want your keen attention and support for us. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. So you're ready to take any question. I think you also can get the question from online as well as offline. So go ahead and then ask any questions. To the second presenter, Daejeon. I see there's no question right now, so I think we can move on to the third presenter. The third presentation is on the smart street light and the control system. This will be delivered by the director Hyun Soo from APEC.
Hello everyone, I am Hyun Soo. Hello everyone, I am Hyun Soo, Director of APEC, and I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to make a presentation. And APEC is based in Daejeon, established in 1999, and through different kinds of solutions, we are engaging in different projects at home and abroad. And one of the major products that we have is the solar panels and street lighting and robotic-related solutions and smart technology-related solutions indoors and outdoors. So let me briefly introduce our company, and then I will move on to main topic. So Green World is made with life-enhancing LED and creative energy technology. This is our philosophy, business philosophy of APEC. And we are running our offices in Germany, Russia, and Vietnam. And we are ISO certified company, and we are making continuous efforts to advance into more overseas markets. And these are our main products. So solar panel related products in the photovoltaic panel cleaner and so on. And so these are our clients, and we are working with central government agencies of other nations and as well as companies here in Korea. And the APAC has 72 patents, and we have our own 45 designs, and also we registered 48 utility models, and we have many trademarks as well. And we have the various kinds of bases for manufacturing facilities, and we have many products for which over the last more than 10 years, we evaluate quality. So even after 10 years after making the products, and we see there is no decrease in quality or performance of our products, and we will continue to do so. And let me move on to the main topic, smart control for LED street light. And the Internet of Things, IoT, when the term first came up, people felt unfamiliar. However, now the concept has become so familiar naturally in our daily lives. We are using the IoT technologies, and IoT enables devices to be connected. In fact, IoT is based on sensors. And in terms of building area, we have smart skin and EMS products. And in terms of utility, we have smart remote detection system. And when it comes to infrastructure, we have smart street light and smart pole and so on. For transport, we have a vehicle detection system. So we have a variety of sensors and solutions. And among those products, I'd like to give a highlight on smart street light. You may not be familiar with the smart street lighting. However, probably you may have heard a lot about smart city. Smart city is something that makes you imagine what it would look like in your head. But I think that a smart street lighting is part of the smart city. So smart street lighting is needed to improve road safety for citizens, reduce electrical energy costs, reduce urban light pollution. Also, it is aimed at providing convenience for citizens' lives, and the smart street lighting based on smart technology has been introduced to several cities around the world. The smart street lighting system is based on sensors. We have smart load, and also we have the network technologies to enable smart street lighting system. In order for the successful deployment of smart street lighting, sensing technologies, remote control technologies, and control technologies, many kinds of technology should be understood well. And the technologies that we are providing is based on radar. So on a real-time basis, we control the street lights. The street lights on the road are in the darkness. So, but street lights exist for the safety, to provide safety for drivers. At the same time, the street lights based on smart technologies offer many benefits for citizens. Let me go more in details. The car speed is continuously detected by sensors, and depending on the speed, light zones are divided. And so how many street lights should be operated, that is analyzed as per different light zone. And the smart street lights are controlled by group, depending on in which light zone they exist. There are a series of steps that are analyzed. So these analysis takes place in a seamless and in a continuous manner. These are the three different urban environmental control models. And these are the technologies that we are also suggesting. The first one is about checking which streetlights are broken or out of order. And number two is about time-based dimming. So depending on the energy requirement, so depending on the needs, this system dims the intensity of the light. And number three is about dynamic dimming. So depending on the specific needs, lights are controlled. And the part highlighted in orange means the energy usage amount on a real-time basis. So our solution is able to detect things in maximum 6 lanes. And also it is possible to detect the car speed at the speed of 200 kilometers per hour in maximum. And also it is possible to see 15 meters ahead. And so two-directional signals or two directions. The information is detected in two directions. And the key functions are the dynamic lighting zone setup. For example, let's say that there's a car at the speed of 100 kilometers. So let's say that in front of the car, there are 5 street lights. In that case, 5 street lights are controlled. Let's say that there's another car at the speed of 80. So in that case, we control 4 street lights to provide a safe driving environment for the drivers and also to minimize the energy usage. And in case of a car at the speed of 60, we control the intensity of 3 front street lights. I'd like to play a short video so that you can have a better understanding. Please take a look.
Streetlight is a high-tech system that detects dynamic road situations and adjusts and controls the illumination level of a streetlight automatically or remotely. The radar, sensor, and wireless communication technologies are used as its base technology. The device installed on each streetlight can communicate both ways. The smart streetlight always maintains basic dimming level brightness. When the device on the first streetlight detects a vehicle approaching, it recognizes its speed and transmits dimming control command to the streetlights onwards to where the vehicle is headed according to its speed, so as to adjust the dimming of several linked streetlights to the level of 100%. At this point, it can even detect the deceleration and acceleration of the vehicle and maintain the optimum number of streetlights that are brightened and its dimming condition so that the vehicle's driver will not feel any change in the streetlights. Also, if there are no other vehicles after the vehicle passes, dimming is automatically controlled to the basic level gradually. The smart sensor device can detect the amount of traffic, the average speed by a section of a road, and by time. By making this information into big data and applying the big data on various road policies, it can have huge effects in creating a safe road environment, saving electric energy, and reducing light pollution.
Now that you have checked out the video, I assume that you have a better understanding of what we have, I guess. So on a real-time basis, this kind of information is available for monitoring. So each dot means each street light. So through this monitoring, you can check whether there are broken street lights, and you can check whether the street lights are on and off. So all this is possible to be checked on a real-time basis, and also a person who is in control of the system, if he monitors something wrong, he can take actions right away after checking out this information. This is a control server system. So is there any problem concerning communications? Is there any broken street light? All these information can be checked on a real-time basis. And based on the data we collect, and we provide a report, and this is helpful for clients. And if there is any street light that is broken, we can highlight that with red color, and also we identify the cause of the brokerage. For example, is it because of the other factors, or is it because of the internal factor of the light? So also traffic situations are continuously monitored. Our smart street light solution has different range of products. We have high-end products, mid-range product, and low-end products. So it depends on your needs. Of course, there are suggestions by the clients in developing countries and in Asia, and also through the business with ASEAN countries, we are providing solutions to the southern countries in ASEAN. And this is the smart node. Inside the smart node, there are different kinds of sensors. There is a light sensor that senses light, and also the access point and GPS function, and weather information, and the contamination level of the air, and even the circuit TV, the surveillance cameras, CCTV sensor can be accumulated inside this smart node. In fact, this kind of smart node is not well known. Is not well known to Korea, and actually it is well known in the overseas market. But here in Korea, still the smart node concept is somewhat new. This may look too complicated. However, I'd like to put it simple. And we are providing 100 lux per watt. This is about efficiency, and we are offering a high level of light distributions, and also we are working together with the ASEAN countries and many diverse countries. And APEC is pursuing to become a life-enhancing LED technology company. So improving the quality of lives of all humanity is our goal. We want to create lights for every walk of life. So that was a presentation by APEC. Thank you. Thank you. 네, 프라이어 교수님.
Yes, we have a couple of questions from our participants, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Daejeon. Thank you for your wonderful presentation and an excellent solution from your company, APAC Incorporated. My question here is regards security, because we know that with all these data points on IoT and wireless technologies, there is a chance of cybersecurity threats against your entire system through one of your connections. So what policies or measures do you have in place to counter such cybersecurity threats that could happen against your systems?
Actually, as for cyber security issues,
yes,
we need really good partners, and we are looking for good partners regarding this field. Actually, we have 2 or 3 partners and have a cooperation together to work out these security issues.
Okay, thank you.
Any more?
Thank you, Mr. Daejeon. I'm Choi from Fiji. Do you have any international partners that you have collaborated with to install this technology outside of Korea?
Yes, we have some several partners in Globals. in Europe and in Europe and in Asia. Yes. 감사합니다.
Yes, Mr.
Do you have more questions?
No, it's all right. Just wanted to understand, kind of like visualize how effective or like how much energy saving is coming from the control mechanism, control system. As we saw in the video, usually the highways have continuous traffic. So how effective is how much power saving is coming from the controlling or like dimming the lights? From your practical experience, if you have implemented in any highways?
Yeah, you have a good question. Actually, once we replace with our high efficacy LED lighting solutions, then our clients and customers, they can save their energy up to 60% or so. But in case they utilize our control system together, of course it depends on the road conditions and traffic conditions. But one of our Asian countries' clients, we can see their energy saving is up to 70%. This is our real data from our customers.
That's wonderful. Thank you. That's great.
감사합니다. 현영 수사님 수고하셨습니다.
Thank you for the presentation.
네 번째 주제로 넘어가겠습니다. 네 번째 주제는 모던 전기차 충전기에.
This speaker is from Modern Tech, and the speaker is Dr. Harsh Choi from Modern Tech.
Hello, my name is Dr. Harsh Choi. First of all, greetings to all the people who are available here physically and online, virtually with us. Well, on this platform, I would like to have a small address about our company and how we are trying our level best in order to cope up with the current problem of COVID-19 by giving a proper, good green solutions for the future. In our presentation, as we know, we will be talking about the following points. We will be seeing like how we are working for the green future. We will give a small presentation about our company, the major services we provide, and the technologies that we are dealing with, and of course the complete potential of our global market. Now, as you know, a small recap of the things which have happened because of industrialization and problems in the traffic and population and etc. Our environment has suffered a lot, and because of that, a lot of devastating effects like the pollution and global warming and climate has changed, and finally lead to a new pathogens like COVID-19. We all know about it. So what is a solution for it? One of the normal solution people come up with this thing is the green energy, in which we generate the electricity using solar power, wind, turbine, all these things, which is not new. It is good concept, but this is halfway. The another half is how to use this technology or use this green energy. There we come up with a smart factory systems, which we have already discussed. Then there is a smart house systems and etc. And most important is the electrical vehicles, which is now becoming a very hot cake, which is becoming very, very much famous nowadays. And for electrical vehicles, you need electrical chargers. And there is what we come into the picture. We are Modern Tech. We are working on these lines for more than 10 years. Right now, our company was actually established in 2003, and from that time we dedicated our full attention towards this future crisis and how we can solve it beforehand. In this case, we have already developed our company, and from 2003 we registered, we went ahead, and by 2017 we were actually selected by the Korean government to establish a complete robot development project and etc. And by 2019, last year, we have around 80% market of the e-bus chargers in South Korea, which is quite a big achievement within a very small amount of time. Now, if we go ahead, our complete organization has been divided into 5 basic parts. We have a complete dedicated team for EV chargers and etc. And if And as you know, most of our company, we have the three major areas of working, and we have quite big amount of partners all over the country, from Korea and from outside. So, while doing in last 13 years, we have been able to acquire a patent of up to 14 patents in Korea and around 5 major patents all over global technology, especially related to EV chargers and etc. Now, what are our major services? The Modern Tech is actually currently working on 3 major fields: the electrical vehicle, factory automation system, and the machine tools and etc. The first is our electrical vehicle charger, which is our major work. We have around 40% of the business completely dedicated on electrical vehicle chargers. We have electrical chargers ranging from the slow chargers like AC chargers from 7 to 14 kilowatt, then home or wall box chargers. We have DC fast chargers for cars and for buses, and special dedicated heavy chargers called as master-slave chargers, which are mostly for e-buses. Another place where we are working hard right now is the machine tool control panel. We actually combine the information or the technology from AI and etc. And we have already integrated and are making machine tool control panels, especially for big companies like Doosan and etc. in South Korea. Another major work of our company is related to factory automation system, which is like smart factory system and etc. For this, we already have worked for the automation and manufacturing of transmission, engine, oil, engine, Q cell models, and etc. These are the 2 other major field of work. Now, the point which I wanted to discuss today here in front of all of you is the 6 major technology on which Modern Tech is right now working on, and we have already patented, developed, and also employed. Now, the first very famous, very good technology that we have is a master-slave technology. And most of the EV chargers that you know, there is a very big machine which is quite big, bigger than a refrigerator and etc., which consists of a power conversion to the distribution and everything integrated into one box, and the same box has a wire which will be used to connect to the cars. Problem is, this is too bulky, it has a lot of other problems and etc. So what we have done is, we have divided this full system into 2 parts, a master part and a slave part. Master part only consists of heavy electrical things like main power control, power distribution, and power management, all controlled by AI systems, and a small billing part and etc., which is a small post which will be safely connected nearby the parking lot, which will only have a billing system and an emergency stop just in case of emergency. So, why this master-slave system is so good? Compared to the existing integrated systems, which are quite fat, our system is quite slim if you just see the slave part. In terms of the dedicated charging is required, if you need, for one car, you need one charger and etc. Whereas using our master-slave technology, you can actually distribute the power, so you don't need a dedicated charger for every vehicle. Then there is of course a power wastage in every integrated single machine, whereas this has been reduced very much using our master-slave technology. Finally, we have the high cost, which is again always a very important part when you are coming with the implementation and installation of everything. Now, what can you actually save it? The first thing that you save is the parking space. You know, for employing every integrated charger, you require a very big amount of area, like a area for the charger, and then you have to have a safe limit, and then you need a small point which is going to be around here to stop the car by hitting these things. Whereas in our case, it has been divided, so you only need a small distributor, or we call it the slave, and then the car can be parked very close to it. You don't need extra safety precautions, so you don't need too much parking space there. Secondly is the hardware cost. For a single integrated, for every machine you have a dedicated hardware, software and etc. Whereas in our case, all the dedicated part has been put into one big master, and slaves are just serving for a holder for your guns and etc. So the hardware cost is reduced. Now, as far as communication concern is there, for every machine you require a separate IP system, a separate communication box and etc. Whereas in this case, all systems can be controlled by a single machine. From upper point of view, it looks a small change from $60 to $6, but if you think about like 10,000 machines employed all over the country, then that makes a very big difference. The most important thing is the cost of contract power. If you want to increase number of integrated chargers, you have to increase the contract power, which requires more paperwork, which requires more time, and etc. Whereas in our system, you can actually increase the number of chargers without increasing the contract power too much by using a special sequential method and etc. that we will discuss very soon. So ultimately, the most important thing is how much you save the time and how much you save the money. And in this case, you can see that by a simple differentiation and the comparison, you can find that you have actually been able to save around $24,000 just for 10 machines. So if you think about number of machines up to like 1,000, 10,000 applied in a country, the cost saving will be quite significant. Another most important thing is the sequential charging, which we have patented, and we have patented in Korea and other places. Now the thing is, for example, you are using in a daytime, you have a bus coming which is going, then you need another bus which is coming and going, and etc. Now if, for example, you have 10 buses, so you need 10 different spots and etc., and everyone will have an integrated charger. So for example, for every bus is around 300 kilowatt, you will require 3,000 kilowatt contract power. Whereas in this case, you can just have one major master and connect it to 10 slaves, and the same master can actually be giving power to different slaves. So the contract power remains the same, but you can actually now cater more number of buses. Same thing is true for the night. In the night, you have the buses which will be coming all together and etc. So if you wanted to do the slow charging, so you can use single gun, you can divide the power between the two buses, and then you can charge one bus at one time, then another, and etc. And so you can continue charging all the, let's say in this example, like 10 buses with just using one single 300 kilowatt master. So that means the complete amount of dedicated power required has been reduced. Another major place where we can use the sequential charging is, for example, you have already made a system with 1,000 kilowatt for charging three buses in the daytime for a dedicated charger, or 6 buses in the night. Now, because of the increment, you need to have more number of buses, and now you require 2 more buses, now resulting up to like 1,500 kilowatt. So you need to employ 2 more integrated chargers, and so it will increase the cost, contract part, everything, and etc. Whereas in terms of sequential charging with our master-slave system, what you can do is, in the daytime, you are already charging the 3 buses with this one, just add 2 more slaves to it, and then when the new buses come up, the charge which has been used up by the first bus, it can be then, the system can be sequentially sent to the other one, and then when the first 2 buses are done, you can charge the last bus and etc. So you don't have to increase the amount of contract power, you don't have to increase the extra hardware, etc. Same way in the night also, if there are all the buses which are being charging and etc. At one time you are charging the first, let's say 6 buses. After that, it has been done, then you can always shift the charging to the next 6 bus and then next 6 bus, and this way the sequential charging can be done without increasing the hardware cost so much, installation prices so much, and etc. Now, and the same thing can be done for the graveyard shift, in which the person, we don't need a person to go and change the gun every time in the night. He can just, automatically by our smart system, it can automatically charge 1 bus, 2nd bus, and etc. when all the buses are plugged in the night. So using this system, we have actually been able to deploy all over Korea with our partners. We have already set up this type of systems in Soo-Mann and other places in Korea. And that's why, as we said, Modern Tech right now has around 80% of the total e-bus chargers in Korea. Another important technology that we have, which is very significant for the developing countries, is the multi-level charging. Means you just have one charger for different type of different charging capacities. The same charger can use for a 3 kilowatt motorcycle or an auto vehicle and etc. and can also be used for 300 kilowatt by using multi-level charging. In this case
2 minutes more, please. 2 minutes.
Yeah. In this charger also we have the same a master and etc. and the slave which has been there so that you can distribute the power sequentially in the same order. Finally, we have the gun change technology. That means you buy and install one integrator, and then after you actually just put one integrator there, just by changing the guns and etc., you can use the same electrical vehicle charger for different number of for different vehicles and etc. All you have to do is just change the gun. And finally, we have one of a very upcoming technology which we are already competing with some of the major players in the EV chargers. That is called as a robot arm charging. Now the problem is these things are very high electrical things, and they poses a very big danger to the human for safety point of view. So why not to replace it with a robotic things and etc. Now other companies are thinking about the same, but they are using a dedicated robot for every car. What we have done is we are using single robot for n number of cars so that the installation cost, the timing and the efficiency can be increased. So we have already able to show this thing into in 2018 in the Expo, and we got a lot of praise for this one. And the last and the most important technology that we have is a V2G technology, which is vehicle to grid technology. Especially for developing countries and etc., where there is a power problem and etc., we have this type of a technology where our station will already be integrated with a solar panel, so you don't have to overburden the station with a local power and etc. You can actually use the power generated by the solar energy and use it for the cars and etc. Another thing is, which we have already employed in one of a major city in Jeju Island in Korea, is using the solar power and ESS system. In this case, what happened is, the energy which has been there and saved in the daytime has been there stored in ESS system in the ESS system, and this energy which has been stored there can be used in evening when your car come back and you need the charge and etc. So you don't have to overburden your local power station or local power requirement. Finally, if we see the number of potential for our technology, that is N. But right now we already have the CE-UL mark, already we are working on that one. We have a full-fledged, we are trying our level best for the global market and etc. Our another very good potential in the future is the potential for Ubers, which will be using drone for charging and etc. And finally, we have been to a lot of other expos like CSS and etc. by last year. We were planning to go this year also, but because of the COVID-19, we were not able to go. So by this, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Now we accept question and comment. Professor Proya.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hurst, for a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
We have our panel and have a couple of questions coming from them.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tiwari. An excellent presentation again. Typical intelligent digital transformation in action. You can see how you've moved from EV charging and exploding right across the arena. So my first question is actually on if you intend to expand or partner with EV manufacturers for doing sort of maintenance of EV vehicles down the line. And also, next question is, do you intend to operate these EV charging stations as you do for a traditional gas station? So if you intend to go down that route in the future?
Yes, of course. We are always looking for the partners all over the world. We already are having a partners in America and European countries, but we are always open for the global partners in Africa, East Asia, Australia, everywhere, no problem. And whenever you are interested, just give us an email and we will be happy to share our information. The thing is, we will help you with all the information about installation. We will help you for maintenance, AS service and etc. We can also help, and once it has been installed and everything is going well, in future we can also look up for the manufacturing in the following countries and etc. so that we can reduce the shipment and the manufacturing cost. As far as your this thing is concerned, whether we can replace it with the traditional the petrol gas stations and etc. Yes, that is our main target, because that is not just our main target, which is the target of a technology. Now, in future, everyone will definitely going to use electric vehicles because that is a much better, efficient, and environmental friendly. So yes, we are our level best trying to give a better solution to replace the conventional the gas stations with our electrical chargers with a safer and energy efficient way, easy to install, quick to check, and etc. The thing is, actually, most of our electrical stations also equipped with the monitoring system. So you don't have to be on the place to check whether your car has been properly charged or not, or any problem. You can actually check it on your mobile phone from a very far distance. At the same time, you can monitor the same system with a far place from your own center. So you don't need a lot of people to be deployed there to check and maintain the machine. If there is any problem, you can check it in your monitoring system and he can go there and fix it up. I hope this gives you the answer.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, I speak so much fast because we have a very constraint of a big time.
So, good afternoon, Mr. Tiwari.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your nice presentation. So I am Eko from Indonesia. So my question is, you have a very nice innovative solution like the EV charger.
Thank you.
And you know that EV charger has multi-level charging, and it can charge to various kinds of vehicles. So my question is, how long does it take to charge for various kinds of vehicles?
See, every vehicle is equipped with, all the electric vehicles are basically equipped with the batteries. And the charging time is actually determined by the battery, how much it can handle. For example, if you have a battery with, let's say, 300 kilowatt hour, that means it will require 300 kilowatt for 1 hour to fully charge. Now, our system is the one which is going to give the energy. We can give energy from 7 kilowatt to 300 kilowatt. So if you use the 300 kilowatt hour energy to charge a 300 kilowatt the battery, it will just require 1 hour to charge it fully. If your battery and the BMS system can handle overcurrent and etc., then actually you can reduce it also. So that is not a concern with the charger. That is all concerned with the EV means the vehicle itself. The vehicle has a BMS and etc. So this question is more for the BMS system. And our system is fully fledged to cater any type of BMS system depending upon the specifications that they give us. So the amount of time required is fully dependent on the BMS system of the vehicle, not us. If they require 300 kilowatt hour, we will be happy to give 300 kilowatt hour at a very efficient and safe way. So you got the point? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So this question is more for the electrical vehicle.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Hurst.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Choi.
Any more questions?
As time is almost limited. Yes.
Yeah.
So we have
Thank
to
you
move
very
on.
much.
Next issues. Yeah. Thank you. 다음 주제는
The next presentation,
좀 연관되어
we'll
있지만
move
좀
on to next presentation. We are dealing with a bit different topic. I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Chang Seok-won, CTO of Scotra. He's going to talk about floating PV, photovoltaic. Hello everyone, I am Chang Seok-won from Scotra. So I'd like to talk about floating PV, which may sound a bit different from the topics that were covered so far. First of all, I'd like to talk about the floating PV trends. And what you see on the screen is a 25 megawatt site for PV under construction. So I'd like to talk about 4 things. I will start with the introduction of the company. I am from Scotra. Scotra was established in 2007, and we are doing nearly everything related to the water, and we are making installations for leisure industry, and we started from 2007, and we are also involved in floating photovoltaic. And we are based in Pyeongtaek City. So basically, we make buoys And inside the buoys, there are things called floaters. And basically, we make the floaters, and we started the research in advance. We started the research from 2011, and based on our research, we made improvements of our products. And this is the structural analysis. And we also are working on the things that make the floating PVs fixed. And this is a thing that we installed in 2018. It is near the Saemangeum mud flat, and 2 years ago, President Moon made a visit to the site, which was really meaningful. I'd like to talk about floating PV. Actually, it means that installing PV on the top of the water, and so you float the PVs on water. So by installing the floating PV on water, we can resolve the issues related to space, and also it has effect in cooling the temperatures. So output is pretty good. And this has different structures from the existing PV system. So we have PV modules, as you see on the screen, and underneath that we have a buoyancy system, buoyancy body. So the buoyancy body supports the PV module, but buoyancy body moves depending on the movement of waves or depending on the movement of water. So we have anchoring system to make it less movable, and that system is connected with cables to the electrical system. And we are working on developing the buoyancy bodies, and also we are doing a lot of research for reliability and durability. And these days, these buoyancy systems are set up in the ocean, so we need to be more eco-friendly. So these are the areas that we are working on for research, as you see on the screen. And this is the floating PV market introduction that accounts for 1.3 gigawatts. So starting from 2018, the FPV market is making a sharp increase, especially in China and in Southeast Asian countries. 2.4 gigawatts was also installed for Saemangeum area in Korea. So the market is growing here in Korea as well. And these days, offshore PV is being studied and researched. As you see here, the FPV is installed on the water, on the ocean. So the waves and the height of waves are the things that affect FPV. And because of the waves, there are movements of the body system. So that's why we are working on research to make it improve. And also we are researching water type or wave heights and so on. And also we try to identify the place where the wave is low, and we make installations of FPV at a low wave place. And we are in collaborations with public entities of Korea. So we started the research from 2013. The first installation was broken back then because of the structural issue that we had, and also there was an issue of galvanic corrosion. So after that, we did more research to make it better, and we made another installations in 2015, but 1 year later it was broken again. As you see here, because of these seashells, we had some problems. So based on the experience, we made a further improvement. And the last installation we did is in 2016, and after that we didn't see a big problem. So it is still up and running. But we are making continuous effort on making improvements. So the elements should be well guaranteed, like good wind and good solar energy and less waves and so on. However, recently there was a weather aberrations, and with the cold wave, coming to Korea, and typhoon coming to Korea, we had some issues. And one of the big problems that we need to resolve is that the cost. Actually, the floating PV is highly costly, and also it is affected by typhoon. So this is the case of Typhoon Ling. But still, as you see here, even with the Typhoon Ling for 24 hours, our body system for floating PV was okay. So they sustained themselves even with a typhoon. And also, we developed things with the better version to be more resistant to humidity. However, still, we are seeing still galvanic-related corrosion issues. So we are still working on research for that area. And offshore floating photovoltaic project, we are running several things. And the research area, actually, there are different stages, and we finished up to stage 3, and we are moving on to stage 4. So we would like to scale up later this year, and we'd like to increase the offshore installations more. And this is the thing that we are assisted by the Korean government, and we received $223 million from Korean government for research. And I'd like to share with you a very specific example of overseas company. And SwimSol is an Australian company. You can check out the YouTube, as you see here in the address. And they installed PV around offshore Maldives. And this is well-known company, Ocean Sun. And they chose a different shape, a circle shape. So they did install the floating PV. And more recently, a German company, Soo-Mann, they also came up with different kinds of structures for floating PVs. So the floating PVs, they used to be made in a certain shape. But last year in Japan, there was a big accident. So that paved the way for several companies around the world to put more focus on figuring out the better shape of the structure. And this is the last example, and we have installed the floating PV system with the fishy farm. So this is one of the one of the things that we are researching on. So that was the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. So we'd like to take some questions then. Professor?
Please. Good afternoon, Mr. Wang. Thank you so much for your presentation. And what we consider in this new era of green technology, it seems that FPV models are very quite important for solution many of our problems with the environment. But my question is more regarding how often do FPV models and systems need maintenance?
기부수에 관련된 사항들은 아마 선태환경, 육사태환경과
I think that actually the frequency of maintenance for the floating PV is almost the same as the existing energy, and also usually I think the cost of maintenance it will be less than the photovoltaic on land because we have advantages in the fact that we don't suffer from dust. However, there are many changes that we face. So the frequency of maintenance may be more than usual PV. However, the cost is much less. So, did I answer your questions well? 네, 안녕하십니까?
Presentation. So I have two questions. The first is, in your presentation, you mentioned about the salt water and then the fresh water. So how long does the FVP survive or stand or last in both locations? And then the second question is, if the countries, they want to implement your product, and then the country, they have many disasters like a tidal wave or maybe storm or tsunami, because your presentation also like present about the typhoon, only typhoon. But how can like this product, the FVP, deal with those disaster? Thank you.
Yeah, fresh water and salt water you talked about. Actually, of course, fresh water is more stable because fresh water is mostly in reservoir. So in the reservoir, wind is blocked and also there is less tidal waves. But in case of seawater, actually, salt water, it is close to ocean. So it is likely to be more affected by typhoon. So in particular, and salinity has chemical characteristics. So in fact, in reality, fresh water is much more stable for floating PV. And also in price-wise, fresh water is more economical. And regarding the second question, Korea is the same. Korea is susceptible to natural disasters, and also Japan and Taiwan as well. And however, Japan, for example, they are using more floating PBs. Maybe you can refer to that country's example regarding how they handle the disasters with the PB, floating PB. However, of course, there was one case where the floating PB was broken because of a big typhoon in Japan last year. However, with the continuous R&D, the situation will be better. Thank you. Do you have any other questions?
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation. So next presentation. So we will be talking about IoT water sensor. Let me invite Mr. Young-Duk Kim from the Wave Talk.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Young-Duk Kim, CEO and co-founder of this company, the Wave Talk.
안녕하세요. 더 웨이브톡의 공동.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kim Young-Duk from the Wave Talk. This is our mission statement. Actually, it says, the startup who saved the most lives on Earth, which sound very grand.
But if we talk about water quality and superbacteria, that makes some sense. So let me start.
Thank you very much. Without air and water, we cannot survive at all. So please take a look at the air purifier on the left-hand side. Well, maybe you have seen this one. Well, of course, it has air quality sensor embedded inside because we use a light so that we can measure the spread or distribution. And if there's if the air quality is poor, then this works to purify the air.
water purifier having water sensor. 워터 퓨리파이어에는 워터 센서가 필요 없어서
purifier, well, why do you think it doesn't have it? Because the water is the source of the bacteria, and the 70% of the bacteria is composed of the water. So because in the water, bacteria always can grow, even the superbacteria. And how about the microplastic? How about the heavy metals? But if you think about the environment pollution, then we cannot ignore the water quality. So this means that we need to have very good control on the water. It's not just only confined to the water purifier and also the tap water, but there's no sensor in these areas. Well, this is a news program. I think developing countries as well as developed countries every day encounter, or every month or every day, they always have the water-related issue. In Korea, I think we also had some tap water contamination issue in Incheon, and the Incheon metropolitan city actually had to pay more than 10 billion Korean won. And in 1993, there's another incident in Milwaukee, and I know that the 103 people were sacrificed. In another incident also happened in the United States. So we have a lot of accidents coming from the water. This, in some sense, demonstrate the necessity of the filter. So it's so easy to find bacteria or the other heavy metals outside, but once it is inside, it's extremely difficult to detect it. That's because the air density and also the intensity of the impurity are very, very large. So we see a lot of a spread of the light.
The density difference is very small.
That is the reason why we need to have a very, very expensive water.
They call it turbidity mirror.
So it calls a turbidity mirror. So because this is the way to determine the total turbidity or the photomaterial in the set. This is more than 10,000 won. Even for the portable one, it's a very much expensive.
Water quality sensor in a water purifier. The Vector developed a new laser sensor technology to detect impurity in water with only 1/10 or 1/20th price. The WaveTalk의 기술은
So again, the technology of the WaveTalk was co-developed together with the KAIST, and then we also can go beyond the limit of the word sensor. That's because we have a new algorithm, and we also have the signal amplification. So we also have a backup of more than 200 technologies.
Since this company foundation, finally we developed a B2C product named SenseCup.
So please take a look at the picture on the left-hand side. That's a SenseCup. You see the transparent water cup, and then you place it on the station. Then you can see if this water is drinkable or not, and you can tell it within 10 minutes. And then this is a portable one, and the retail price is more than 2,000 won. Something is that you can see in the middle of this slide. However, our SenseCup price is lower, but its accuracy is much higher. And this time, please take a look at the right-hand side, the tabletop device, which is about $7,000 US, but the performance is equally the same. So this is for the P2C. This is a SenseCup. This has never been introduced before, and we can even measure the contamination level. So we also can tell the water quality from the shower tap and from the boiler and from the water tap. So this is actually first of its kind, and we are definitely a pioneer. Well, the product that we have has a one foam, and again, I told you that this is a sense cup. Based on this verified technology, we use it, and then we develop this device for the tap. This way, we also can have a mass production of the Sense module next year. Well, this is my second company because I majored in laser a very long time ago in KAIST. I established the company, but I exit, and I also had a chance to encounter Mr. Park, which is the co-founder, and I established this company again. I know that every year, more than 4 trillion won is spent on the water quality or water management. I believe the United States and China will definitely spend more than this, given the population. So again, the cost of the drinking water management is very high, and of course, the objective is to provide the high-quality water, the drinkable water, to every household, but nobody actually has met the demand. Because you need to have a very high sensitivity, the IoT sensor, and that should be installed into the tap water, but it's not that much possible. Where we also can collect the big data, and I believe that it also can be linked to the efficiency of the water quality data. We already secured more than 50 patients around the world, and we also have a huge potential. And we also had a lot of awards, and we are very much proud of it. So I think it's time to introduce the product based on the technology that we have. Well, so we can actually detect the foreign materials within the liquid. So we also developed the algorithm, and for that, with that, we also can apply it into the other medical field, like we can also detect the superbacteria in the urinary tract or in the other areas. So we're also developing in vitro medical devices as well. Surprisingly, in our blood or in our urine, we have a lot of bacteria, and then we also have an early deep learning algorithm which can determine what type of the bacteria that we have within that the blood and the urine. So we are also under discussion for the technology commercialization with the other major hospitals in Korea, like Seoul National University Hospital, the Severance, and then the Bundang.
Yeah, 감사합니다. It's time for question and comment. Professor?
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Kim. Yes, we have a couple of questions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kim, for your presentation and very smart solution to a very big problem in the world, water and urinalysis.
My question first is for the barometer and fast agar reader. It's a great small product, and we could see that there's a chance to develop sort of like a platform that could build sort of like a community of experts in the field that could help to enhance knowledge, especially for those in the underdeveloped countries or least developed countries. Do you have an existing platform of that sort? And also, how far have you penetrated into the least developing countries' market, considering the poor water quality we have in that part of the world?
Yeah, thank you very much for your good question. Yeah, basically we are working with the IDB and also the World Bank and GCF. Actually, we are proposing some kind of the project targeting for the developing country. So right now it's not confirmed yet, but hopefully next year we're going to form a joint venture with a company in a developing country to check the water quality in nationwide area. So basically, checking water quality is just great one step to solve water quality problem. You know, we have many different kinds of the corona IVD devices, not a vaccine, not a cure, but without the real problem and where and to whom, we don't have any measure to develop a vaccine and other things. To know water quality, that is important and essential step to solve water quality problem. And it's not all our duty. We'd like to happy to work with a company to have another system to clean the water. That's my idea. And if you have any other idea, please don't hesitate to contact with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Kim. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
I have two questions. The first one is related to how long is the life duration of the SenseCap technology? So how long can be used for? And the second question is regarding to the barometer mini. Can this device work in remote areas without internet connection?
Okay. To my understanding, question number one is the reliability or service life of the SenseCap. That is very normal to that is very same to that of the normal electronics. So it's we're going to sell through the internet maybe this year, and then the price is about $100 US. I mean for the retail price, and we can guarantee 1 year service life. And then if we wrap it to the component of this SenseCap, it's composed of just some laser and a camera sensor and algorithm and a PCB. So basically, if it is made correctly, then simply more than 3 years, I think, as a service life. And for the barometer, it's not a product yet. We are developing this product with the medical doctor in the hospital. And that is basically for the medical doctor to check the urine infection by themselves. But at the end of this great development, we'd like to make a B2C product to check your sexually transmitted disease at home by oneself. So that might be very great, but basically it's not a wirelessly operating system. It's for the medical doctor and later on for the customer at home.
Okay, do you have any other question, comment?
Yes, I'm receiving a couple of questions online from online participants. Let me read out one of them. Do we require water to be in contact with sensor, or it detects the bacteria without any contact?
Thank you. Yeah, it's not. Basically, we are using laser light, and there is some container to contain the water, and there is some transparent part to let the light go into the water. So it doesn't need to contact with your water. So after checking, you can simply drink it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, 감사합니다. 더웨이브톡의 김영덕 대표였습니다. 고맙습니다. 이제 마지막 주제입니다. 역시 물에 관한 이야기입니다. 지능형 누수관리 플랫폼 서비스입니다. 위플랫의 차상훈 대표님을 모셔서 말씀을 듣도록 하겠습니다. 차 대표님.
예, 반갑습니다. 위플랫의 차상훈 대표입니다. 저희가 아마 오늘 발표하는 스타트업 중에서 가장 젊은 스타트업입니다. 이제 창업 6개월 만에 이런 좋은 자리에 저희를 초대해 주셔서 진심으로 감사드립니다. 그럼 발표 시작하겠습니다. IoT 인공지능 클라우드 기술로 전
So IoT, AI, and cloud technology is the technology that we are using. And I am Sang-Won Cha from Wiplat. This is 90 kilometers from Hanoi, Vietnam, and this is the island that is called Ninh Bình. And they had a loan from the World Bank, and they installed a software in order to manage the water leakage. So I made a visit there in 2018. So a day for 10 hours, tap water was provided to people. However, they didn't have the results as expected. What was the problem? So I was working back then for K-Water. So one of the responsibilities of mine is to help to bring SME people to overseas countries for their exportation. And one of the things that I noticed is that the meters and the devices that we want to sell or we want to bring to developing countries were not the ones that are not tackling the problems that they face. For example, developing countries, actually, they wanted to create value for preventing or tackling the problem of water leakage. However, what we brought to them was just one of the devices. So what I enabled is to have the connection between the devices and the IoT and AI technologies. Have you ever heard the term day zero? And this term was first began from South Africa. So the water tap supply becomes zero, when a country runs out of water. So the country suffering from drought, actually, they sometimes face no water. So that is called day zero. So water supply needs to be made in a smooth manner. However, the water shortage is happening in many places around the world, but water shortage issue is even worsened with water leakage. But around the world, water leakage costs the world $40 billion. What is needed then? We need to have an integrated systems. It means that a lot of time and a lot of costs will be needed. So this means that underdeveloped countries will have difficulties resolving this issue. So what is the solution of WIFLET that we suggest? So in the past, there were 2 or 3 and 4 different softwares. However, by using the platform, we integrated all the programs, and we saved engineering work up to 30%. And this is such an intelligent water leakage management platform. And also, additionally, we developed IoT-based devices. And this is the solution that we are offering. And Sonic 1, M1, and M2 are hardware solutions. And we have software solutions, Mellow App and Mellow Web. So Sonic M1 and Sonic M2, with these devices, and you can also collect the water wick sound. And in case of the Sonic M2, it is a stationary IoT device. So remotely, you can transmit the water liquid sound and pressure and flow data. And the Mellow application is a smartphone application. It works with Sonic M1, so it supplies the total water leak management service. And Mellow Web software, so AI embedded cloud-based software. So the users can use Mellow Web, so easily they can check the locations of water leakage. So by using our platform, how water leakage can be managed, let me show example. So by using the software, and you can use this kind of information, and the space can be divided into blocks. And around the entrance of the block, we install the devices. And from 2 to 3 a.m., we focus on water flow. So we know that 60 or 70% of it is real water leakage, according to our experience. So we can figure out which block is mostly suspicious for leakage. But in the past, water leakage detection specialist has been dispatched. to the possible places. But now, only with the Sonic M1 and only with the smartphone, you can just send it to Nello, and Nello web software, by using AI, analyzes water liquids locations. So in other words, so anywhere, anytime, as long as you are able to use smartphones, you can manage water liquids easily. So this technology was developed by using the testbed of K-Water, and performance was certified and validated. And also, this year, in January, we made a visit to Malaysia, one of the places of Malaysia, for 2 hours, and we made a demonstration of our technology. And for 2 hours, I was able to find 5 water liquids locations. And now, we are also running a pilot with the concerned company in Malaysia. So developing countries, if they are able to manage water liquids, they don't have to construct big dams. And also, there are many benefits they can enjoy. So from the benefits of water liquids management platform, we receive some of the service fees. So we receive the service fees from considering how much benefits was created. And the developing countries, without the help of advanced countries, with their own staff members, they can manage water liquids as long as they use our platform well. So there are so many water liquid software-related companies around the world. However, there is few companies who guarantees the performance of the software. And we are very competitive compared to other companies. So the global water liquids management market is worth $5.5 billion US, and also the clients of water liquids platform or services, 70% of them are in developing countries. So we are in pursuit of pilot projects with Indonesia and Malaysia and Vietnam, and we are also running we are in pursuit of the pilot programs for free, untaxed pilot programs. And I am a water expert because I have had experience more than 30 years at K-Water, and also all of the important executives of my company are water experts. They have been involved in water management or water liquid industry for so long. And our team is competitive and specialized for global water liquids. And we are armed with innovative technologies, but there are many other innovative companies I know. So these innovative companies are changing our lives in many ways. However, what about the water sector? So are those well-known innovative companies are resolving the issue of water? So, and WePlat is focusing on what we do best. And by bridging water service gap, we want to improve the lives of the world. And we will resolve as many water problems as possible so that we can save the lives and improve the lives of the humanity. Thank you.
Professor Breyer, do you have any comment? Yes, thank you very much. Yes, we do have a couple of questions.
Yeah. So, good afternoon, Mr. Cha. So, thank you for your presentation. So, I have 2 questions. So, the first is about your technology solution, adopt subscription platform for Sonic M1 and also Nello application when the client need it. So how much for the cost it will be spent monthly, and how if the client don't need it? Is it still available to operate or not? And then for the second question, so you have implemented some places as your pilot project, and based on your experience, how reliable your technology solution could deal with the problems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. First, as for the first question, I can say that for a small city with a population of 50,000, yeah, our platform fee maybe about $50,000 US a year. Yeah, that is the subscription fee right now for the developing country. And as for the second question you asked, the value of the pilot project, I can say that, but I think it's your question is the point of economic value, right? So, if you considering the small city, as I said, with a population of 50,000, if you save 10% of the water leakage, I think you can get about $200 US a year. 200,000 US dollar. 200,000 US dollar a year, I can say it. But it depends on how, because the water leakage reduction benefit, it differs because it depending on how much is your water production unit cost. So in the case of developed countries, the water production unit cost is very lower than developed countries. So it depends on what is the water reduction, water production, the unit cost. So, but I can say that if you save 10%, you can get about $200,000 US dollar a year.
Mr. Chan, good afternoon. My name is Ronnie. I'm from Ecuador. I would like to have two questions as well. Regarding the question that you just mentioned that a system will cost $50,000 for 50,000 people, how much could be the density per kilometer optimal for the system? So how many people need to be in the kilometer so the system can be optimal use? And the second question is regarding, can the system to be interconnected with other water facilities? For example, pressure regulator of the water company or other kind of water facility existing already in the country?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Yeah, technically speaking, the sensors that we have Sony M1, it covers about 20 or 30 meters. In the case of in the case of plastic pipeline, so you have to collect water leak sound every water meter or on the water valve directly from the pipeline. But in the case of a steel pipeline, it covers about over 100 meters. And as for the second question, yes, also you can use our platform to all the water supply systems that you have in every country, because we developed this technology which is very easy to be acceptable to the water supply systems in every country. So I think you don't have to worry about the adaptation to the existing water system.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Cha, I have a couple of questions coming from YouTube online from Dinesh Mahur. It's again talking about like detection. What is the minimum length of water leakage so that like to be detected by the system? You mentioned about the length of the pipelines earlier, but is there any required, minimum leakage size, length of leakage? How big the leakage should be to be detected?
Yeah, that's how big.
Well, it's very hard to say, but based on our experimental the results, it covers about 0.1 or 0.2 cubic meters per hour. It detects, yeah. But it depends on how far the water leakage occurs from the place that we measure the water leak sound. But I can say that it covers about 0.1 and 0.2 cubic meters per hour. It's very small water leak.
That's highly sensitive, very, very sensitive. Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation.
예, 이플랫 차상원 대표님 감사합니다. 수고하셨습니다.
Thank you, Mr. Cha. Thank you for your presentation.
It's almost time to wrap up this session. 지금까지 이 세션에서는 ICT용 복합 기술 제품을 만들고 글로벌 시장을 목표로 비즈니스를 추진하고 있는 7개 회사에서 유용한 정보를 발표해 주셨습니다. 훌륭한 기술을 소개해 주셔서 대단히 고맙습니다. 제가 다시 한번 이 회사 이름을 불러드리겠습니다. 블루 시그널, 비트 센싱, 에이펙, 모던 텍,
many companies, the 7 companies, Blue Signal, Bit Sensing, APAC, Modern Tech, Scotra, the Wave Talk, WePlat, made presentations so far. But if you are interested in any of their products, yeah, please contact GCC and you can ask questions to us so that we can arrange the discussions between you and the company you are interested in. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for your participation, online and offline. 7 presenters came up for this session. I'd like to thank the presenters. Please give them a big hand. Once again, thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 사실
Thank you so much for your presentations and your great efforts at employing emerging green and digital technologies to better prepare the world for the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, I'd like to thank our online participants for your intuitive questions and for your participation so far. Next, we will be proceeding on a 10-minute break. Please stay tuned, guys, online, and gather back here in 10 minutes for the closing session. Thank you.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
KAIST ITTP is an international scholarship and education program run by the KAIST. Without a question, it is Korea's #1 IT research institute. It is a top-notch university, ranking 43rd in the QS World University Rankings, and is the cradle of global ICT education. Sponsored by the Korean government, ITTP envisions itself as the world's top IT education program for future global IT leaders. It has done its best to create an optimum learning environment for ICT-related government officials from emerging countries by providing tuition fees, scholarships, and airfares for participants. As of 2016, 172 ICT-related government officials from 57 countries have taken KAIST master's and doctoral courses in IT engineering and business that emphasize Korea's advanced ICT know-how. ITTP focuses not only on economic support, but also efficient curriculum design. Newcomers can choose either IT business or engineering courses, depending on their area of interest. As a global community of ICT experts, forging win-win growth of ICT businesses worldwide. The curriculum is centered on practical skills, with its main priority being collaboration.
ITP 610 was the course that helped me the most. It was about practical problem solving in real business environments. It mainly helped us develop skills for actual troubleshooting, and since I truly want to serve my country and make a significant difference in Costa Rica, with the experience of ITP 610, I think I feel better prepared to pursue such goals.
Since 2010, when it signed a contract with the African Development Bank, it has run the Next African Leader program, a capacity-building project for ICT-related officials and experts from governments and agencies under the umbrella of the AFDB. Understanding ITTP's curricular excellence, the project was financially backed by the Ghanaian, Indonesian, and Thai governments and provided a master's course for ICT-related government officials and experts from those 3 countries. In addition, an agreement was signed to create e-government master plans with the governments of Oman and Bangladesh, and short-term, non-degree, consigned education program for relevant personnel in both countries was implemented, expanding the network of cooperation.
It's been a rewarding experience, but most of all, direct interaction with experts in the IT sector has helped me to understand just how Korea was able to rise to enormous heights in IT in such a short period of time.
Based on its 10-year performance, ITTP has another goal that will cement its position as the hub of international cooperation in the ICT sector. In October 2015, the GII network opened as a network communication platform linked to a redevelopment ITTP homepage. The GII network is a hub for ICT-related personnel at private, public, industrial, and academic institutions, including students and graduates of ITTP, as well as ICT experts and scholars both home and abroad. Against such backdrop, ITTP supports industry-university cooperation in 2 ways. It includes BOCP and ARCS. BOCP enables ITTP students to study ICT issues at home through internship at Korean companies. If graduates of ITTP want to cooperate with Korean ICT organizations or companies to solve ICT issues in their homeland, they can take advantage of the ARCS study system that utilizes Korean ICT companies or organizations. Recently, ITTP has undertaken a technology commercialization project in cooperation with the KAIST Global Commercialization Center. As distinct from the simple transfer of technology, this technology commercialization project recommends first-class ICT solutions and supports joint programs, depending on the specific needs of developing countries. After carrying out demand surveys, ITTP organizes various events that strengthen international cooperation and industry, university partnerships, and the ICT sector. The KAIST ITTP, ITSA joint workshops, the Global ICT Seoul Forum. Such events provide an ongoing platform for information exchange and cooperation. Global IT Technology Program, ITTP. We will always keep in mind the pledge we've made together in the Global Garden. The Word, the Future, together.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Global Commercialization Conference and Workshop. In the last few presentations, you must have heard the phrase, the K-New Deal, a number of times. To introduce and shed more light on what the K-New Deal plan is, please join me in welcoming Mr. Gyu-Tak Lee, who is the Managing Director of Emerging Industry of the Office of the Strategic and Research and Development Planning, to deliver his keynote speech.
예, 안녕하세요. 방금 소개받은 이규택입니다. 좀 어색하긴 한데 저만 어색한 거 아닐 거라고.
I feel a bit unfamiliar to this kind of situation, and I believe you feel the same because we have this kind of virtual setting. This is my introduction. Well, I used to work for the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy before. And I used to be the program director, and I'm now in charge of the MD, meaning the managing director. And I'm now, again, I am a managing director of the Energy Industry Office of the Strategic R&D Planning. I am interested in the emerging industry. We also set the budget. So we are actually executing the government policies. So my topic of the presentation today is about the K-New Deal. I think it was the last July 14th when the K-New Deal was introduced officially by the government. So it is my honor and the pleasure to be able to introduce the K-New Deal plan to all of you. Well, I am now wearing this jacket, but so please allow me to take it off because this spotlight above me is too hot. So please allow me to take off this jacket. Again, the topic of my presentation is Introduction to K-New Deal Plan. So we call this one as a New Deal, or the Korean version of the New Deal. Well, this is something that you must be very much familiar with. I think it was the 1930s when United States had the economic recession. At that time, they tried to resolve the situation by adopting or executing the New Deal. So this is a very well-known plan, and Korea is also facing a lot of difficulties because of the COVID-19. So in order to better resolve the crisis in the economic market, the Korean government decided to adopt this New Deal plan. So again, this is a kind of a new way out. So this is the main background why the government came up with this K New Deal plan. Well, of course, the New Deal plan may sound extremely extensive because it actually encompasses all the projects that the government is interested in. So maybe today's audience may not be interested in all the areas, so maybe you can be selective. So I hope that I'm not boring you, but I try to entertain you with this presentation. So let me start. My role right now is the Managing Director of the Emerging Industries for the Emerging Industries. But my background is AI-based missile guidance. Actually, I got the PhD in the missile guidance based on AI. So this means that it's a kind of development of software for the missile control. And I'm interested in the embedded software and also the smart factory or AI. So these are the areas that I have been covering before. But now I got retired because maybe you can see the surface-to-air missile here. And we have the Korean name of the Chunma. And this is actually for protecting or the guarding the Korean airspace. I believe that we have now a new model, but at that time, I was in charge of the Chunma algorithm, like a surface-to-air missile. While I was studying, there's no wording of the embedded software, but looking back, I found out that I also studied or covered in this area, the embedded software. So, okay, so much for my introduction. So let me move on to the main topic of today. Well, of course, I told you that I've been introducing K New Deal plan, and I would like to start my presentation by introducing the background why the New Deal plan was adopted. We have a two-day session in this global commercialization conference and workshop, and I think you already heard a lot about the new technologies. So, and the first one is about the background, and number two is about the outline of the K New Deal. And after that, I will covering the main contents of the K New Deal. And the last but not least, I will also introduce a top 10, the task under this K New Deal plan, because we came up with the selection of the top 10 tasks. Well, we had two-day session in this GCCW, and we also have a number of presenters yesterday and today. I had a chance to look at the entire programs, and I know that a lot of different areas were actually covered in this conference and workshop. And it is my privilege to be able to deliver the keynote speech as a kind of grand closing of this session. This is a very simple graph. Please take a look at this one. Of course, this graph is not for the global market, but rather for the Korean market only. The left-hand side shows the growth rate starting from the 1990s. At that time, you could record about 7% of the growth rate, but in 2000, it went down to 4 or 4.5%. And now, in the 2010, and so I think on average rate, I think we have about 3% growth rate. So this means that the growth rate has slowed down, and That's partly because the economic size or the scale of the Korea has also grown much. It is in this reason that why we cannot still maintain 7% of the growth rate. But anyhow, as you can see from this graph, the growth rate actually slowed down to like a 4%. So before we had the rapid growth stage, but now we have a relatively lower growth rate compared to the past. And then on the right-hand side, you see another graph. This is interim quintile multiplier. So we actually made a comparison. I hope that you had the way to interpret this one. So we have a top 20% and then the bottom 20%. In 1990s, we had about 3%, but in 2000, it was about 4.4%. So this means that we have more severe polarization in the income level. Of course, we have more rich people, and of course, they have no difficulty at all. But at the same time, we also have people in a dire situation, and they have more pain. This slide shows. Actually, I think this is based on the June data. So thicker color shows higher infection rate of the COVID-19. And this is world map. So please take a look at the top right-hand side. And you will see Korea as well as Japan, and you see relatively light pink color. So this means that the severity is not that high, but this is we also upgraded the social distancing level to 2.5, especially in the metropolitan area. We have COVID-19 crisis now. And I hope that you have easy understanding on this graph. Without the COVID-19, then, but of course everybody complained about the pandemic these days, but if we do not have a COVID-19, then maybe we still could move on in the blue light. I'm not sure if you can see this one. This is a blue light. This is a path A. This is a scenario without the COVID-19. However, because of the COVID-19, we have a drastic decrease, and it's almost a shocking level. And then this is a sky blue color. This is a dark sky blue color. And our wish is to bounce back and then just move toward the path A, but I think this is not realistic at all. But we do hope that we could move toward the path B so that we could recover from the COVID-19 crisis and still achieve the growth rate. Maybe not to the level of the path A. So this is what we actually hope for. Of course, we also have a worst scenario, and if we cannot recover at all, then we still need to go to the path C with a very, very slow growth. Of course, this is something that we do not expect at all. The least wishful scenario. So we have to tolerate this situation anyhow. And of course, you know, everybody actually expressed a concern on this one. And this is the background why we chose or we adopted this K New Deal plan, because we want to go back to the previous level and or at least accelerate the recovery of the economy and move toward the path B. This is one of my favorite cathedral. This is a Sagrada Familia in Barcelona. Maybe some of you have visited this cathedral. The left-hand side shows the recent remodeled one. And you also see a very long queue or the long line of the people waiting to be admitted. This is very grand size. I know that the Gaudi actually started this construction about 100 years ago. The left-hand side is a slightly old building, and the right-hand side shows the most recently renovated the image. But you also see the lower number of the people. This is one of the most important. This is one of the most well-known, the architect, the Gaudi. So only with one example, we still can see the drastic changes under the COVID-19. So we no longer have a long queue here in front of the Sagrada Familia. Well, I introduced a graph, and then maybe you can understand why we adopted this New Deal plan. We have a path A, and path B, and path C. Well, first is holding, just maintain or holding. This is the strategy. We already had the economic shock or impact, but still we want to create more jobs so that we can minimize the economic impact. That is the first goal. And number two is a stand up. So stand up from where? This means that we need to achieve recovery of the normal growth path faster than other countries. That's goal number two. And goal number three is reform and run. So we need to adapt to these structural changes and then become a leader. So we need to build a foundation to adapt and lead structural changes. So we have these three strategies. Number one is holding, number two is a stand up, and number three is a reform and a run. So these are the goals or the strategies under the K New Deal plan. Now let me move on to the outlines. So K New Deal plan was announced this July, and I believe this will give an impact to our economy as well as a society. And then there are things that we need to do. So of course we need to leverage our strength as well as a potential. So we need to unleash our strength and potential. And at the same time, we also need to devise new ways and the strategies in order to better resolve or overcome the current challenges or the difficulties. So we need to have a national development strategy, where this was mentioned before, but this K New Deal is actually covering all entire population as well as the entire area or the field. And we don't have any deep dive tactics at this stage. So that's why I just gave you outline or the overview. First of all, I'd like to introduce our vision. Of course, we are under the crisis. However, we still need to transform Korea. Well, we try to catch up with the advanced, developed countries, but we want to take a lead. This may sound very grand and ambitious. So, well, of course, recently we also have a K-quarantine where we could demonstrate the excellence of Korea. We also have K-wave or K-pop, including the BTS, which are some of the factors behind the success. I still believe that we can be a leading country. So the vision is transforming Korea into a leading country. So before, we simply chased the other countries, but now we want to be a leading country. So from a chasing economy to a leading economy. And number two, I'd like to talk about the environment. Before, we had a high dependency on carbon, maybe for the power generation or for the energy generation. But in the future, we would seek low carbon-based economy. And number three is the social safety net. So maybe we can say like a social safety net. So in terms of the social safety net, we want to transform ourselves from unequal society into more inclusive society. These are the final or end goals that we have in mind for the better future. So crisis means the crisis actually has a coexistence of the risk and opportunity at the same time. We have three milestones or the goals. Number one is a digital New Deal. And of course, we need to have ICT as well as the other scientific science and technology. And at the same time, we also have a Green New Deal. This means that we need to improve our environment. And number three is a safety net. So we want to strengthen the safety net, especially the social safety net, so that people can feel more comfortable. So we have these three axes. So again, we want to strengthen the social safety net. That can be the basic building block or the basic foundation. And above that, we have two pillars, including the Digital New Deal and the Green New Deal. And in between of the Digital New Deal and the Green New Deal, we have a convergence and innovation. And there are several projects under this structure. Of course, the government alone may not be able to execute all of these goals. That's because the capacity or the competence of the private companies in Korea is still very high or solid. So, of course, the Korean government can provide the seed money so that we can have a better partnership with the private entities. So, if we're going to have a financial system investment, and also we will seek system improvement. We are under the COVID-19 crisis, and because of that, we are now undergoing something that we have never experienced before. And as you see, a lot of people actually lost their jobs. But at the same time, we also see new jobs being created, especially in the area of UNTech or non-face-to-face arena. But the issue is that people may not easily transform themselves from the current job capacity into the new one, because they also need to have some kind of training, and that is the reason why we included a system improvement under this structure. I talked about these three areas, like Digital New Deal, Green New Deal, and the safety net, or the strengthening the safety net. So we have these three main axes. And for the Digital New Deal, we have a total of 4 areas with the 12 projects. So we came up with the 12 projects. And in case of the Green New Deal, we have 8 projects in 3 areas. And as for the safety net, we have 8 projects in 2 areas. So if you add up all of them, we have 28 projects in 9 areas. Then let me cover that one by one in detail. This is our investment plan. By the end of the 2025, we will have a 160 trillion won. Of course, the currency unit is a Korean won, and maybe if you convert it into US dollar, it's about 1 trillion US dollar. So this is what we have in mind. And as for the Green New Deal, about the 73 trillion won, and for the safety net, 28 trillion won, and the Digital New Deal is about 58 trillion won. And by the end of the 2025, the government will make investment about 114. Of course, I'm talking about the central government, but from the local government, about 25 trillion won, and about the 20 trillion won will come from the private capital. So total will be 160. The primary goal that we want to have is the job creation. So this, of course, this is our new expectation, But for the Digital New Deal, we're going to have about 900,000 jobs, and for the with the Green New Deal, we're going to have about 6.5 million, and for the safety net, we may have about 339,000. So okay, I think I need to correct the number, but any other total would be 1.901 million the jobs. I think we have a audience even from outside of Korea, so the total population in Korea is about 50 million. So you can easily figure out the total the volume in this job creation. Now I'd like to move on to the Digital New Deal.
And today's workshop, let's think about today's workshop. Even this workshop is based on tech way, but still ICT technology is being used for the smooth operation of this conference, this workshop. So even though you are not here, actually the content of the conference is shared to online audiences. So the transformation to a digital economy has been accelerated with the advent of COVID-19. Of course, without the COVID-19, probably we would have moved on to digital transformation. But in our case, within less a year, we needed to accept this digital transformation so soon. And the DNA stands for data, network, and artificial intelligence. So that is called DNA. The DNA ecosystem needs to be reinforced. And some minutes ago, I talked about like 4 areas and how many projects we are working on. So in this presentation, the Digital New Deal will be covered with 4 slides. So what DNA ecosystem reinforcement is one of the areas that we are focusing on. And so Digital New Deal 1, 2, 3, 4 shows what kind of projects we are working on. So in this page, I'm talking about the importance of reinforcing the DNA ecosystem. With regard to this, the data of fields that are very close to people's lives, that data needs to be established and opened and utilized. So we are working on this project. And for example, public data, or for example, manufacturing and the clothing and the bio-related data can be collected. Of course, for each sector's data will be cautiously collected with the consideration of privacy issue. But for the certain kinds of data that are needed for the goods of the public goods, we would like to establish a data, and we need to utilize the data systems. And also 5G and AI convergence needs to be diffused. And that is the view of the Korean government. For example, in the sports and cultural sector, the immersible-based technology, the immersible experience-based technology needs to be developed based on 5G and AI and autonomous driving and autonomously driven ship. Maybe we can think about these options. And regarding AI, the smart factory and AI-based home services will be possible. And with the convergence of 5G and AI, untact is the word that we often use in Korea, but globally, the word is not used. So actually, in English, it should be like non-face-to-face. So we'd like to grow the business or industry for untact or non-face-to-face area, and we'd like to create an intelligent government based on 5G and AI. So the public services can be offered and provided on cloud system, and by using blockchain, we can resolve the issues like double taxation and double payment of pension. So if we use this blockchain system, we will be able to preemptively prevent those problems. And the fourth project under the Digital New Deal is related to cybersecurity. So in cyber world, security needs to be strengthened. So that is the approach under Digital New Deal. And let me move on to the second area under the Digital New Deal. So the second part is about digital transformation of education infrastructure. And in fact, medical service sector and education sectors are quite conservative. So relatively speaking, they are making slower transformation. However, with the COVID-19, now we are under pressure to make a digital transformation in a speedy manner in the education sector as well. So first of all, for all elementary, middle, and high schools, we have a goal to create digital-based education infrastructure. For example, for all the classrooms, 100% Wi-Fi service is provided, for example. That is the picture that we can imagine. And also, the laptops for teachers, outdated laptops, all the laptops needs to be replaced with the new ones. And also the tablets needed for education needs to be supported better for teachers so that we can establish the environment where teachers will be able to provide better non-face-to-face education to students. So that kind of customized method needs to be developed. The second point under this topic is to strengthen online education at universities and vocational training institutions nationwide. So online lectures at universities, for example, there is MOOC, and there is a good lecture program available on YouTube. So that kind of good content can be used for online education at universities and vocational training schools. So this is about the third area of the Digital New Deal. So let's foster non-face-to-face industries. So that is the approach of the Korean government. So non-face-to-face or untact. So non-face-to-face would be more accurate in terms of the English expressions. In fact, K-New Deal announcement that was made by the Korean government, at the moment, it doesn't have the English version. So I thought a lot about how to express appropriately the Korean wordings into English wordings, so to let you know. And so the fostering non-face-to-face industries is one of the objectives that we have under Digital New Deal. in the sectors or in the fields that are close to people's lives. We need to foster non-face-to-face industries. So the first point is about building smart medical and care infrastructure. Digital-based smart hospitals can be considered by building those hospitals where the safer treatment and care can be provided. And for the safe treatment of respiratory diseases, 1,000 respiratory syndrome dedicated clinics will be established across the nation. And we need to think about also the vulnerable. So the senior citizens and those with chronic diseases needs to be benefited from Digital New Deal. So relevant devices or facilities will be disseminated across the nation. And the second point is about spreading remote work for SMEs, so small and medium-sized enterprises. These days, of course, many workers, they work from home without losing the work quality. That's especially the case of big companies. However, the situation of small and medium-sized companies is different from that of big companies, because in terms of the environment and in terms of capital, they don't have as much as big companies. So that's why it is needed to support small and medium-sized companies in terms of the remote environment. And the third point is to help or support small business owners, especially with the COVID pandemic. Small business owners are having difficulties and hardships, so we want to help them and support them so that they can be more operative in terms of online. So let's move on to the fourth area of Digital New Deal. So here we have the objective of digitalization of social overhead capital. So the transportation, digital twin, water resources, and disaster response are four big areas. So as for these four areas, we would like to make a digital management system. And the second point is that for the urban and industrial complexes, we want to employ digital innovation. This includes smart cities. Inside of smart cities, transportation and security and the CCTV-related integrated systems needs to be adopted. So this kind of better version of smart city concept needs to be established. So under the plan, we have a plan to establish four more smart cities in the future. And in the presentations in the previous sessions, some presenters mentioned that they are in preparation for adapting themselves in line with the New Deal. So I think this piece of information will be helpful for your information. And the third point regarding this one is to build the smart logistics systems. And let me move on to Green New Deal. With COVID-19 pandemic coming to us, what did you feel? And what made you think? Because of the experience of the COVID-19, so you may have felt perplexed because maybe you didn't know what to do, and because this is something unseen, unanticipated. And we need to think about the environment. The humans experience unanticipated difficulties, but what about the environment? And the changes in the environment are taking place because of COVID-19 and also with other factors. So without knowing it, that change may hit us all of a sudden, just like the COVID-19. So we should not repeat the same difficulty. So building on our experience of COVID-19 pandemic, we need to make a better environment. So the low carbon environment is the one that we pursue. So regarding Green New Deal, the first area that I want to talk about is to make green transformation for urban space and living infrastructure. So here, actually, we use green transformation, that wording. So green is about being going back to natural environment. So green here means that the nature and humans need to coexist. So the eco-friendly environment needs to be set up. So the first project that we are thinking of is to enable zero energy in public facilities first. And the second project is, as you see on the screen, because of the time constraints, I think that I have to skip some of the projects. And the second project under this Green New Deal goal is to restore green ecosystems in the land, sea, and cities. So one of the projects we are thinking of here in this area is to create more forests in urban area. So in order to reduce and prevent particulate matters in the air, we need to have more forest or green area near schools or near homes. So that is one of the projects that we will work. And the third project that we can think of here is to build a clean and safe water management system. And one of the presentations in the previous session was related to water management, as you may have heard. And let me move on to the second part of the Green New Deal. And the second goal that we are aiming is low carbon and distributed energy diffusion. So coming up with the smart grid and eco-friendly energy infrastructure needs to be in place. Also, the intelligent smart grid for efficient energy management is needed, and a new renewable energy needs to be spread. And fair energy conversion will be supported by the Korean government. Wind power and photovoltaic power is the one that we will actively pursue. But in case of the coal, the previous energy, the coal industry or the coal projects will be reduced in numbers. And the third point here is about expanding the spread of green mobility, such as electric vehicles and hydrogen vehicles. And the old outdated vehicles needs to be replaced with these kind of vehicles, electric and hydrogen. Let me move on to the third part of Green New Deal. So this is about building a green industry innovation ecosystem. So we will give full support for companies, promising companies in terms of the green industry. And the second project we can think of is to build a foundation for green innovation, such as R&D and finance. For example, reducing greenhouse gas and a response to particulate matter in the air, and facilitating virtuous circles of the nature can be examples. Let me move on to another goal, strengthen safety net. The reason why we want to pursue the strengthened safety net is because of the vulnerable. Because when times are hard, especially those vulnerable are hit hard. So they receive more shocks than the other people. So that's why they are the one who are worst affected. So we need to think about those people, and in order to help them, it is needed to strengthen and reinforce safety net. So the first goal is to increasing employment and social safety net. With regards to this, one of the projects we are aiming to is the establishment of the employment safety net for all citizens. And because still there are people who are not the beneficiaries of employment insurance, and for example, industrial disaster insurance benefits are not given to the vulnerable, some of the vulnerable, so we need to help them get the benefits. And there are allowances that have not been adopted to Korea. That is the injury and sickness benefit allowances, and that needs to be adopted. That will be adopted to Korea. And also, we need to ensure job security for the vulnerable. And education and training needs to be provided for the vulnerable. And workplace safety and the work environment improvement should be provided better. This is the second part of the safety net. So we will invest more for people. One of the projects under this topic is to nurture and cultivate digital and green human resources. Initially in the presentations, I mentioned that 1.9 million new jobs are to be created. So through the job restructuring, we will provide new jobs so that more people can get jobs. So in order to adapt ourselves for the future, we need to have a better vocational training system. Companies, universities, and the private sectors, they need to be trained on innovation through vocational training system. So that will contribute to nurturing digital human resources, digital and green human resources. And we need to increase digital accessibility for the rural people, fishing village people, and vulnerable people who are ostracized in the process of digital transformation. In rural communities, high-speed internet connection needs to be guaranteed because the rural communities have a gap with cities, and digital capability of rural people need to be strengthened. So across the nation, we'll make 6,000 places to offer digital education to people. So K-New Deal consists of Digital New Deal, Green New Deal, and strengthening safety net. So far, I have covered those content, but now I don't have much time left. And 10 representative tasks are on the slide. So for each of the area, we try to figure out what are the 10 representative tasks. So let me show it to you. So for example, in the area of Digital New Deal, we think data dam, AI government, smart medical infrastructure are representative projects or tasks. And in terms of Green New Deal, green remodeling, green energy, and eco-friendly future mobility are the major tasks. And the one that you see in the middle is about convergence between green and digital. So that's why I called it fusion task. So the representative tasks are Green Smart School, Digital Twin, Digitalization of Public Safety SOC, Smart Green Industrial Complex. So in total, I came up with 10 representative tasks. The criteria of selecting these 10 are how much the task has an impact on increasing economic vitality. And the second criteria is how many sustainable jobs are created, not just for the short term, but sustainable job creation ability was thought of as criteria. And the third criteria is the effect of digitalization or effect of going green. How much effect can be felt by the public? And the fourth criteria is how much the task contributes to balanced development of the nation. And the fifth criteria is how much private investment will be lured, because the government alone cannot work alone. So we need to do these together in collaboration with the private sector. So as you see here, we have 5 criteria. Based on these 5 criteria, we came up with the 10 representative tasks. So I wonder if my presentation file is shared with audiences. Due to time constraint, I cannot go one by one. So when I see the watch, actually I have just less than 2 minutes left. And you can refer to presentation file later. And for each of the area, I wrote information in details. For example, in relation to data dam, what needs to be done, what is the intention of this objective. So the objective of this task was written in red color. And the data dam project itself is such a big project. So within the data dam project, what kind of small scale, what kind of businesses can be conducted? So those possible business areas were written underneath the red-colored paragraph. So you can refer to the content later. And if you have any inquiries or questions regarding this, you can email me. I have just 30 seconds left. So let me just give you titles. The Data Dam, AI Government, and Digital Twin. So Digital Twin is about making the same reality in the virtual world. So there is a kind of the real world, but we make the real world inside the digital world. So that's the basic concept of Digital Twin. So let me go over the list. And I'd like to correct this wording. It's not green modeling, it is green remodeling. So green energy, eco-friendly future mobility, and so on. So you can refer to the details of the presentation files. 15 minutes was given to me before I began the presentation. I didn't have the idea how I could fill up 50 minutes, but now that I have passed 15 minutes, I think that actually, I couldn't finish the whole content, but somehow, actually, thank you for your attention. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. We are very excited about the promises of the KNU plan. Korea has always been a pace setter. And as such, we hope that other nations around the world will emulate this great feat. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that it has been a wonderful day, and it has been a very insightful day. And that justice has been done to highlighting and sharing diverse COVID-19 response strategies and convergence technologies that will promote global collaboration in resolving impending problems caused by the pandemic. Therefore, it is with great pleasure and honor that I welcome President Soo-Mann Choi, the president of Daejeon Technopark, for his closing remark.
안녕하십니까. 대전 테크노파크 원장 최수만입니다. 먼저 코로나19 등으로 어려운 상황 속에서도 온오프라인으로
to express my thanks and appreciation to all the participants in offline as well as online despite this COVID-19 crisis. Our Technopark serves as the outpost for the fourth industrial revolution, and we are a very strong partner with the small and medium-sized companies. We are also hosting the innovation together with the Daejeon, and we have a KAIST GCC and also the Daejeon Business Evaluation Association and the Daejeon Innopolis Venture Association are our partners, and we are also very adequately located because we are within 10 kilometers away from these institutes. And recently, we also established a network together with the academia, industry, even with the military. And especially, I would like to express my thanks to the KAIST GCC for hosting and managing this wonderful conference. We also could invite the renowned speakers from around the world. We had the title, the response system of the COVID-19, and also the global cooperation for the ICT, the technology commercialization. I also learned a lot by participating in this session online and offline. I'd like to share my 3 insights that I learned from this conference. Number 1, well, of course, we lost a lot. We could gain a lot. That's my first learning. This is a very unprecedented and something that we never had before. And we could no longer keep our daily routines because we could meet our friends and colleagues and we had meetings, but the students can no longer go to school. And before, we could go anywhere, but it's not easy to even have a very deep breath, and we cannot even visit the resort areas within the country. At the same time, a number of people lost their job, and the stable life daily life was also jeopardized, giving a threat to their livelihood. So we have more concerns, and people are becoming more sensitive. However, I believe that the digital transformation made a very great stride under this situation. At first, we felt somewhat awkward, and we also saw some limitation. Now we conduct a meeting with the Zoom, and people also work from home. And at the same time, we can enjoy cultural activities such as Lenson concert and the online exhibition. Earlier this year, of course, we had a lot of troubles, but we still could overcome this one with the outstanding K quarantine as well as with the K medical, and we also could enhance the position of the status of Korea by exporting the devices for the COVID-19. And this is another chance to re-identify our strong or robust capability of the ICT convergent or integrate technologies. We also could share the information of the path of the patients, and we also had AI-based voice chat service, and also the testing kit development, as well as X-ray reading, and the cloud-based collaboration platform. All of these could not be done smoothly without the technology of the ICT. We also had the very swift and agile response from the KCDC, and we also had a dedicated contribution by the medical staff. I think all of these 3 factors made a great contribution, and we could even create the legend of the K quarantine. At the same time, we see the emergence of the e-commerce and also delivery app, as well as online payment market. They are all based on the ICT, especially this is the kind of over-the-top service based on the ICT. And the third learning was the necessity of having the global collaboration. after the, especially in the post-COVID-19, there will be more protectionism in the trade and also the nationalism, because they want to put their interest first. But still, we should not overlook the global cooperation or the collaboration. Again, this is unprecedented pandemic, and I believe that we need to establish the robust global collaboration system. And as long as we could accumulate and learn something from this lesson, definitely we can overcome the future upcoming challenges. I would like to express my thanks again for the speakers who joined us for the 2 days. And again, my special thanks goes to the Director Chairman of the KAIST GCC and the staff for their contribution. I could not actually meet you in face, but we also had the participants who joined us by using Zoom for the comments as well as the questions. I'd like to thank them again. There's a very famous saying by the Steve Jobs. It says, you cannot connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in the future. So we had this session on and offline for the 2 days. I think this can be the dots, and I hope that these dots could be connected later on for more efficiently overcome the COVID-19. Thank you very much for your attention.
감사합니다, 교수님.
Thank you, Professor.
Join me in welcoming Professor Han, the Director of the GITTP at KAIST, for his closing remarks.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, industry leaders and scholars, government officials, alumni and students of ITTP, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for participating in Global Commercialization Conference and Workshop 2020. This year's theme is Sharing COVID-19 Response Systems and ICT Convergence Technology for Global Cooperation. It has been a great honor for me to be able to participate in this effort to respond to the dramatic changes in the world caused by COVID-19. We have learned and shared ideas not only on overcoming this pandemic, but also preparing post-COVID-19 era from the industry, academia, research, and government participants from various countries with global aspects. First of all, especially from the excellent keynote speakers, we could have learned biohealth strategies of Korea in post-corona era and K-New Deal plan for the preparation of a COVID-19 era. Secondly, we have had wonderful presentations and discussion sessions on COVID-19 past solutions and strategic changes of startups, investment, and industrial environment. Also, we have learned ICT convergence technology solutions for digital and Green New Deal for strengthening safety network facing post-COVID-19 era from the industry. Lastly, we could have shared the experiences and insights of our global partners from all over the world on the future directions of post-COVID-19 era for designing future collaboration and cooperation. Yes, as we have done today, we need collaboration in this pandemic period facing post-COVID-19 era. Especially, we need global collaboration. Without this global collaboration, we cannot overcome this pandemic. Also, we need to and we have to create synergies through our co-work, alliances, and partnership among among industry, academia, and government, as we have done through this global commercialization conference and workshop. Then, I am sure that our GCC community will contribute to the innovations of our society and world for overcoming this pandemic. This is why we are here today from all over the world. In the long run, through our global network and collaboration, I strongly believe that we need to transfer our knowledge and experiences for our children and next generation all over the world. I hope, and I am sure, 10 years later and 50 years later, our global commercialization conference and workshop will be leading global innovation community beyond our globe. Again, thank you for being here together and actively participating in this wonderful workshop today. Before closing my words, I would like to appreciate the people who have been working behind our scene to organize these wonderful conferences from Global Commercialization Center and Global ITT Program from KAIST. Could you please give them a big round of applause? I hope to see you face to face again next year at the Global Commercialization Conference and Workshop 2020, and I wish you all have a blessed day. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time that a lot of our online participants have been waiting for. Yesterday, we saw some of our online participants go home with some gifts, and today will not be different because GCC has also prepared a raffle surprise. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the first third winners are going to be chosen from the pre-registered participants, and they're going to be winning a gift card worth 30 USD. And the online participants will also win a 30 USD gift card, while the 4th to 10th people will win 10 USD gift card we'll choose from the pre-registered participants and also from the online participants. So here we go.
아, 1, 2, 3등을 어느 분이 뽑으시고 4등부터 10등까지 어느 분이 뽑으실지
So who will pick the winners, the first winners to the third winners? So from first and third winners, Professor Han will draw. So 3 people will be picked by him, Professor Han. So please open it and please read the number.
Fernando Harshe.
Fernando Harshe.
Chile.
From Chile.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
이은재 카이스트 대한민국.
이은재 from KAIST. Congratulations.
다낭 Munir from Indonesia. Congratulations.
Congratulations from Indonesia.
지금 뽑히신 세 분은
So these 3 winners
1, 2, 3등
are
3만원짜리
the first and second and third winners. So 30,000 won gift cards will be sent to you. So please pick the winners from number 4 to number 10. So he just picked the 5, the 5th and 6th and 7th papers.
지금 하신 분들은 등수가 낮지만 대전 테크노파크
And these people are
원장상이
not
따로 있습니다.
top number 1 to 3.
1,400만 원짜리
However,
2인승 전기차를
I'd like
700만
to
원에
give
살 수
you
있도록
a special
저한테
discount.
연락 주시면
You can buy
저희 D스테이션
an
1층에
electrical
있는데
vehicle
제 쿠폰을
for
하나씩
7 million
드리도록
won.
하겠습니다.
Its
박수
original
한번
price
쳐주십시오.
is 40 million won, but you will get 50% discount.
좀 문제가 좀
So if you're
있었지만
interested in
카이스트
buying an
대한민국의
electric car,
박명철.
please
박수 한번
contact me.
쳐주시죠.
First
박명철.
person is Mr.
일단
Park
700만
Myung-chul
원짜리
from
쿠폰을
KAIST.
받으셨습니다.
So a 50% discount voucher will be given to you for an electric
제가 네팔
vehicle.
좋아하는데 네팔에서 오신
So if you want to buy an
프렌드입니까?
electric
제가 발음이 좀
car,
어렵습니다.
please contact me. And the second person is somebody from Nepal.
프라니타.
Franita from Nepal.
700만 원 버셨습니다.
So you earned 7 million won because you are getting a 50% discount.
이것도 주최 측의 적이네. 대한민국 대전
And
창조경제센터
next person
권영경 씨.
is
권영경
권영경
씨 박수 한번 쳐주세요.
from Korea.
이분은 오시면 그냥 전시돼 있는 거 좀 빨리 드리도록 하겠습니다.
We have a
대한민국의
car,
GPE 코퍼레이션의 GPN이
So
이동규님,
the 50% discount
예,
will be
축하드립니다.
discounted. Mr. Lee Dong-gyu from Korea.
다른 선물도 드립니다.
So if you make a visit
카이스트의
to us, I will give you
박준하님?
another gift.
네, 박수 한번
So
쳐주시죠.
Mr.
예.
Park Jun-han from KAIST.
대한민국이 많네요. 남남 장선아님.
장선아
박수 한번
from Korea.
쳐주시죠. 남앤남. 말레이시아.
Malaysia.
바스카라라우.
Pascal
박수 한번
Lau.
쳐주시죠. 말레이시아.
Please give a big hand.
송금비는 여러분들이 알아서 하세요.
But there will be a transfer fee.
네팔. 네팔이
You need to
많으네요.
pay for the
네, 네팔.
transfer wiring fee.
수다산.
And
박수 한번
Nepal,
쳐주시죠.
Sudasan.
여러분들 축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
예, 감사합니다. 그러면 교수님하고 원장님은
Thank you.
내려가시고 저희들이
So,
마지막 10개
we will draw another 10 tickets.
조금 전에 그 원장님하고 교수님이 추첨해 주신 분들은 사전 등록자.
So there was a lucky draw for pre-registered people, but from now on, we'll draw 10 more people among online participants.
저희들이 랜덤 넘버제로 해가지고.
This is the same way as yesterday. We are running a randomization tool. So we'll pick the numbers based on the random
Number 23.
tool.
Number 23.
So first number is number 23.
Jang-yong from KAIST GCC.
Yeah, KAIST from KAIST GCC.
Okay, next.
Number 71.
Number 71.
71.
Munsili Cherry from South Africa.
South Africa.
KAIST.
Yeah. Next number is?
Number 49.
49.
Kim Soo-jin.
Nam. The next winner is?
Number 7.
Number 7.
Emil K. Francis from Sierra Leone. KAIST ITTP.
Okay.
Number 76.
76.
Zolan Samodi from Romania. Matrix Business Consulting.
Okay. Next winner is?
Number 88. Neeraj Tiwari from India. BK Solutions.
Okay.
Next winner is number 60. Wami from CIG. From Vietnam, CIG.
How many we left?
3.
Three? Okay.
Next is number 67. Alina Rivas from Nicaragua.
Okay. And
Next is number 79.
79.
Wang Thi Ha from Vietnam.
Last one. Last one. Okay.
Number 69.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. So, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure to be with you throughout today. And I am very confident that what we have learned throughout today will culminate into better collaboration amongst ourselves and amongst countries that participated with us today to better solve present and future challenges that the world may have. So it's a wrap from here. Thank you for participating.